Good morning and welcome to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development regular meeting agenda for January 13th. My name is Councillor Sherry Rollins, and with me is Councillor Russ Wyatt, Councillor Rossidi, and Councillor Jason Schreier. Leah is our senior committee clerk. Hazel Boris and her team will be up front. First, we start with a hearing, but before we get into the hearing and the regular agenda, including delegations that are with us today, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the traditional homeland of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. We will begin with the hearing that continues from last time. And I'll remind councillors that I think we can lay it over only one more time. It's a text amendment for the Downtown Winnipeg Zoning Bylaw integration with Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act enabling bylaw DAZ 222-2024. And with us is Curtis Kowalski. I'll turn it over to Leah Cowan. Oh, we'll need a motion for the minutes of the last meeting too at this juncture. So moved by Councillor Wyatt. All those in favor? That was carried unanimously.
In accordance with the City of Winnipeg Charter and the Development Procedures Bylaw, the process the committee will follow is the applicant will be heard first, followed by those in support of the application. Next, those registered in opposition are heard, followed by those registered for information. Finally, the applicant may return to speak in rebuttal to comments made. However, no new information is permitted. Please note that when your name is called, it is your opportunity to speak. However, you are not obligated to do so. For a more in-depth overview of the public hearing process and other information pertaining to what happens before, during, and after a public hearing, please consult the City Clerk's Department website. Please note that all public hearings are recorded and will be part of the public record. Should you have any questions after the hearings have concluded, please contact the City Clerk's Department. Item 1 is a text amendment to the Downtown Winnipeg Zoning Bylaw integration with the Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act enabling bylaw under file DAZ 222 of 2024. And I'd like to hear from the applicant.
Sure. I can provide a quick recap. So the Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act was a tool created by the province of Manitoba to modernize how we enforce bylaws. In 2017, our citywide zoning bylaw was brought under MBEA, and now we're getting around to bringing in the downtown zoning bylaw under MBEA. The intent of the Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act is to keep less serious municipal offenses out of the provincial court system and instead relying on penalty notices and fines. So the changes before us today likely won't affect the vast majority of our builders, developers, property owners. This is really a tool to deal with delinquent owners when they're not following city bylaws.
Any questions?
So what's the in the end, what's the difference?
I'll let other folks from our department chime in, but effectively, rather than sending a notice, or rather than sending a sort of a court order or having to work with the provincial court system, we're simply providing fines that the applicants will have to pay if they're, again, not in compliance with city bylaws. Our first objective always is to bring property owners into compliance, to work with them collaboratively to resolve any outstanding violation. But ultimately, we would have the ability to issue tickets.
And it can still go to court if they so wish.
I'll defer to folks from enforcement.
Charges under or tickets, penalty notices written under the MBEA are administered and adjudicated through the Winnipeg Parking Authority. They do that for all city bylaws, and so their decision is considered final.
So one cannot go to court when it comes to these types of infractions. Is what you're saying?
No, we still have the option if it was serious enough and we felt the need to go through the court system. The department could still go through the process of taking a matter through the courts. But that process is extremely long. It's very convoluted, and it ties up a lot of resources.
So you said the city can go through the court. What about the person who receives the fine? Go to court. You can still go to court.
They can, I believe that they can appeal the decision of the parking authority, but not the actual ticket first.
So there's no mechanism for them to appeal it within the city system. For them to appeal it, they'd have to go to the provincial court.
No, the first appeal would be to the parking authority to appear in front of a screening officer at the Winnipeg Parking Authority. That's the first mechanism of appeal. No, no, sir. It's not this meeting. I'm sure. But I have sent a message over to the parking authority folks. They might be able to speak better to that.
I'm not here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure, councillors, there's no delegations here today. So I'm giving you a heads up, and I'll recognize you, Councillor Eden, in a second. That my inclination is to lay it over again for another month. We can lay it over one more time. So that if downtown stakeholders want to weigh in, they have an opportunity just for one more month to do so. And then, it was tight here after the holidays. So
that's the way the chair, Madam Chair.
it's just a thought. Councillor Edie, you had a question. Yeah. I just,
I'm not
go ahead.
voting until I could ask you.
no, yeah, I don't want to vote at all.
So just for clarification, can you, you don't have to list them all, but can you give us a sample of what kind of infractions we would just do under this fully administrative process?
Essentially, what we've done is we've taken what's already in place through the Winnipeg zoning bylaw, number 200,
Yep.
and we've applied a lot of the similar infractions or clauses under the Winnipeg downtown zoning bylaw, number 100. So, for example, if somebody were to perform work without a development permit, but they required one, we could write a ticket against that if this was to be passed. Any other undertakings that require anything from the zoning department that are done without the required approvals, that can be looked at and explored for ticketing as well.
Although has nothing to do with the vacant derelict buildings bylaw within the downtown either then, right?
Not specifically, Madam Chair, through you.
Although there are fines associated, for instance, of not after demolition, not, renewing the land in the way that's not the specific wording. I'm really paraphrasing there, but there are things that we have in a few bylaws, like failing to approve a site in accordance with the conditions of the specific urban design review that we have. So there are a few things that are in there that are somewhat related, but not specifically, I guess, like the public service is saying.
So these sound pretty straightforward, like are we gonna have a hearing and say, well, fine, there's no permit, well, it takes too long for a permit to go through? Is that what we're gonna hear? Like, I don't understand necessarily what, let's say, the downtown biz or whatever would have to say about it, stakeholders. Do they know what's
Asking me, counselor, or are you asking the public service? Is that a question?
Yeah, that's my question, like,
To the public service?
like,
Well, Mr. Qual.
these are pretty straightforward fines. Whether you go to court or whatever, I mean, you didn't pull a permit, you didn't pull the permit, like, I don't. Anyway,
I don't think anyone's arguing with you, counselor. No.
then I don't know why we lay it over. I don't know.
I'm prepared to move motions
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
if there's, unless there's other delegations.
We may want to just call out, to confirm that there's no one else in the gallery wishing to speak in support of this matter or in opposition to this matter or with respect to the matter? No? Okay.
I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
Oh, sorry, Counselor, and just
where we're
one, technically the applicant does have the opportunity for rebuttal, should they wish. Okay. Sorry.
That's all right. I'll move that the report of the Winnipeg Public Service be taken as read.
All those in favor?
Aye. I'll move that the receipt of public representation be concluded.
All those in favor?
Aye. I'll move that the recommendation of the Winnipeg Public Service be concurred in and forwarded on to the Executive Policy Committee.
Any discussion? I am going to be voting against this matter. At the first hearing, what I was concerned with is that I was told by the director of MBA, who hasn't been here in the hearing, that he hadn't been consulted. Now, while I did get an email, they never came to the meeting. So my concern is a procedural one, and I am concerned that there's duplication here. But I'm happy to be alone in that. The downtown Winnipeg zoning bylaw is going to be amended. There is urban design standards, and you're right, they are straightforward in terms of supporting the status quo of those. In my opinion, when we converted the MBA, all of our bylaws should have been done. So I don't know why this one was so delayed. And moreover, I don't know why the public service would, the ones that actually enforce the bylaw would have reported that they weren't consulted. So for those reasons, I'm not supportive of that, but I appreciate the discussion. And I did want also the opportunity for the downtown to weigh in. And we haven't seen a delegation here about these fines. So for those reasons, I'm out, but I'll call the question. All those in
Madam
favor?
Speaker,
Yeah.
let me, point of information, I guess, what would you call it? What is the path on this based on whether this passes or not?
If it passes, and I think it looks like it will, it'll go to EPC. At EPC, I will likely represent your vote accurately and usher it up through council. But for here, I want, if we're doing a policy process, I want all ends tied up together. And it is concerning to me when I hear that a department, important one, hasn't been consulted. I'm out for those reasons.
I was inclined to support your move to table it to the next meeting. What happens if it doesn't pass here today?
2-2, it then still goes on to EPC and I'll confirm with the clerk because she can answer these questions, but 2-2 would still go on to EPC, and then I would be representing the debate in a slightly different way. But it would still go on to EPC.
All right.
So ready to call the question?
Sure, I just want to thank the staff for their work on this matter. Thank you very much. And yeah,
And we'll just need your supporting reasons for your motion.
they're outlined in the report.
The supporting reasons outlined in the report.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the motion.
All right. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Nate,
Those two in opposition. It goes to EPC.
I'll move that the hearing, public hearing with the respective application be concluded. Aye.
That was carried unanimously, or Mr. Shire? Yeah, sounds good. All right, we'll move into delegations. With delegations, the first up we have Mr. Kelly Ryback, be heard in support of the City of Winnipeg Golf Services, the lease agreement and acceptance of donations between Wildwood Golf Course, and those are them. Council Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to add a item to the agenda called the LeMay Forest matter. And there's a couple, if that is added, there's a couple of delegations who wish to speak to it.
Okay,
Yes, I'm moving to
suspend
suspend.
the rules.
Yes, please.
So moved by Councilor Wyatt to suspend the rules to add a matter called the LeMay Forest.
Chairperson, I'm going to be voting in favor just because I'm hearing all this stuff and I want to get I need to understand it better from this.
So, we'll see if we can get some public servants here to speak to it, because it's not
It'll be on the end of the agenda.
here
Yes.
on the agenda, and they did not have prior notice except if they read the newspapers over the last few days, just like me. So did you want to move suspension of the rules then, Counselor Edie?
Yes.
Okay, so moved by Counselor Edie. All those in favor? And then so moved by Counselor Wyatt, adding an agenda item to today's meeting. It will be new item number 27. So moved by Counselor Wyatt. All those in favor?
Aye.
That was carried unanimously. Any additional items on the agenda or anything?
I'd just like to suspend the rules to allow two delegations to speak to the item.
Okay, let's get that ready right now. Do you have a list of delegations?
Louise May and Eric Redder, I'm
Okay, anyone else?
not to my knowledge, Madam.
Okay, now, I had correspondence, as did the committee, from council for the developers. And so I'm going to write them right away and let them know that there is because I don't know if they're here or, but I did get requests. And so that is maybe Mr. Toyne or someone else. So I'll let them know who might be coming in delegation if they'd like.
Right, so developers representative, right? Okay. So we're voting for 3 to speak on it?
There's 2 right now that I have.
Yeah, we can do that anytime during the meeting. So we'll move the 2 associated. I think it's Mr. Eric Reeder and Ms. Lemay, Louise Lemay. So moved by Counselor Wyatt. All those in favor? Okay, that was carried unanimously. All right. Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, councillors and clerks. Those in delegates in the crowd. I want to speak to items on the regarding, first I'll start with Wildwood Golf Course. That there's a proposal to accept a 25-year lease with a new organization to build a new clubhouse. Specific to golf courses, our city golf courses are well established. It is extremely expensive to build a new course at a cost of over $1 million a hole, plus facilities and clubhouses, that if we were ever to lose a course, it will never be replaced. And with the growing city and the growth of golf, as even the report stated that golf is in great shape and growing with newcomers coming in, it's also an opportunity for growth, but it's a big part of the way of life for Winnipeggers through the spring, summer, and fall. So that I encourage you to support this motion to proceed with the 25-year lease so that they can proceed with acquiring additional donations to build a new clubhouse. That when that lease is in place, that will give them more opportunity to pursue. Right now they have $475,000 committed. And just for my background, I've been a golfer for 50 years. It's a big part of our family life. My son in the summertime is an assistant golf pro at a course and is aspiring to be a full-time pro. He was one of the top amateurs in the province a few years ago, and he played college golf. But it's a great way for family, friends to get together and enjoy opportunity. But again, I encourage you, there's a number of courses that are coming up for new leases that we continue to support these golf courses. But again, the motion for Wildwood is approval seeking a 25-year lease so they run the course, and with that kind of commitment, they can pursue building a new clubhouse. The second item is just the golf report in general. That again, they state that golf is in a very healthy position and in rapid growth. Specifically, I'd like to speak to one of the courses, it's John Bloomberg. I was involved back in 21, 22 when that was up for sale, and council voted 13-3 to save the course. It's a 27-hole course with the operator paying a fee per round to the city and also pays the property taxes to the RM of Headingley. That when that operator took over the course, it was in poor shape. at the time, the first year, they only had 7,000 rounds. He's growing that over a course of, I think it's 6 years to now. He's had as close to 30,000 rounds, which is on par with many of the city courses. In 2024, it was just under 25,000 rounds, of which you paid almost $50,000.
John Bloomberg isn't on the agenda today.
No, but it's
Are you
part
delaying
it's
it
part
to-
of the report. It's the golf services standing offering SOA report. So with specific to that, as an item in there, it states my encouragement with John Bloomberg Golf Course. Its management operating agreement expires in March of 2026. There may be other factors in there. The operator at the time, he did put in a proposal to acquire the course, which did not meet. It failed at the golf services area, did not go forward to council. But with a longer term commitment, that there's the opportunity to build beyond 30,000 rounds a year, because you'll be able to make a greater investment with a longer term commitment and also provide more amenities. There's 40 acres at John Bloomberg that are not in use. They can develop for trails, bocce, mini golf, pickleball, etc. But this operator has proven to be successful. He operates his second course outside of Warren, Manitoba. That I encourage the golf services and then for council to consider a longer term agreement so that the operator can make a greater commitment and grow the game of golf at John Bloomberg. John Bloomberg is a course that is regarded as a course for St. James. St. James is in the process of developing Centerport South, north of Saskatchewan Avenue. It would be the greatest residential development in St. James in 50 years. And therefore, we need to save and protect this golf course facility with 27 holes, which is really built for the beginner, the senior, and for families, more so than other courses in the area. As I said earlier, if you lose a course, it can never be replaced because of the cost to do it brand new. And also with that same encouragement to pursue other longer term lease arrangements with the other golf courses in the city that are coming up very shortly. Okay, thank you very much.
Any questions at this juncture, Councillor? Well, thank you for your enthusiasm for golf services. I certainly share it. I was interested in hearing you explain the motion that I pitched, and I'm glad you're in support of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will move on to the next delegation. The next delegation is Mr. Grant to be heard in opposition of several items, including the budget presentation before having heard it, including Portage and Main intersection, including repurposing of vacant space, including demos and site cleanings for vacant buildings in unsafe condition, including local area planning initiatives, and finally the fee structure related to development for public treatment. Lots to say this morning, Mr. Grant. Go ahead. You've got 10 minutes with the committee.
Thank you. And I must commend you on how you handled your hearing. I was very impressed with the procedure and the outcome and the discussion. So thank you for doing that item very well and in a timely way. Budget review item number 1. It's a rhetorical question. Will all departments be asked to spend within the city's means? Ottawa's bungalows have stretched many folks past their financial limits. Our most vulnerable cannot pay the higher rents that your higher taxes will bring. Housing costs in Manitoba has risen faster than in any other province. It seems that this problem will continue to grow in 2025. Topic 2. Council and the people reached a consensus years ago. Portage and Main would remain safe for those on foot. Suddenly, a drippage emergency is announced. In reaction, we heard that the safety barriers must be removed, but no action is even planned for the drippage. No one could have made it more clear that the drippage report was just a ploy to distract the public. I mean, it exists, but it was to distract the public while their trust was violated. Luckily, all broadcast media have been silent on what appears to be a travesty. This item is called staged. Why have we not been presented with a list of stages and stage completion dates? In a normal project, like a large project, that would be part of the initial phase, the initial public contact. If I could react with 3 sentences on the LeMay issue, since it just came up and Mr. Wyatt was able to add people he knew. I'd like to say the biggest problem with increasing our housing supply is delay. Recall that creating a care home option in St. Norbert will mean that an elderly person in a big house in Fort Richmond or St. Norbert can move to that care home and free their home for a needy family. Our lack of housing adds to the homeless problem we have. I ask that instead of more arguing that the LeMay issue come to a rapid end. If it's going to be built, let's get it built and get these retirees in Fort Richmond moved into the care home if they want to, and free up those homes. On topic 4, Center Plan 2050. Those who use transit regularly know that the Graham bus stops are essential to most bus trips. That will all be gone in 25. No longer will it be simple to get off your eastbound bus, walk 25 steps, and get on your westbound bus. Now you'll have to cross 7 lanes of Portage traffic and walk much further. Your bus will be blocking traffic on Portage while you get one, and when it changes lanes, drivers will be vexed. Lots of fuel will be wasted once the Graham Bus Mall is closed. City Hall boasts about no longer making greenhouse gas someday in the future, but freely buys into any fanciful, fuel-wasting plan waved in front of them. Even worse is the delusion that Graham will be a land full of unicorns and lollipops. The city will be throwing nearly $10 million over the years at making Graham shine. This is money that will have to be raised with higher taxes. When they add in another $1 billion or so in new bus roads, money that we do not have, you can see that sustainability, which is used a lot at City Hall, is a sad myth. City plans are extremely unsustainable financially and in terms of carbon footprints. On report 8, when city planners have declared many complete communities, and all in those can walk to the small shops they need, who will operate those shops? If low sales and crime close the local food store or restaurant, will city planners require them to stay open, even if it means losing money and perhaps having a staff person beaten up? Can your complete 15-minute city survive when crime and addiction are tolerated and not effectively deterred? On report 9, some folks like trees, some do not. Some who like trees are using City Hall to force their choices on the rest. This is the antithesis of freedom. People talk about Canada being free, and as the neighborhood association takes over your life, it's less free. Not only will this increase the price of nearly every new home by thousands of dollars, it dooms the owner of that new home to many years of mitigating the trouble caused by trees. I have them and I love them and I work around them. Rotting eaves troughs, damage from falling branches, clogged sewer lines. Keep in mind that the myth about trees saving the planet is just that. Trees borrow CO2 from the air, but emit every bit of it back to the air as CO2 and CH4 as the leaves and sticks rot. This means that every tree over its lifetime is a net producer of greenhouse gas. Report 3. City Hall seems to have given up on having employees actually work at City Hall.
I'm
That's
going
sort
to
of
stop
sad.
you right there, Mr. Grant.
Sure.
My job is to keep decorum. And
Okay.
when people infer that, the intent of our staff to not work, it's rude. And
Okay,
so
yeah.
You can retract that and go on, but I will stop because you're blanketing the whole staff and that is rude. And you know the rules like I do. And that's not okay in this meeting. So if you want to continue
Okay.
on, you can retract that.
Okay. Yeah, I can retract what I just said. I had left out a word. Obviously, almost everybody is working and almost everybody is working at their desks. But the idea of having all employees work all their hours at their desks or base for their operation, because a lot of people, like when I worked for the city, most of the time wasn't at a desk. It was mostly in a pickup. Anyway, City Hall seems to have given up on having all employees work at their jobs at their desks. The big office building that's north of the City Hall will soon be rebuilt with money that we don't have. It will offer space to the public. With city staff numbers going up, why do we have so much empty space? I guess that's still a valid question, and maybe I'm wrong to presume that it's because of work from home policies, but it does seem unusual with staffing going up that we have empty space. So let's leave it there with a rhetorical question. On report number 4, problem properties. Verbal only, and this prevents some degree of public comment on where we're at and where the civil service is at. But it's disappointing that we don't have this as a written report. On demo and debris, the most contentious aspect of cleanup is uncertainty. And when the cost of the cleanup can double or triple if enough asbestos is found, that becomes a big issue. And I suggest that if the province, in the name of environmental cleanliness, were to take over the extra cost of any cleanup that's deemed to be an asbestos cleanup, because it does cost extra, then there'd be less incentive for a landowner to end up in a lawsuit with the city over the cleanup. And if the cleanup was going to be a basic cost of whatever it is, X dollars, and the extra cost, if it turns into an asbestos one, was covered by the province in the interest of keeping things clean, they wouldn't sue, and they could just get right in there with the dump trucks. And I'm just suggesting as a way of cleaning up that backlog. So that was my comment on that one. The unsafe buildings one is something that I'm sure your staff are well aware of and are acting to help with. But we see 2 trends. We see the number of buildings lost to being declared unsafe, and the some of the problems people suffer with that may lead to this problem. That someone who has an addiction problem might be more inclined to not have proper respect for the building, and that results in the building going off spec and being declared unsafe. And that has a bad consequence because the landowner, the property owner, may not continue it as a rental operation. On topic 4, RHI, when Ottawa offered $200 million to help approve building quicker, it was obvious that the city would need even more for out-of-pocket costs in building those thousands of new homes. Then the $200 million turned into $122 million, and then we found out that it would be handed out to the builders, not spent on our out-of-pocket costs. That's just a little problem, and there's more detail there in writing, but I needn't go into that for you now. So thank you for your time, and welcome any questions.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Grant. Any questions, councillors? For Mr. Grant, Councillor Eady and Councillor Schreier has questions for you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Grant, again, for your thoughtfulness. And in terms of report item number 4, and I've read your submission. I think a couple of good points. One is, okay, you're talking about how it's inadequate. In terms of what's happening in Glen Ellyn, my neighborhood. What would you like to see in terms of proper enclosure fencing, in terms of proper enclosure?
I guess the main issue that I had is that these places sit idle for months and months, and hopefully not, but for years. And when they sit idle, not only is there a problem with animals dragging debris out into other spaces, but it's unsightly and the dust still blows around. If that debris pile contains 1% asbestos, let's not leave it in an open fenced pile. Regardless of whether it's got asbestos or not, let's get right in there and dump truck it away as if it was asbestos, if that's the case, but let's get it the heck out of there because it remains a health hazard for the neighborhood. So that was my main concern, is not so much whether the fencing is adequate, it's that the timeline is not adequate.
Okay, and what timeline would you like to see?
Well, it takes a day or two to do an asbestos count. If after the stuff has been hosed down, after assuming there was a fire, if somebody can get in there the day after it's been declared safe for sampling, then we could know for sure about the asbestos the same week that the fire occurred. And in that case, the people who are in this business could get in there with loaders and trucks, perhaps within 4 days of the fire. And that's a thing I would like to see. And I think the neighborhood would as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. As always.
Well, I have a question. Regarding the same matter, Mr. Grant. You made a statement about somebody suing the city in regards to these properties that are found to have asbestos. And so I don't know if you know this, but the asbestos testing is the province of Manitoba. And they have somebody come out and they test it, and they'll let you know if there is, then this is the kind of demolition that is required, a wet demolition, as you pointed out. I am aware, you talked about a 3-year property. There was one in my ward. It's my understanding that there's an element of a proceeding towards the province of Manitoba in regards to their argument about what the asbestos threat was on that particular property, because they had a different private consultant come in who said differently. And ultimately, it is the province who is dealing with that. And then you move on to the demolition. So when you talk about a lawsuit against the city because of this asbestos stuff, that's not really occurring. You know that.
Yeah, I shouldn't have used those words, but what we hear in the media is that the pile of debris is sitting there endlessly because of lawsuits and because of the uncertainty of asbestos. And you can see that in that case that you described, if the analysis for asbestos and for the funding of the extra costs of disposal, if those were things that were provincial matters, then we can see there'd be less contention, less arguing, and no reason for going to court. So I shouldn't have said against the city. It would be a lawsuit between a home owner, a debris pile owner, and the authorities. And as you correctly pointed out, that authority would generally be the provincial lab and the minister that acts on the results from the provincial lab. So in those cases, I think the timeline that I described for Councillor Schreier could still apply. It could be under a week between the smoldering mess being watered down and sampled. And if the sampling can be done effectively in a day or two, then the analysis is done right away. And if it's asbestos and the province is paying for it, I see no reason you couldn't have loaders and trucks in there within days.
I think you have some assumptions, Mr. Grant,
Sure.
In there that may or may not be clear. It doesn't take long to get the asbestos test. I don't know why you think that that's what's taking so long. The testing happens. The underlying problem is money. And the city has come in and taken away asbestos, tore down, took away all the debris, paid a private company, and the bill is put on those properties. The city has been doing that over the last year or so, but a lot of these properties, some of those properties don't even have insurance. So where's the Hiroshi coming from to pay for all this, right? So that's the underlying problem. It's where's the money coming from? And I think you're suggesting that the province pay for it and they go after the owner for the money. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that if a single payer, and that would in this case be the province, is paying for the asbestos cleanup, then it takes away the incentive, and maybe the mechanism can be laid out in law. The incentive right now is for a property owner to hire somebody else to take samples and come up with better numbers and therefore avoid the asbestos cleanup cost. And that's something that seems to be taking a long time, and as well as the lawsuit. So it'd just be better all around if we didn't spend so much time arguing. And right now, the landowner has an incentive to reduce his cost. And if that means getting somebody in to do other samples and then having to fight over whose samples count in court, and the courts tend not to be instant service places. So I think that's overall the goal is to get this done faster. And I think having a single payer do it would be good. Having the owner of a building pay for it or having the cost come out of the value of the land, that's something that can be worked out in the legislation, provincial legislation. And regardless, I think there's a mechanism there that would do it faster and probably cleaner than what we're doing now.
So fast if there's money.
Okay.
It's done really
Anything
fast if
further?
there's money.
Okay, if not, well, thank you for your time.
Okay, so the next delegate is Louise May, speaking with respect to the new business motion.
So with respect to the new business motion, there may be others that want to speak to it, counselors. So like I said, I had heard from someone over the last few days as the Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Chambers went to the news about their ambitions for today's meeting. So if there are other delegations that want to speak, we can stop the meeting and hear from them. So if you're amenable, that's how I would proceed, but you have the floor, Ms. May.
On that note, could I also mention that I'm texting with Tracy Turner, Manitoba Historical Society, and she's asking if she could present via Zoom?
Yeah, so what you'll do is you'll write me at srollins@winnipeg.ca, or you'll write Leigh Cowan at LCOWAN@winnipeg.ca. And we will try our best to intersperse additional delegations and make democracy happen, okay? So that will be the route we'll take. And I appreciate when it's not on the agenda, no one has 5 days notice, so it's difficult for folks to be here. But go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. As you know, this is a rapidly changing situation. In the last week, a lot has happened. So I'd like to first of all talk through everything that I know of that happened last week. And I do think I support the motions that Councillor Wyatt has put forward that I'm aware of. And of course, expropriation has been on our minds ever since the owner on Tuesday declined a very generous offer made by Manitoba Habitat Conservancy. Then, left us kind of saying, well, what's next then if we can't get that to move forward? Some of the information that may not be on the front burner yet, and we've certainly been trying through the media and through other avenues to make sure that people are aware that there is a major cemetery in that forest. The building that is now known as the Behavioral Health Foundation was Asile Richat, which was an orphanage. And it ran for almost 50 years. We only have 20 years worth of records, and the deaths were astronomical. There was almost a 60% mortality rate. This is women and children. I mean, it was quote unquote unwed mothers. We know that the community of St. Norbert was predominantly Métis through that time. It was a time of transition. Of course, a lot of different things happened through that period historically that led to that condition. But it is a very, very sad part of our history. Making it sadder is the fact that that's not being understood or respected by the current developers. And we know that on Thursday, the Manitoba Historical Society, Manitoba Archaeological Society, and the Heritage Winnipeg issued a joint press release asking for all laws to be put in place that could end the current devastation of the forest. So on Wednesday, another round, about 2.5 hours of large tree cutting took place. We lost another approximately 20 large trees in the forest. That came as a result of, it appears to be the day after the offer was declined. The offer by Manitoba Heritage Conservancy, Habitat Conservancy, had a clause in it that said no, that the offer would be null and void if there were any trees cut. So we lost that protection. On Wednesday, I attended Manitoba Law Courts with our lawyer, Ian Heisted, and we were able to file an affidavit of information that this tree cutting had taken place, and that we were able to have summons filed for both Maziar Yaryapur, the owner, and the developer, John Winthrop, on the basis of the Manitoba Cemeteries Act, which says that it is unlawful to cut down trees in a cemetery. This is law, and there are fines and penalties associated with that. So we were able to put those summonses in place. They were filed electronically with the lawyer that day. We are still struggling to have them filed directly with the peace officer, but hopefully that will take place today. And that leads us to a court date of February 20th. As to be expected, I was served notice of contempt on Friday, and my court hearing will be January 20th. So part of that contempt charge is that I'm quote unquote harassing them by filing that information and by creating those summons. So you can see how precarious it is and how little time we have to stop any further tree cutting. So my primary objective is to stop the tree cutting. I know that's not on the table right now, but this is my personal primary, and it is what others are calling for. There's another issue that Eric Radier will bring up, but for myself, thinking about and listening to the Shabes and the elders who've been tending the sacred fire, and knowing myself about what Truth and Reconciliation means to me, this is part of the Truth and Reconciliation. It has to be taken like a residential school graveyard. It has a huge history that is largely Indigenous Métis, and it is the history of St. Norbert. When we don't look at that history, when we eradicate that history, which Yaryapur's proposal was essentially to concrete the entire forest and put up his larger buildings. Obviously, one of the reasons why that proposal was not accepted was because it did not take into effect both cemetery and other very practical issues. That, there's a lot of practical issues that could kill these proposals. But when you look at that number of bodies that are buried there, so in that 20 years that we do have the history for, it's potentially up to 2,300 people, 30 more years with no records, plus the fact that only record, in that time frame, only records and only people who were baptized, and there were a lot of rules around who could or could not be buried. So it was common practice for families to bury their loved ones just outside of the perimeter of that graveyard as well. So that even extends further where that is. So, when I hear my Indigenous friends talk about why this is a cultural genocide issue, it's because we are not hearing the truth. And part of the concept of reconciliation, as I understand it, is to look at the truth head on, certainly not wipe it out, and make it an educational tool so that we can evolve as humans, and so that we can share our respect and our humanity together. So I think that for me, the issue, and I'm sure many of you know me as a very active environmental activist, and but now the issue of the graveyard has risen as really the issue that has to be looked at. So are we going to go down the road of expropriation? We have been left with no choice but to do that. And whether the city does it or whether the province does it, that's a matter for the city and the province to discuss and decide. One of you has to do it. Right now, we are sitting in a place where we can make that motion. Okay, there's a few other tools that Councillor Wyatt has brought up that might help change this in terms of looking at it as, rezoning it as parkland. And, that I'm not sure of the technicalities of that. But if that's a solution, that's great. We need solutions right now. On Friday morning, I was able to speak with the mayor directly, and we discussed what strategy could lead us towards bringing the price down to something that is actually more in line with the fair market value. Obviously, 5 point whatever million is not fair market value. And we have many assessments. Quite a few different groups have done assessments. There have been other offers on the table as well. So I think we have to look at all of these different tools that we have, with expropriation being sort of possibly the last resort, but something that I know takes a long period of time and that we need to get it in motion right now. So right now, I am the person with the finger in the dike with the court order in my name, and I am the only one that has been able to stop the trees from being felled right now, and that could expire on January 20th. So I'm asking you, all of you, within whatever means and powers you have, to move it forward, that we protect this land. I don't know, I got 44 seconds, but I mean, I'm good.
Okay, there are questions for you if you don't mind,
Yes.
Ms. May. So first Councillor White and then Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Louise, thank you for your leadership on this matter. I've never moved a motion to expropriate. Maybe actually I'll step back. John Winthrop, just so you know, he was the area planner when I first got elected in 2002. It's unfortunate he's on the other side of this issue. I just wanted that for the record because I think John is a very capable, smart, intelligent person who's done a lot of great work in planning in the city of Winnipeg, both on behalf of the city of Winnipeg and also as a consultant as well. So I know that sometimes when tensions are high and feelings are high, maybe that part is not there in terms of him as an individual. So I just want to put it on the record so that there's not good or bad or anything like that in terms of people involved. I would say this as well, that I've never moved to expropriate. I'm a believer in private property rights, and I do this very reluctantly. The idea of moving to expropriate. I really tried to reach out to the private property owner as well to try to bring him hopefully to a different conclusion than what he's doing right now. And then, so that's a concern that I have. I've never moved a motion to expropriate, and I know it's a big step that you've asked us to do this, and I'm prepared to do that, but it does concern me because expropriation is, it's a big hammer that government has. Secondly, or thirdly, I just want to say that have you had a chance to speak to the province or the federal government in terms of looking at expropriation or negotiation to purchase land?
Well, the group has had many conversations with both our MLA and our MP. We've also asked our MP to support on the basis of the Migratory Birds Act, but I'll let Mr. Adair speak to that issue as a mechanism to stop the current devastation and as another means of analyzing the forest for what it truly offers in terms of habitat. We have not had last week we did not have any reply from the province, and we will most certainly be pursuing that more vigorously this week.
And you've written to them or?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right.
A lot of communication from a lot of different people.
Okay. One of the motions that I'm contemplating as well is to rescind the order that allows them to cross the city line. But from what I gather, we have had legal counsel say we're risking ourselves potential legal action against the city. So that's one motion that I might reconsider in light of what's going on.
Well, I understand.
My hope is that the signal, if the motion were to pass regarding expropriation, maybe that would be a loud enough signal to the property owner to rethink what he's doing.
Unfortunately, signals aren't enough. We need legal tools, and an injunction has been filed or is on the way to being filed by the Coalition to Save LeMay Forest based on the Cemeteries Act and the Migratory Birds Act, and hopefully that will be in place this week. That will be a legal tool that will stop the cutting of trees. Okay, so everything else is going to be slow, you know, but we need things to start.
When
They
is
don't
that
go in.
injunction going in?
Well, we're working on it amongst many other things. We have a lot of legal things going on right now. There were other cuttings on 4 other separate days. There were trees cut and there were individuals who witnessed those. Those we are trying to get summonses for those cutting days as well. We're just trying to stopgap until we can get some solid of our own legal tool, and I know that others are working on getting injunctions from their own perspective as well.
You know, rather than being litigious and taking on the party in the courts, has anybody tried to reach out to the property owner directly?
They won't speak to us
Okay.
for the entire time.
I'm not talking about the consultant, I'm talking about.
No, I know. Masri
Yeah.
Aryapur, we have made many different attempts to speak with him directly since the beginning. For 4 years, he has not spoken to us or presented himself. He does not live here. His address doesn't even function. I mean, we can't serve him. It's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Louise. Few things. One, 1 acre of 18 has been cut.
Yes.
Do we know how many trees we're talking about here? This is not on you.
No,
but
I
if you
actually don't.
Can't answer.
I don't know, and I want to make it clear that it has been the group's policy not to trespass, and no one has trespassed. We can't see perfectly, and so it's hard to tell exactly the numbers. When I say 20 trees were cut on January 8th, that's approximate. So, I mean, we don't know.
You mentioned a couple of legal aspects and not sure to what extent you can further talk about it, but you did bother mentioning a couple of things. One is you mentioned that other offers are on the table.
I am aware that there have been other offers to purchase that property that have been declined over time, not recently. Recently, the one offer that everyone was putting money into, the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, everyone was piling their money together to try to get that at 5 point whatever million. And that was declined. Okay, that was declined in a very unprofessional and just vindictive way.
And
So I'm just gonna say, just like I had warned Mr. Grant, my job here is to promote decorum in this room. And so while I appreciate you have your opinions, we're gonna uphold everyone in the room and make sure it's a safe place for them to meet, if they want to talk about it. So, like Mr. Grant, I'd ask you to retract, but we'll keep going.
I'll retract just that last part, but I'll say it in a different way. It became a showmanship battle in the media that created unclarity around what the real motive for not accepting that.
Impugning people's character, like
Is that still?
considering, is also my job to kind of stop you and we're just gonna uphold really
Okay.
good, we're gonna offer principal charities up to folks when we debate here. It's moved on to the agenda. It wasn't even on the agenda, but is there more questions,
Yeah.
Counselor?
yeah, there is.
Schreier?
Yeah. And you mentioned that there are potentially more injunctions coming forward? Right now, you're the one with the finger in the bag, you're the one
Mhm.
pulling it up, but there's different ways in which your intentions, from what I see, benevolently, may be assisted either through the city or through these other injunctions. Do you have any idea of the timeline of these injunctions?
Well, the injunction that the Coalition to Save the LeMay Forest is putting in is, we hope, within the next couple days. It got started on Wednesday.
And there was a group putting together $5 million of donations to.
Well,
provide
the
the-
offer last week
Yeah.
was the Manitoba Heritage Conservancy, and they had put together over $5 million.
All right. What if they went in, if there were to, and I don't take this lightly whatsoever at all, as Councillor might have made the point in his case. But what if, now what concerns you, what if they were to be a partner with the city? I'm just putting it out there in terms of anything you have to say about that. Since we're here.
I mean, I believe that they did. And you'll have
As part
to,
of the city.
yeah, I believe that the city is involved in that amount. I don't know what exact amount and what mechanism that was. And it had been discussed that more money could be made available. I heard that more money could be made available from the city, from the forestry budget. That could be a request. But at this point, well, I don't know how to say it. I don't believe any offer would be accepted.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So the discussion around the cemetery, and then you were talking about people, because there was a cemetery there would have been people burying their loved ones or whatever by that cemetery as well. I've heard there's some kind of there was some kind of proposed buffer area. Do you know if that buffer area had to do with sort of acknowledging that the cemetery might have informally expanded over the years?
So the buffer zone and the proposal that you're talking to came from a report from Pegwis Consulting that was done in 2022 by the owner, the developer, asking for a very general overview of what might be found here. From that, though, in 2023, Manitoba Historic Resources put a very strongly worded letter in reply to that report that said, no, that isn't, we need a full archaeological study. I mean, I can't quote you on it right now. I can send it to you,
No,
that letter.
I just want a general.
Yeah,
idea.
so we know that happened. And then, like I said, last Thursday, our three leading historical groups came together to put that press release calling for a complete moratorium on any action in that forest until a full report could be done.
Right, okay, full archaeological study.
Yeah,
Okay.
and my understanding is that the MMF is wanting to undertake that.
Right, okay, thanks.
Any further questions?
So, there's numerous organizations that seem financially empowered, that have concerns about this. You mentioned, well, which ones have you mentioned so far? You mentioned the Conservancy, you mentioned MMF, City of Winnipeg, and potentially the province.
And feds.
And the feds, sure.
Mhm.
Fair enough. All right.
Anything further? Okay, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time. Health break has been requested, so we'll take a 5-minute health break.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with Mr. Eric Redder, unless I'm mispronouncing your name. I think, is it Reader? Raider, okay. I always said Redder.
is the only one who gets upset when
Oh.
it's mispronounced.
Okay, well,
It's like, Dad, why can't they get this?
Redder, okay. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee regular meeting agenda for January 13th. We did not stick to our 5 minutes, but here we're back. We are on to our second delegation this morning, Mr. Eric Rader. Before we go on though, I just want to thank, as always, Holly for the tech support. Holly never fails to count me down so that I'm not embarrassed by what I might be talking about before we go on. And I want to thank her so much and wish her a happy new year too. Mr. Eric Rader, you have 10 minutes with committee.
Great, thanks for having me here. I'm the Wilderness and Water campaigner for the Wilderness Committee. Simply, the Wilderness Committee is a charity working across the country. We work on wild spaces, wild species, and healthy communities. Our unique niche is that we don't take money from government and we don't take money from industry, which allows us to have a open and frank conversation with the public about how we best take care of ecology, how we look after nature so that our planet survives. We've been operating in the province for 25 years. Our 25-year anniversary party is Thursday night. We've been doing this for 45 years across the country, and I've been the director for 19 years. But of course, the city has never seen me before, and that's what I'm going to address next. I started as a advocate, campaigner to end logging in provincial parks in 2008. We had a huge success in getting logging out of 12 out of 13 parks. Mostly I've been aiming at the province. In terms of policy, we always ask for legislative protection for regions. I also work and push the feds for things specifically on species is one of the things I've been working on. And of course, as I grew in this position and the world grew, we began working on decolonizing. So that's a really important piece of what we're doing in the Lemay Forest. Nature in Your Neighborhood is the campaign that I started writing it up in April. We put it on hold as we did other things over the summer, but we're bringing it fresh in 2025. Nature in Your Neighborhood is the reason you haven't seen me is because I work on big pieces of nature and wilderness across the province or across the country. But the recognition that we need small areas of nature around us so that folks can learn, so folks can feel the beneficial pieces of nature. But more importantly, in December of 2023, the world came to Canada to sign the Kunming-Montreal Protocol, and that asked for 30% of the lands and waters on the planet to be preserved by the year 2030. With that same biodiversity conference, there was a city's challenge that the city of Winnipeg has accepted to look after biodiversity. And so Nature in Your Neighborhood is figuring out how the city goes towards moving into protected areas. When I wrote this up in April, I had 3 properties in mind: the Assiniboine Forest, which lots of folks have expressed their desire to keep protected; the Little Forks Urban National Park proposal, running from Point Douglas all along the Seine River and to the Forks. That one runs through my front yard. It's literally, that is my home. I love to see work on that one. And the third property was the Lemay Forest, knowing that this extraordinary property was at imminent risk, unlike, say, the Assiniboine Forest. So here I am at the Lemay Forest on Monday afternoon. I got a call. They said, "Hey, can you help us with this?" And in a couple-minute phone call, the pileated woodpecker was brought up. And in 2022, federal scientists contacted me and said, "We have new protections for pileated woodpecker cavities. They're unlike anything else that any bird has ever gotten in Canada." And I expected I was going to utilize these protections for the first time to try and end logging in Duck Mountain Provincial Park to ensure that we're protecting biodiversity where we can. Instead, this was the first opportunity. I said, yes, I'll bring this up. I read the affidavit that was signed by the developer, and it outlined the actions it had taken on the pileated woodpecker. Now, the protections the federal government gave the pileated woodpecker was the cavity protection. If you find a cavity that is known as a nesting site, nesting cavity for pileated woodpeckers, it needs to be registered with the federal government, and it needs to be observed for 3 years, 36 months longer than any other bird. And that's the piece that's really important. So the problem with the Migratory Birds Convention Act is it's usually only enforced by complaint. And in this case, on Tuesday night, I realized we got a letter that said the developer was going to go back in and start cutting trees, which is what triggered me to start pushing. I called a bunch of federal officers. The federal government got involved in this. I'm certain that by Wednesday afternoon, this formal complaint was handed to the Environment Minister, Guilbeault, in Ottawa, so that they could look at whether or not we had contravention of the Migratory Birds Convention Act. The affidavit, going back to the affidavit, the developer stated that they had an email from a federal officer. His name was Riley Black, I think, in July of 2024, that said he should be doing a sweep of the property for affiliated woodpecker cavities. Subsequent communication, I think it's sections 37 and 38 in the affidavit, states that he didn't know if there was any woodpeckers. He'd never seen one on the property. And if there was a nest there, someone would have told him probably, right? That would have been the right thing to do. That's paraphrasing, but those are all in the affidavit. So when I looked at that, it looked like the cavity sweep hadn't been done. And that's what I called out in a news release on Wednesday, saying that the city who's issued the cutting permits should be asking, put a condition on, asking for those cutting permits to include a cavity sweep to find out whether or not cavities for affiliated woodpeckers were present on the property. Only have 4 minutes left here, but I'll just touch in real briefly. I walked that property for the first time on Wednesday. Ad was going live on CJOB to talk to people about this. They're big trees. As you walk the edge of the property on the public dike, the trees are substantially larger. Some of them in there are way bigger. You know, maybe they're 150-year-old trees. The mix of the young trees and the old trees, the intact nature, the closeness to the river, the riparian area, man, this is an important forest. When you look at green space, go on Google Earth and look around the city of Winnipeg and look for that green space. The LeMay Forest is a big deal. And that piece, just from an ecological perspective, needs to be recognized by the city. And I think the public is recognizing that. Several hundred letters were sent in, a couple hundred letters were sent in to the city and the province over the weekend saying, look, let's protect nature by moving the LeMay Forest into a protected status. I'll just say that the Wilderness Committee is very forward-looking. We're holding up a high bar, what we expect in terms of standing up for ecology, speaking for the trees and the animals that don't speak for themselves. There's a lot of organizations that make up the gamut of environmental protection. The Manitoba Heritage Conservancy and Ducks Unlimited, those are quite conservative organizations. Speaking frankly, I know that the way that they act versus the way that the Wilderness Committee stands up, those are different places, but the very conservative organizations, the federal government is also quite conservative. MMF, so those, that's the Manitoba Métis Federation. All of those organizations that don't usually push themselves out to protect nature to a great extent, they're all saying that the LeMay Forest should be protected. They've all voiced opinions, they've written reports. So I suggest that the bare minimum that's being suggested for the city of Winnipeg of protecting this forest, we need to do a lot more than just protect the LeMay Forest, but the steps that I understand we need to do, first, there's no legal access to the green space, a big chunk of forest along the riverbank. You have to go across the, you can't get to it from the dike legally. As far as I can tell, that property from the, I don't even know what the building is, but the LeMay Forest, this private land, if that was put into city property, that would allow full access to a park where people could use, where wildlife could use. That would be a really important piece. Rezoning the city's right of way into parkland is another step the city can be taking. This has been done in the White Mud Wildlife Conservation Area. They've made, in the 99-foot road allowance, they've made nature corridors. They don't cut trees. They don't put roads in. They use that.
Where's that?
The White Mud Wildlife Management Area in Western Manitoba. It's an area that I worked on when we worked on the Energy East pipeline. So the city is also needs to designate this region a heritage site, because once it's designated as a heritage site, the province also has the ability to do this. Only the city and the province can do this, which is why we've been telling people, look, the only way this moves forward is talking to the city of Winnipeg and talking to the province and getting those pieces put in place. the cutting permits that are in place, the cutting permits that the city of Winnipeg issues from now on out must have a required sweep for affiliated woodpecker cavities. It's federal law, and we can go ahead and we can be a city that that holds up biodiversity like we've agreed to do. The vision for what the city wants to be, having green space that everybody can access, we can be great. We can be great like cities around the world, but it requires us at this table and in these conversations to say, yes, we are going to develop, we're going to densify, we're going to put in long care assisted living beds, but we're also going to protect nature in every single neighborhood we have.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Rader, Councillor Edie?
I just want to establish this, so over at the Seven Oaks House Museum, the land there plus Passive Park sort of attached, adjacent, the government of Manitoba established a heritage site where any improvements or anything you want to do there, you have to get the approval through the province, and they'll refer it to various groups who have status to present their feelings. So that's what you're referring to, is when they get the heritage, that you have to have a qualified archaeologist on site when you're moving ahead and doing this kind of stuff?
Yeah, the critical step, I got called Monday afternoon, and by the time Tuesday evening rolled around, we realized that the developer was planning to go cut trees down, and looking at how we stop trees from falling on this forest while the public has a conversation of what they'd like to see with the LeMay Forest. That's a really critical piece, and those steps that I see, as Louise May has brought forward the Cemeteries Act, obviously there shouldn't be cutting done. The designating this as a heritage site, so any cutting has to be looked at by people instead of just the private landowner walking in and cutting down trees, even if it may contravene the Federal Migratory Birds Convention. That's the spot where the city is and what we need to happen.
So under that, just over where I'm talking about, the public service actually has to, if they, if we're asking them to do something like a path and whatever, even if they're taking down trees and stuff, the city actually has to get approval from the province, not from Department of the province. But so as you got into this, you were saying you were looking at Duck Mountain. So when did you were saying there's the original, the Assiniboine Forest, which I believe is protected just under the city already. There's no plans to develop that. It's owned by the city. The other two, well, you mentioned the LeMay Forest. So when did you're with the wilderness? Sorry, what's your position?
The Wilderness Committee. I have a fancy title at the Wilderness Committee, but I'm a director work across the country.
Okay, so when did you start looking at LeMay?
It's been a couple of years that the LeMay Forest has been on my radar, but until I put localized city work, trying to expand nature in the city into my work plan, which was originally in April, but I shelved that. So the write-up I already did on that LeMay was from April, but it was literally last Monday when the need for folks to be aware of the federal protections that were not being respected, that was when this
ecological, not the heritage, but the ecological aspect, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Not the heritage. Okay. Well, I was just trying to establish, like, the more I learn about the LeMay Forest, and the more I learn about, and education is part of Truth and Reconciliation. The more I learn about this, I'm wondering why nobody moved to establish it as a heritage land, as we did over at Seven Oaks House Museum. I'm not. Anyway, you probably can't answer that question. So
I would say that the work, I think 5 years now, the LeMay Forest Coalition folks have been looking at this. And again,
Because they don't own the land, they can't apply, right?
right, and the province is way too big to be able to watchdog the entire thing. And so my area of focus is areas of legislative protection. My specialty is environmental law and the colonial process. Now, I think the things that are coming into play in this forest are extraordinary. The cemeteries, the fact that graves would have been established outside of the formal cemetery because of the requirements of the Catholic Church, the ceremonial processes that are ongoing in that forest, like that piece is so critically important. The erasure of the needs of First Nations and Métis people to conduct ceremony, to be attached to their culture, that all exists right now in the LeMay Forest, and we're losing it because it is owned by private developers. And I would suggest that a majority of folks in Winnipeg and Manitoba support holding up reconciliation, holding up nature as an important part of our world, and moving on this forest.
Thanks.
Any further questions, councillors? Go ahead, Councillor Schreier.
So this is the, did you know, I just found out what a pillium is. It's the top of the head from the bill all the way to the nape of the neck. And so I just found out, if you wanted to know, woody woodpecker is a pileated woodpecker. So if you want to know in terms of around you, what it looks like, think Vivian Santos with dyed red hair. That would give you an idea of what it looks like. Well, I've already told her, but anyway, I think she's got an amazing hairstyle. That kind of reminds
The
me.
record, I called a point of order.
Okay, fair enough. And on that basis, you keep mentioning the pileated woodpecker. I had no idea that that's such a specific migratory pattern through this area. Is there anything else you can mention besides, and maybe you have just a definitive besides the pileated woodpecker?
About this forest? Yeah, the connectivity is a huge piece. So if you look at the Reed Noss back in 1986 stated that if he was going to use one thing to measure the degradation of wild spaces, it would be roads. So we have a dike, a berm that keeps the river from flooding into these lands, separating these two forests. But in general, these forests are intact, different than we see in other regions of the city. So that's one of the reasons why we want to connect the private LeMay Forest property with the existing city properties. The size of those trees, where you have a tree that might be 150 years old, it just towers above the other trees. And you sit there and you look at this and think about what was happening 150 years ago. And, another piece that Frank Edgar, his quote that he used all the time is that nature isn't only more complex than we think, nature is more complex than we can think. He was talking about forest ecology. We can plant as many trees as we need to. We know there's a huge city budget to try and figure this out. People are talking plant trees to change climate. We don't know how to build wilderness and nature and ecosystems. We know how to plant trees in place, but if you have an existing forest that's lived there and the web of life, because a pileated woodpecker cavity isn't being protected because of pileated woodpeckers, it's being protected because of all the other species that utilize it and show that you have a functioning, healthy ecosystem if you have pileated woodpecker cavities. So taking all those things and having an opportunity for a school that's within range to walk over and do a nature walk in the LeMay Forest. I led these walks, Nature in Your Neighborhood on the Seine River, which is the Little Forks Urban National Park proposal from my kids' school in COVID. We walked the class over, no one had to go inside, no one had to breathe the air. And I took classroom after classroom. They said, okay, if you're willing to do this, they brought every single class to me all day long. I was on the edge of the forest showing kids what nature in your neighborhood is like. And that's what we need. That's what we need all over the city, because we can't all bus out to Fort White. We can't all go to the Assiniboine Forest. Like, we need more of these all over the city. And the LeMay Forest is just one of the additives that the city is going to put in place over the next coming years. What we've learned in the time that I've been doing this job, we started saying that protect nature and wilderness because it's good for your soul. And I went door to door and I told people that, and they believed me. I'm trying to be persuasive, but The reality is that science in the Kunming-Montreal Protocol, 196 countries said together that if we don't protect nature and biodiversity, society is going to collapse. If we don't end the climate crisis, society is going to collapse. That's the reality where we are right now. And the process of moving towards a society that we live within the constraints of nature starts with the LeMay Forest.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions, councillors?
No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reader.
Thank you.
We will then move on to the regular meeting. I'll just confer with the clerk that nobody asked to come virtually. But if more as people learn that this item is on the agenda, we can break into the regular meeting. But without further ado, let's go into the 2025 budget review for councillors and city staff. I'll just note that I am planning to break at about 12:30, 1 o'clock. I think I'd like to push it to 1, but councillors, I do have lunch coming for you. If you wish. You don't have to, and for the staff in your room, the same thing. For those watching on television, my apologies and regrets, but if anyone has dietary restrictions, I ordered vegetarian. I did not order gluten-free, but there is a salad coming. So if you do have dietary, just send me a quick note. There's still time. If you're watching at home, my apologies for logistics, trying to keep it running. So we're here with the departmental budget presentation for 2025. Rockstar team here. We'll just get the computers ready and there's a presentation. I will fill in, like they say in television, while we're getting set up with some commentary about budget and budget process. Sometimes we hear and move in a meeting. Sometimes we lay it over and move. You know, we are still consulting on budget. Councillors are having individual events. I plan to host some events similar to last year, some virtual, some in my new ward office and some in community, both as a local councillor and as chair of property and development, offering up those meetings. This is also an opportunity to come and talk to us about budget, municipal accommodations. As I used to say when I was chair of community services, it completes me. And we hold you know, some really special properties, the community services properties in our portfolio at Property and Development, the Standing Policy Committee. It's our responsibility to advise council on what we feel opposite each and every agenda item. And so we try and do that. But we're very lucky and fortunate to have great talent like Mike McGinn, who keeps me laughing during budget because sometimes, you know, with your humor, if you don't mind me telling the public, your family knows this full well, you need a big glass of water to receive that comedic stylings of Mike McGinn. It's rather dry, but once you get it, you get it, and it's a pleasure in budget and all year round, but oftentimes in budget. And I see members of the finance team just nodding appreciatively of the comedic stylings of Mike McGinn. This is well known in the public service, but you know, no pressure, but here he is, folks.
Thank you. As I've said before, and I'll say again, any day where I get to spend part of it with elected officials is a good day. And
You're easy to please.
and I also hope I'm not out of order in saying Councillor Edie's bow tie is awesome.
I know.
I know.
Totally is.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a PowerPoint up on the screen. This is the planning, property and development department. Also involves assets and project management's infrastructure planning group, I should say. presentation. There's a separate one for Assets and Project Management Department, Municipal Accommodations Division, which we'll get to after this. And just flipping over to the next slide, which is the agenda. It's a standard agenda that you will see with all the other, well, if you're on other committees, you'll see that at those meetings as well. And then we flip to the next slide, which is service highlights, business plan statements. And I'm going to turn this over to Hazel and or Jeff, and she and or he will walk through the next number of slides.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you all for this opportunity just to highlight some of the key achievements that our departments have achieved with strong support of the elected officials and also broadly across the public service. The zoning bylaw amendments that were adopted in the previous 12 months include the development permit exemptions, the rapid zoning bylaw amendments, the infill guidelines, and the malls and corridors, the last of those which will be effective as of the last day of this month. And then also in progress is infill housing that in council's December meeting was called for a public hearing in June. The Housing Accelerator Fund covers the Initiative 1, which are the rapid zoning bylaw amendments, Initiative 2, which are the secondary plan upgrades, and Initiative 7, which are the IT supports and online portal upgrades. So Initiatives 1 and 2 are going forward together. So when you saw the malls and corridors public hearing in November, and first, second, third readings in December with effective date in January, those also had, along with it, secondary plan amendments extensively, which is Initiative 2, to support those. Also, in the last 12 months, Center Plan 2050 was adopted. The temporary patio program was made permanent so that now the city of Winnipeg is the fastest, 24 hours, and cheapest free city in Canada to get a temporary patio permit. Also, we had enhancements to permits online, releases to both residential building and trade permits in 2024. And then Jeff, you want to pipe in on the next 4 bullets?
Yeah, so in terms of the assets and project management group, in terms of the achievements, the 2024 infrastructure plan was presented to council in December 2023 and approved. These provided a number of highlighted projects, key projects that greater than 5 million and funded unfunded projects were approved, and we have that online now. There was a 2024 accessibility plan that was developed by the team and approved by the chief administrative officer. We're required to update this plan every 2 years. We're going to keep that going. The team is also working on a continuous improvement initiative, which automates the investment planning process, which assists in gathering information and improving access to that information in terms of the way business cases get developed and presented from the individual departments through their budget presentations and through their budget submissions. There's also ongoing work for the Strategic Facilities Master Plan. A key component of that is the review of the office tower at 266 Graham that's ongoing, and a report will come to council later this year. Turn it back over to Hazel.
Sure. So from a 2024 financial forecast as far as budgets versus actuals as of November 30 numbers, the operating revenue shortfall of 4.9 million, which was inclusive of regulation fees, revenue shortfall of 5.2 million, just reflects a softer housing and commercial market for a number of reasons, the foremost of which were the higher interest rates. As those interest rates have started falling, you're starting to see some strengthening in that market. Operating expenditures had an overage of about $400,000 with a net mill rate contribution shortfall of 5.3 million.
I'll just add one thing, without making it a promise of any sort, but beginning in 2024, we have to adhere to a new revenue recognition standard, according to the Public Sector Accounting Board rules that we follow. It may result in recognizing more revenue than we would have in the past, such that this $5.2 million regulation fee shortfall may end up being less. You'll notice I said may and could be and might, so just wanted to get that point out there without making any promises.
Can you,
Yeah.
can you, this is set by that national organization, right?
Yeah.
Can you email us the standard change? I'd like to read it or listen to it. If
I
you
think you're the first person that's ever asked me that.
Well, just so you know, well, actually, my chosen career path after I graduated Red River College was accounting, financial management. So I'm curious because they made some changes I wasn't too happy about when it comes to auditing now. So you're saying in the last audit that was undertaken, this is where they're saying that we now have to implement this new standard?
Yeah, effective 2024 year end.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you could.
Yeah.
You could, yeah, I'd like to read it.
Sure. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Hazel.
Right?
I do have a question.
Oh, sure.
Okay, we can do them as you come or, let him get through the presentation. What do you prefer, Councillor Schreier?
I believe he was handing it off to Hazel, so I thought this might be the time. I wasn't
go ahead.
sure.
Go ahead.
You'd mentioned a regulation fee shortfall. Okay, sorry, can you explain that again?
That's permit fees.
And it's a shortfall in forecasting? It's a shortfall in
Shortfall between what's budgeted and what we're projecting will be realized.
That's this off market you were talking about.
That's right.
between what's budgeted and what's forecasted. So we're forecasting a shortfall.
Correct.
Is it based on an expectation of reduced fees, or because of an increased budget?
Well, it's a combination of the budget going up by the rate of inflation, which was 2%.
Yeah.
And a softening of the market as alluded to by Hazel. We've seen it the last number of years. It's just a high interest rate environment. Many other factors have contributed to less construction work, both commercial and housing. And we don't go out onto the street with sandwich boards saying, get your permit this week, 2 for 1. We just respond to the market.
Right. And Hazel's mentioning how the interest rates have been falling.
Yep.
Okay.
So hopefully next year is better.
Okay.
So as far as continuing with service highlights and business plan statements, as far as our future plans go, the city building visionary changes are largely in 3 different areas. One is center plan, which has a wide variety of ways to support development in downtown Winnipeg, including things like the short-term street animation of Graham Avenue starting in July. Another big part of the visionary changes as far as city building are the green space master plan, which is in co-development with Indigenous leaders that is in collaboration with the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources. So this is it used to be called the Green Space and Biodiversity Master Plan and Bylaw. One of the first things that our Indigenous co-development table did was shorten that down to Green Space Master Plan. But that is that larger initiative that you would know by that other name, which is predominantly federally funded, but now the Center for Indigenous Environmental Resources has brought in almost the same amount of budget to match that federal budget. Then the third large initiative are those secondary plan amendments and zoning upgrades. So we are, again, expanding on the types of development that would have development permit exemptions in collaboration with industry leaders, and the implementation of the malls and corridors PD plan development overlay. And then the infill housing, which will be coming forward to you late spring. And then the full zoning rewrite, which our commitments under the Housing Accelerator Fund says that we will have selected a consultant to assist with that full rewrite of our zoning bylaw no later than December 15 of this year. Then as far as service and operational enhancements, the digital permitting and permits online expansion, as well as permits online 2.0 are ongoing, funded largely by the Housing Accelerator Fund. There are also a number of challenges that the 2025 operating budget anticipate, including staffing. We'll talk a lot more about staffing here in the next few slides, but recruitment and retention of experienced staff and specific skill sets are an ongoing problem across both departments. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit as well.
Yeah, that's correct. In terms of project management staff with skills, the recruitment of a universal design coordinator, which is a vacant position at this time. And we're looking to continue recruitment to try to fill that specific role because it is a service support role across the city. But yes, in terms of the Hazel's point, also the reliance on temporary funding for us to fund temporary project managers and instead of full-time equivalent positions to keep up with the workload within assets and project management.
And also within planning, property and development, especially with our, permit reserve quite, low. And not knowing if our temporary unbudgeted positions, some of whom have been with us for a decade now, will be able to be maintained. Also, we have increasingly complex regulations and legislated service standards with more stringent provincial permitting service standards coming to effect on March 1 of this year. And so that cuts down our response time anywhere from 1.5 times faster to 2.5 times faster from what we're doing right now versus what we'll need to be delivering on March 1 with no additional we have 10 additional budgeted full-time employees, but those are folks who already work with us now as temporary and budgeted positions. So, and then in comparing what March 1 of this year will require us to respond versus a year ago right now, it would be 10 times faster response times. So it's significantly faster outcomes with, once again, those lowest planning expenditures per capita of any other city in Canada. So this lack of funding in the permit reserve, again, adversely affects the retention of temporary staff, and the lack of planning resources during time of increased demand for services is certainly a challenge, as well as addressing the Housing Accelerator Fund timelines. So if we look at the cumulative housing and commercial permit volumes, where we are for the numbers that we have for 2024, it's lower than 2022 permit volumes, but higher than 2023. So, the volumes bounced down from 2022 to 23, but now bouncing back up, not quite as far up as we were hoping they would bounce. Hence that projected reduction in budget that Mike was discussing earlier. When we look at how we have been able to hit our permit and inspection performance metrics. So what you see on the screen now is from a building permit performance. So anything in green means that the timelines were met between 90 and 100% of the time. Anything in yellow, the building permit response times were met between 75 and 90% of the time.
And then red shows when less than 75% of the time we met those timelines. So again, when the March 1 timelines come into effect, we will expect a lot more of this chart to go into the yellow or red. However, for 2024, the majority of the time we were really hitting our metrics quite well. Then if we look at that also from a development perspective, whereas the last screen was a building permit perspective, once again, those same 90 to 100% in green, you're seeing, really good response overall, but there is a significant amount of red, and the red definitely occurred during months that we had more challenges with staff retention. It's hard to retain temporary unbudgeted staff. They are easy pickings for other surrounding municipalities who frequently hire them away from us and also from the private sector as well. So we would anticipate that trajectory to continue as our timelines get shorter.
Can I make a comment on that and maybe you could respond? So we have before us an act of the legislature that is not gone through and acclaimed. As a matter of fact, it's in review. And so while we have the March timelines, there's every indication by the provincial government that no one is coming to enforce. So this is, pages 6 and 7 are really without that deadline that, of course, the department is really conscious of. But can you reflect on, given it's taking, 2 slide decks here, can you reflect on what you know of the consultation that, when the committees go up now and AMM and city is looking, I can go over to make sure that number one, those aspects of the law are not proclaimed, and number two, what administratively are you doing to mitigate, looking like this, the hiring, for instance, if you could speak to, and, why, you might assume that it is going to be proclaimed and then someone's going to come and find the city, but, it might not be. So we're organizing around a certain set of facts, when my best read of it is that it's not going to be proclaimed the way it was set out a few years ago by another government.
Excellent questions, Madam Chair. The performance standards regulation that I was referencing is the Buildings Act, which came into force on March 1, 2024. So those are those tighter timelines that document, which has been proclaimed, puts out there. However, your point is well taken that there's no established fines associated with what happens if we don't hit those timeframes. And certainly the province is undertaking its review, as you mentioned, that you've been heavily involved in, to look at this again. So certainly they would have the opportunity to change that. But as far as this adopted standard that is in full force and effect now, that will be what we as a department are aiming to achieve. But we fully anticipate we won't be able to hit those standards that frequently are 10 times faster than they were a year ago today.
Okay, so that's why you're saying some of this will not be green. It'll be more yellow because the timelines are shortening and you're going to reflect the legislation in that, and you anticipate due to your staffing that most of this will be yellow and you'll be risking meeting.
That's right. Which is why this, this was our performance for January through September of 2024. And when we put those newer numbers in place for the targeted time, the legislated DP intake calendar days and the legislated building permit award, and then especially inspections. Inspections are typically 10 times faster than as of March 1 than they were 1 year ago today. So once you take all that into effect with no new staff, that's why we would anticipate these two pages of this presentation going predominantly yellow and more red than it has now. If we are measured against those newer, tighter timeframes.
And if we don't have good news with respect to attaching development permits to building permits, which we've asked for.
Right, but even then, if these faster, that would certainly help. And we are doing continuous improvement analysis internally right now to look at ways that we can try to mitigate this challenge before us at the moment, and have some hopeful ideas there. But these two charts are what initially sparked that request for 77 additional FTEs, 39 of which have been temporary unbudgeted and working sometimes up to 10 years in a temporary unbudgeted position. And then the rest of those 77, in order to make these two charts completely green. That's what we feel would be required.
Well, yeah, we established that in 24, right? The 36 positions.
That's right.
Yeah, and you're continuing with that this year in 25.
Right. So
and so you're going to try to manage this. You have a slower, but does our committee receive a semi-annual report on how permits are proceeding and how things are going?
we do through.
We do? Okay.
Predominantly through the budget process.
Oh, only through, well, that's only annually, right? Okay. Okay. No, we asked quarterly.
Quarterly, okay. So when we talk about performance reporting for the city of Winnipeg, we are mandated to develop and maintain planning tools such as our Winnipeg Development Plan and the Complete Communities Direction Strategy, which guide and leverage sustainable growth and change to achieve city goals. So in doing so, city planning enables participatory planning processes with diverse stakeholders to identify and respond to community needs to improve quality of life. And when we look at our Winnipeg under city building, economic prosperity, leadership and governance, and when we also look at the strategic priorities action plan for goal 1, it says support the review, alignment, and implementation of our Winnipeg and Complete Communities Direction Strategy through interdepartmental coordination, local area plans, zoning bylaws, and other tools and guidelines. So here on performance reporting, we're looking at the number of development application reports and other planning reports. And so for 2024, that was a target of 567 development application reports and 25 other planning reports. And those include long-range planning, downtown and neighborhoods, riverbanks, and parks planning. So changes to methodology back in 2022 affected some of that a little bit. So when we look at effectiveness measurements on how well we're doing for this particular area, we're still, above 60%. With 50% of folks being somewhat satisfied and 14% of folks being very satisfied on this effectiveness measure. And that is up a little bit from 2023. And then when we look at efficiency measurements, however, when we look at total cost of planning per capita, the city of Winnipeg spends $8.33 per resident on planning here. And versus like if we compare at the next two lowest cities, Windsor spends $29.12 per person, and Sudbury, Greater Sudbury, $44.25 a person. So once Winnipeg is still the lowest city in Canada on how much we spend per person on planning. So we feel like that 64% effectiveness measure is pretty good considering the efficiency measurement that we are less than a third of the mean dollars per person that mean Canadian city spends.
It's dropping.
Yeah, if we go back a slide.
2019, it was 851.
Right. I mean, it's up a little bit from 2020, but you're right. Since 2019 and 2020, it absolutely, and 2021, it absolutely is dropping. So
what would be the average if you add in all of the divisions? What would that number look like compared to other cities? I know it's hard to do that because other cities don't have certain things in the planning department, but they don't have the same divisions.
do you mean,
Apples to apples.
do you mean other departments?
No, I'm talking about your whole department. This is city planning. So this is the division of planning, right? What would be
No,
the
it's-
whole, or is this the whole
It's
department?
the whole
Yeah,
department.
yeah, this.
Oh, this is the whole department. Okay.
Councilor White, this is from Municipal Benchmarking Network Canada.
Okay.
Which they have a methodology which is fairly complex. But the whole idea is taking into account the variances between jurisdictions and coming up with as close to an apples to apples
Okay.
comparison as you possibly can.
Thank you. So that's pretty. Wow.
So what's Hamilton or?
We're that big of a difference? The next one is Windsor.
That's, yeah.
And is that also Western Canadian cities taking?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I don't know that these are the next lowest, they're just representative of other jurisdictions, the full
Is there anybody like us,
We are the lowest.
We're the lowest.
compared to who's the next one? Do we know?
I'd have to look.
What's like Edmonton, Calgary? Those are the ones we
Edmonton or
compare.
Hamilton.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
Calgary, no, that's,
the lower
it
mainland.
grows so fast. Like,
yeah, they're, Edmonton and Calgary are higher than us, I think it's like Hamilton and
I know you've done it
Edina
before.
or something like that, that are similar, but still higher than us.
You've done it before. Could we get like of all the cities that we normally compare to, is that possible?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll make a note of it here and we'll get that to the committee members.
Absolutely. Thanks for asking.
one to be like, it was let's find out what they.
So then if we look at performance reporting with respect to development approvals, building permits and inspections, we have the commitment to provide legal permissions for property development. We, as well as audits for adherence to provincial codes and municipal bylaws for development, construction, alterations, demolition, and occupancy of buildings. This regulatory service includes plan examination, zoning review, inspections, and enforcement. So our Winnipeg says this will help us deliver on city building and leadership and good governance. And particularly for the goal of continue to streamline the permit application, approval, and inspections process in support of providing timely and predictable services. So customer satisfaction with zoning regulations and building permits, is it's trending up slightly. Our targets are to trend up more. These numbers are still being under process at the moment. But when we look at citizen satisfaction with zoning regulations and building permits, once again, in 2024, we are at 59%. So certainly lower than we would want to be. But when you look at the efficiency measurement associated with that effectiveness, the operating costs for building permits and inspection services, so honing in on that part of the department, per $1,000 worth of construction activity, we are at $7.92 for operating costs per $1,000 of a construction activity, as opposed to somebody like Sudbury, which is $21. Windsor and Kelowna are lower than us on that, according to the Municipal Benchmarking Network of Canada.
It's interesting. Who's lower?
So Mike, I might hand it back over to you at this point, if you like.
Since, because yeah, we have three.
Yeah, okay, thanks Hazel. We're getting into the numbers now. Now, this is of course a budget based on a service-based view. So areas which this committee has jurisdiction over. There are a number of the services, as you can see here: cemetery, city planning, development approvals, building permits and inspections, heritage conservation, neighborhood revitalization, property asset management, and then there's also the golf services SOA. This is an overview slide. Of course, we're dealing with 2025, which is an update year to the 2024 to 2027 4-year balanced budget. So there's not a whole lot of changes from what we had last year, and we'll go through that. But on an overview basis, we have a grand total of 355 FTEs. We have net mill rate contribution, and I should clarify that the 6.8 million that you see in mill rate contribution, it's really, it includes 1.4 million surplus from golf services. So if we back that out, it is 5.4 million mill rate contribution to the general revenue fund. A relatively small capital budget. Certainly PP&D is not huge. Assets and project management, not counting municipal comm, has no capital budget. The biggest one you see here is under heritage conservation of 6.6 million. We'll get to it a little bit later, but that's additional funding included in the preliminary budget for 380 William, the Legacy 150 City Archives building project. And we have a number of reserves as well. And here you just see the net changes. Cemeteries reserve growing by 200,000, and then a couple other reserves down by 400,000. The land operating reserve, which is the property asset management reserve, projected to be up by 5 million, and overall 4.3. And below the table, you can just see what other departments contribute to these services, but it's primarily PPD, and then of course assets and project management is a big chunk of the property asset management service. So going into a little.
Councillor White, did you want to intervene?
What was the number in 2024, Mike?
For what specifically?
For FTEs?
It would have been, well, I can tell you exactly. It was 312 plus 23. It was 335. So it's gone up by, it's gone up by 10. Sorry. So it was 345. The math's correct.
Yeah. Where did it go up? Which division?
Development and inspections primarily. It's in the development approvals, building permits and inspection service, as well as and so 9 of them were in the development and inspections division, and 1 in urban planning and design in the development permits area. And that's consistent. I think it may have been Councillor Edie mentioned earlier that we've been given 38, and that was 10 in 2024. There's another 10 in 2025, and then in the future years, there's 10 in 26 and another 8 in 27 at present.
Didn't change that. Okay.
Another question.
If I may. You mentioned the golf fund. You said something about offsetting costs with the golf fund.
Well, what I was saying is on this slide, sorry, let me do this.
Page 10.
Yeah, all of these service areas are within the general revenue fund, except golf.
Okay.
So when you're dealing with an SOA or a utility fund, you would typically describe it as a surplus or a deficit versus mill rate support or contribution. So all I was saying was all the services show a net positive, if you will, 6.8. But 1.8 of that, or sorry, 1.4 of that 6.8 is surplus in the golf services SOA. So if you were just simply to back that out and just look at the general revenue fund, the surplus is 5.4 million. And you'll see that in an upcoming slide.
Okay. Because you got brackets around it.
That's good. Brackets are good in this instance. Yeah. Brackets are good.
Mike, when we set up the parking authority, why was it put under Public Works? What was the rationale there? I mean, I get it, it's roads and everything else, but you can make an argument that parking is a direct relation to property development. Why do they get that? You know, the goose that lays the golden egg, so to speak, instead of.
It used to be under the jurisdiction of PPD.
It was, okay.
Yeah, it was for a number of years.
When was that changed?
Oh, I can't remember, but it's been 10+ years.
Okay.
Yeah, when I first came.
That all changed after Fielding left because all the SOAs used to be under, what was that, Communico or?
Yeah.
They've always been attached to their departments, right? The Glacial used to be attached to Public Works, Fleet's attached to Public Works, and parking and golf were under PPD. And then I don't know the rationale for the decision at the time, but parking was taken away from PPD, if you will, and attached to Public Works. And I'm going to say it was 2008, something like that. So it's been a long time.
From your point of view, does it make a difference?
Less work for me, so I like it.
No. No. In terms of a policy, like it can work just as well here.
Yeah.
Public Works has a lot to do with vehicles.
And what is the dividend? You know what they're?
No idea.
Right.
In terms of the golf fund, we've been told before that the pressure on us to sell golf courses because we were operating at a loss. How is it that we have a profit of 1.4 million in this case?
There's a combination of factors, but probably the biggest one was the pandemic. Golf was one of the few safe recreational activities. There was a resurgence during the pandemic in golf interest and participation. And I remember Ben Fay saying to me, because I'm always playing sort of devil's advocate, being conservative, is this going to continue? And he says, well, we're really hoping for some retention. And that has happened. And it's not just the city courses, it's the industry as a whole has rebounded.
However, I would add to that, that having it as a business entity that gets to make its own business decisions for everything except for whether or not to increase FTEs is another giant factor in golf being able to turn a profit and act nimbly and respond to market demands. And so it's very good management. I see Ben Fay is on Teams on Zoom with us today. We'll be speaking to a later point in the agenda, but his management is certainly.
So we'll have a chance to talk about that later on. Literally the golf.
Yeah, there's an item on the agenda, the SOA Golf's 2025 business plan.
Just on that point, like if you're measuring it, Mr. McGinn, has Golf Services paid off the debt that was created when the SOA was?
Yes. I think what you're referring to is back in 2013.
Well, when they created Golf Services, there was
They
had to pay back the city. Yeah,
and that's continuing. I thought
so. Hasn't been paid off yet.
I don't believe so. Not all of it, but the $7.5 million line of credit.
Yeah,
you recall that? That was deemed to be, was approved to be paid back or had to be paid back by 2024, and because of the resurgence in the latter years, it was fully paid back in 2023. And of course, now there's no longer a due to the city from golf. It's the other way around now. So golf's in a positive cash position.
And I think they owed us money just when technically we sold to Golf Services the land, right?
Yeah, the land and buildings. And
so that still hasn't been.
Well, there was a loan equivalent to the net book value of the physical assets, excluding the land, because land doesn't depreciate.
Right.
And as those assets have been depreciated, that debt has been repaid. But
it has. Okay.
Yeah. I can get to the.
It happened when it used to come to community services.
Yeah,
it hadn't been based. Golf was kind of down through some years there. So okay, good. It's operating like a true SOA.
Yeah. So looking now. Oh, sorry. This is just the mill rate supported services, not golf. There's a separate slide like this and the ones to follow for golf in this presentation, just so you're aware. And now you'll see up top, Councillor Schreier, for example, that if you did the math there, 53.9 minus 48.5 equals 5.4 million mill rate contribution. So just a brief overview of what our revenues included in the 2025 budget, what they're comprised of. Almost 2/3 of it is regulation fees, permit fees, basically. 25% of it is transfers, and the biggest part of that is the transfer of the what we call the provision coming over from municipal accommodations to the general revenue fund. We'll get into this more in, if you wish, in the next presentation, but municipal accommodations, just to remind members of the committee, charge all the departments, utilities, SOAs, a market rent. So the revenue is based on the market. Expenses are based on what it costs to run the facilities. And like a property management company, for example, there's an expected return to the shareholder, or a profit, if you want to use that word. And that profit, if you will, or provisions that we term it, comes back to the owner of MA, which is the City of Winnipeg, which is the General Revenue Fund. So it's a transfer from municipal accommodations into the General Revenue Fund. And then the sale of goods and services comprises the remaining 11%. That is third-party lease revenue and cemeteries revenue, primarily. On the expense side, we've often hear that DPD and, of course, assets and project management were people departments. So it's not a surprise that our biggest expense component is salaries and benefits, over 70%. The other amounts are comparably small. I'll make a comment on the grants, transfers, and others of 24%. The biggest part of that is, again, related to municipal accommodations, and that's a transfer from the General Revenue Fund to municipal accommodations to pay for things, spaces, and services that they cannot charge another city department for. For example, like security around campus, vacant space, space used for storage, common areas such as, the meeting rooms across the courtyard on the second floor that's not attributable to any one department. So those kinds of things are paid for by the corporation, if you will, the General Revenue Fund. That's the biggest component of that. Flipping over to the next slide. What this is a comparison of 2024 to the 2025 preliminary budget. So in 2024, we had mill rate support of 8.3 million. That was 54 million in revenue and 45.7 million in expenses. What's in front of council this year is a mill rate contribution of 5.4 million. So its revenues are virtually unchanged at just down 100,000. The expenditures are up 2.8 million. And that's due to salaries and benefits, large part the 10 FTEs that I referenced earlier coming in. So that's the biggest component there. And then salaries and benefit increases with respect to collective agreements that have been negotiated. And then in the outer years, it's trending downward, as you can see. In terms of mill rate contribution, 2028 right now is looking at almost break even. And the biggest reason for that is transfers coming over from municipal accommodations. It's getting tighter and tighter over there. You've got an older stock of buildings costing more and more to maintain, and so putting a squeeze on those margins. But again, those are projection years, financial plan as we call it. So we'll see what happens going forward. This next slide, is simply a comparison of the 25 to 27, what we had indicated in last year's balanced budget submission, what we had projected for 25 through to 27. How does that compare for those 3 years in the 2025 submission? And as you can see, there's not much change. We had mill rate contribution this year of 5.4. Which I've mentioned a couple of times. We had last year we projected rather 6.4. So we're $1 million lower, and that's due to salary costs and adjustments to accommodation costs. And then in the outer 2 years, we're different by about $500,000, and it's basically due to salaries, because we don't know what all the negotiating agreements are going to come up with. There's always some variance there, but largely consistent. And then having a look at FTEs, Councillor White, you were asking about this earlier. See, we had 321 last year.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's all right. At 331 this year, it's 9.54 million increase. You might say, I thought it was 10. Well, it is 10, but then there's vacancy management that comes off of it. And then you can see our increases in salaries, the 2.6 that was mentioned on the previous slide, 25 over 24. And then just increases in accordance with collective agreements, and as well as 10 new FTEs, new budgeted FTEs in 26 and 8 in 27.
Just quickly on the vacancy management, did you meet the percentage goal?
Yes, we did.
Departments,
We did certainly for municipal accommodations, sorry, not municipal accommodations, but assets and project management. We did not quite meet it for PPD.
Okay.
And that's due to the number of
not meeting it.
Well, you know, it's people might say, great, you met your vacancy management target. Well, that is good in one way, but that means you've got a bunch of vacancies and there's a service impact, right? So you're trying to, like, my view of vacancy management, I'm not speaking for the directors, is it should represent natural churn or turnover. And you shouldn't be saying to yourself, well, I can't fill this needed position because I got to meet this number. But, you know, the budget reality does come into play when decisions are made. Sometimes vacancies are filling of them is delayed in order to remain within budget.
You were close. Okay.
We were very close. Yeah.
Is that trending down, Mike? For the vacants? Yeah, last 5 years. What's the number before? Well, percentage, I guess.
We are at about, PPDs is higher. I think PPD is around 6%, which is high. The APM infrastructure planning group and the office of the director is in and around 3 or 4%, which is more reasonable. We are trending down council-wide, and we're trying to do it as much as we can each year, you know, and stay within the parameters set for us.
So 4 years ago, what was it?
You know, you're testing my memory. I am a numbers guy, but I'm not that much.
Could you get us that number?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
So just to add to that, previously I had said that Winnipeg was the lowest on the total cost for planning per capita. And Lisa Pablo was just providing me additional numbers to say, no, actually this year, York was about 60 cents lower than us. So there is one city in Canada lower than us. And also the councillors had asked for comparison, what is Calgary? And while they did not participate in 2023, comparing Calgary's 2022 numbers, they were $37 per person versus Winnipeg's $7.90 per person, just for comparison. And Edmonton is not a member of MBNC, so I don't have numbers. But just to correct the record on them.
Interesting. Thank you. Right, moving to the next slide.
And I'm sorry, just for clarification, York is a former city within Toronto. How does that work? So is it recognized as a district or a city? It
is the city of York. It's
the city of York.
Yeah, North York was consumed by Toronto, not York.
Okay, in 1997, York, along with the remaining municipalities, were formally amalgamated to form the new city of Toronto. Today, residents now vote for the mayor of Toronto and as councillors of Toronto City Council. So is that the York we're talking about? I recognize it as a district of Toronto now. Well, that's what it says.
We have to get back to you on that. I don't know off the top, but I'll add that here.
Back in the days of Scarberia.
Lotsman was the mayor of York, and then they merged it all together, and Lotsman became the mayor of Toronto.
That GTA's very real.
Oops, I think I'm too far. The next item, before you, slide number 16, are the operating budget referrals. We have two. And the first is a waiver of encroachment fees for nonprofits. That would cost, if you will, the city $62,000 in 2025, increasing by assumed rate of inflation of 2% in 26 and 27. And as noted, that is not included in the budget. So should committee make a decision to recommend this moving forward, that would be an adjustment that would need to be made.
What was the dollar value?
To 62,000 in 25, 64, and then 66 in 27. Or, sorry.
I don't know if you can explain it, but I just found out that land titles won't allow encroachments under the title of land anymore.
I can't speak to that. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I'm going like, what? Anyway, that's what I was told. So it's interesting. All right.
The other item on the operating budget referral list is a little more significant. Well, a component of it is a little more significant. And that's that in 2025, 26, and 27, that development fee or fees associated with the downtown residential development be waived or reimbursed. The estimated amount for that each of those 3 years is 2.25 million in lost revenue. Also in 2025, there was a referral to the budget process that 250,000 be allocated for the development and implementation of a community focused plan for Thunderbird House and surrounding area, and a further 46,000 be allocated to fund seasonal honorariums for major neighborhood cleanup events. So the total referred to the budget process for Center Plan 2050 is 2.546 million in 2025, and then 2.25 in 26 and 27.
So was the 46,000 not put into the budget?
None of it has been put into the budget.
No,
If committee sees fit to recommend this going forward, these would, and ultimately council approved, they would be adjustments to the budget.
Which one were you concerned with, Councillor Edie? I couldn't hear you.
I think Councillor Santos was on the budget working group. That 46,000 was, and I think the 250. That's coming from her ward, and I think she was trying to push it. Anyway.
Oh, I see what you mean, the center plan piece.
Not the 2.5 million.
Reimbursement piece, but the 250 plus the 46,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Part of it. How long has the waiver of encroachment fees for nonprofit orgs been in budget? Do you know offhand?
I didn't hear you, Council.
The waiving of encroachment fees for nonprofit orgs, how long has that been in budget?
It's never been adopted.
This is something, I can't remember which report it came out of, but there was a recommendation, and then the committee decided to refer to the budget process.
9, 7. No, but we have had the fee waiver committee consider things for not-for-profits, which like it may or may not have been an encroachment to, if I feel like I'm piggybacking on Councillor Edie's point.
Are you talking about bylaw 89-205? I think it is 209, the waiving of property taxes?
No.
Or no?
No, the fees related to development.
I'm not aware of a program, or it may be one-offs. I'd have to.
There's a
It is
process
one-off.
there's a process to get it made.
Yeah, there's a process to do
And
it.
some have been approved and some haven't.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor, are you in reference to bylaw 66, 2016 gives this committee the ability to waive?
So we have in the past, in particular for affordable housing. This one's pertaining to encroachment, but we may have done it for not-for-profit orgs because we tend to do all of whatever permit on the build for the not-for-profit orgs. but it's been a long time since we've had that on the books.
And I'm sorry, this sounds could be really important to my ward. What are we talking about again? This committee has the ability to waive.
Yes, so
My application.
I believe we might have an item from City Center on this agenda. I have something different up than the agenda because we're in budget right now, but yeah, we've had since prior to my time in office, had the ability to waive development fees for not-for-profit orgs. It comes through a motion, perhaps through community committee. We don't do it often. We have to accept the argument, but that is what this committee does, and it's in bylaw, and we've had it. I'm thinking for as long as the three of you have been on council.
Oh, yeah, it's
right?
been as long as I've been on, probably as long as,
Yeah.
so why
It's part of the not-for-profit strategy loosely held, I'll say that word, that we have. But anyway, I digress, but when I look at this 62,000, it would be weird to, I look at it as a redundancy insofar as there's a whole host of different permits that you could waive, one of them being an encroachment. So it doesn't need, essentially, it would take an org bylaw, not a budget review, to change it. So I view it as redundant because we still have that power. And so whether or not this, I don't know if we know what this discrete $62,000 budget is for per se.
We do.
But, okay, so it must be for something that,
It's like simple encroachments of bollards, building projections, fences, public streetscaping, signs. And so we estimate that right now, there are about 250 of those simple encroachment licenses that currently exist with not-for-profit groups. So this 62,000 is if we would just waive those licensing fees, that would decrease our annual revenue by $62,000 a year.
Does that include the biz zones too? As a definition of not-for-profit?
No, we're not, business improvement, business improvement zones don't own land. No, business improvement zones are not allowed to own land. So therefore, no, they're not allowed to own land. No.
anyways, this is an interesting one because both things are true. We might see it again
I need to ask a question
because
about
of the
this.
policy that we have versus a budget decision.
If I can, I want to squeak in a question here.
Of course, Councilor.
I hope it apply. I just want to know, can this be done retroactively? The waiving of development fees, just thinking of that.
So right now, we're not talking about development fees, only encroachment fees.
Okay.
That retroactive would be a grant, essentially, city paying back an organization. But Councilor Rollins,
Because it's not related to permits, so then it wouldn't come. It wouldn't, so forget everything I just said on the record, because it's not, I really require my reading glasses. Even on that. Because this is an encroachment fee, not the development permit fee.
So the licensing fee, they're on 250 properties. Did you say 250 properties?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, it's 250 properties that currently are owned by a nonprofit and currently pay annual encroachment fees to the city.
62,000 divided by 2. Siri, somebody do that quick calc for
$2,500.
2,500? That could be a lot of money for NGO.
just moving on then to the capital budget.
Well, I just.
Not huge, as I mentioned earlier. There's only 3 services that report through this committee that have a capital budget. And that is cemeteries, development approvals, building permits and inspections, and heritage. So cemeteries, that's cemeteries improvements, cemeteries planning and development, and also cemeteries like columbaria purchases. And that's a total of 943 last year. This year it's at 579. In the forecast period, 2.2 million, and overall for the 6 years about 2.8. Development approvals, building permits and inspections, there is nothing in this service area for 2024. There's 2.2 million in 2025, and what that represents is a request to re-budget previously approved digital permitting capital as we continue with that project. The one difference, and you'll see this in your capital, your supplement to the budget, the capital budget book, if you will, is that the $2.2 million funding source, rather than being from the permit reserve fund, which has had a zero balance the last few years and is anticipated to have a zero balance in future years, the funding source is the Housing Accelerator Fund Reserve. The 210,000 in the forecast period is computer automation, which is now under the purview of INT corporately, but it does relate to the service area. So a total of 2.4 over the 6-year time frame. And the final one is the 380 William project, the Carnegie Library, the archives. There's 12.146 million approved in 2024. An additional 6.584 million is included in the preliminary capital budget due to refinement of cost estimates. And then there's also 200,000 in 27, I think it is. It's in the city clerk's budget for specialized shelving for that facility. Yeah, so the total is about 6.8 million. And overall, under this service area, over the 6-year time frame, it's 12 million, of which not nearly 9.4 is in 2025. But again, reiterating, 2.2 of that is previously approved capital that is being requested to be rebudgeted.
How much is the specialized shelving?
200,000 is what's in the budget. I think that's on might be page 188. I think it's page 188 or something. But if it's not that, it's 172.
Can I get clarification on?
Yep.
So the investment in our cemeteries, when they calculate that, there's expected revenue with the kind of work that they're doing coming back, right? Like,
yeah.
So when you're saying it's lower this year at 576,000?
546, I think.
Yeah, 546.
579. I'm sorry.
79. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's an investment, and they're expected, through payments for anyway. So that's just expanding their cemeteries' capacities, right?
Correct. The planning and development program for cemeteries is it's for road work and such to get previously or currently rather inaccessible areas, primarily at Brookside, but also the other cemeteries.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Columbia program is because that's a high demand option for internment these days.
That's like the
I call it like a.
That's the ones I was getting at. That's a return. You get a return on your investment.
Correct.
No, it's not on the road.
No, but I mean, in order to open up areas for future Columbia and whatnot, you need to let roads. But and there's other options they're looking at all the time, like green burials and natural burials and that type of stuff. But the Columbia, there's a good return on investment, and the goal of the cemeteries branch is to one day become mill rate neutral, if not a mill rate contributor. But right now, there's still about 700,000 or 800,000 supported.
Yeah.
But with these investments over time, we hope to move them over to.
Given that, I think council established the coverage for veteran internment.
Yeah.
Do we know how much that ended up being last year? And that's still in the budget though, right?
Yeah, I'd have to find out from our cemeteries administrator. I do recall the amount being somewhere in the neighborhood of 22,000
for 24.
Yeah.
Okay.
The budgeted, what we actually, weighed, if you will, I don't know. But if you want me to find out, I can find out.
It's not a big. No.
Okay.
I can wait.
All right.
The answer.
Okay.
Just curious.
Let's good segue into the next slide is key projects funded in the capital submission. We just talked about the new Columbia investment program. There's 800,000 funded between 25 and 30. And the cemetery planning and development program, which again is, to open up new areas, new full body interment sections at Brookside. We've got 1.4 million over the 6-year time frame. Digital permitting, I've mentioned this, so I won't belabor it, 2.2 million in 2025. And then again, the archives building, we have 6.58 million in 2025. In terms of capital budget changes, not many. Well, I should say that there are some. The additional budget currently included in the 2025 capital budget for the City of Winnipeg Archives building is 6.584 million. There was 188,000 added to cemeteries improvements for 2025. And again, the 2.2 rebudget amount for digital permitting capital. So overall, that gets us to the 9.363 that's in front of committee and today. That's up from 391,000 that was in the adopted in principle, if you will, budget in last year's submission. And then there are no changes from 26, 27, 28, 29. And next we have a capital referrals, and you'll notice this is slide 21 in the handout. There's a slight change. It was pointed out to me at the last hour that I had made a mistake here. There's 250,000. The first item in the text there, that up to 250,000 for a pilot project to animate Graham Avenue. That is in fact in the draft budget. So the PowerPoint that's up on the screen has it right. The handout that you have has it incorrect. And then there's 1.5 million for detailed construction and design drawings for Graham Avenue, which technically isn't under this committee. It's Public Works, but it's kind of a, I don't want to say convoluted, but nuanced. How about that? That's a better word.
It's getting even worse.
Yeah,
It's going to get worse because the new executive director of Center Venture makes a statement that they're going to be the lead on Graham Avenue repurposing.
That's what's in the that was in the report, Councillor.
It was, right?
Yeah, the July report.
Right.
To be led by Center Venture.
So that was that money flowed over to Center Venture to.
Well, that would have to be worked out by agreement without. I would assume that would be the case.
Okay.
Yeah. Just moving on to the reserves, we have a few under the purview of this committee. The City Cemetery Reserve Fund. You may wonder what happened to the St. Patel, Brookside, and Transcona ones. Well, they were amalgamated last year into one city reserve fund. And the primary driver for that was investment of proceeds that go into that fund. It can be bundled and achieve a higher return. So that was the primary reason for that. And you can see over the course of the upcoming years, the projected balance is projected to increase, 100,000 this year over last, and then just creeping up by 500, 400,000. So steady growth, which is what you would expect. The land operating reserve, of course, can't talk about potential sales in a public setting as I can compromise negotiating positions, but it's anticipated that we'll have $5 million in net growth in that reserve in 2025. And have a balance of 18.4 at the end of the year. And then there's an increase of another almost 3 million for 26, and then a decrease of $1 million or so anticipated for 2027. The housing rehabilitation investment. Sorry.
Maybe it's simpler to just ask on this particular LOR. Well, that balance would end up there, even though I believe, is it through here, whoever, GCWCC gets funding for grants that are applied for by community centers. Are you saying you're projecting at the end of the year that it'll be net of the money? Because I think the money for that comes out of the LOR.
Yes, all those allocations are included. There's a number of allocations from the land operating reserve that have been included for a while. And not only the 15% that you're talking about for those grants, there's also 5% for the Gail Carbon Hammerquist Fund, of which 4% of that goes to Center Venture for heritage buildings in the downtown. The other 1% is for citywide heritage program administered by the Historical Buildings Committee. There's also 5% for land enhancement. There's also 3% for trees. So there's a lot of draws on that reserve. And there's
So you're netting it out.
yeah, all that's included. And there's typically a transfer from the reserve to the general revenue fund to help offset mill rate support. So there's lots of activity going on there.
So we're losing from the reserve on an annual basis?
No, we're not losing. We're council deciding where to invest some of the net proceeds.
But is the reserve maintaining?
It has to. It can't go into a deficit position.
Sure, but it can go to zero.
Yep.
Is it, so are we reducing our reserve at this point? Have we been reducing it?
Well, it fluctuates. It's highly dependent on sales, right? Some sales are projected to occur in whatever 2026, and for whatever reason they don't occur till 2028. You know, there could be some kind of dispute or whatever contaminations found. There's a myriad, if I can use that word, of reasons why these things fluctuate. So to say it's going up or going down is kind of moot.
All right, well, if I may be moot for a moment, can we tell us, can we know where it's gone in the last 10 years? That's usually, when fluctuations, that tends to be one way of seeing whether it's going up or down.
Yeah. I mean, over time, it's going to go down because the city only owns so much property that it can sell.
But on that basis, you could still maintain the reserve. It could be going up every time you sell, even if you slow down because you have less. You could be going up at a lower and lower rate.
Correct.
But that's not what has happened.
That's well, if that transpires, that it goes up at a lower and lower rate with the use of the reserve for the various items I just articulated. The balance is going to go down over time
because
we're drawing more out than we'd be bringing in.
Okay, and that is what's happened over the last decade?
No, that's speculative. There have been some years where the balance has dropped for that reason, but it's not so much that, well, council said we're going to use so much for X, Y, and Z. It's more typically a sale and typically a relatively larger dollar volume sale that doesn't occur in that year.
Sure. Okay. So given these factors, do we know whether the reserve is as high as it was 10 years ago?
I'd have to go check for you.
10 or 15 years ago, it had a sale of a huge parking lot in it.
Did you want me to get back to you on that, Council?
Yes, please. That'd be
okay.
Just trying to keep track of the reserve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait. Okay, I made a note of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, now everybody's favorite topic, golf. There's a shot of, I can't remember which hole, but somewhere on Kildona.
Which hole in Kildona?
I can't remember. Ben's on the line and wants to weigh in.
We're looking forward to this one.
Yeah. So there's some performance reporting. Municipal golf courses were established in 1921, if you can believe it. But the SOA itself was
that with the West Kildona?
Yeah, the Kildona.
Yep.
Kildona golf.
Yeah, they just had their 100th anniversary course 4 years ago. 2025 is 100 years for Windsor. So maybe Ben will speak to that later on. The SOA itself was created in 2002. And it's responsible, of course, for operating and maintaining golf courses, managing contracts and leases for city lands, and also, managing cross-country ski operations and the lease for Thermia Spa next to Crescent Drive. And in terms of being a green entity, golf has fully electrified their fleet of golf carts. They had 25% of them done in 2022 and then up to 100% since 2023. And then in terms of performance statistic, if you will, rounds of golf played at the 4 city operated golf courses. You can see there was a slight lull in 2022. I think that was after sort of the boom of the pandemic, and then it's been increasing. It's been increasing there since, and 2024 is looking like another good year. As mentioned earlier, we'd have a slide like this for golf. Obviously, almost all of their revenue is from the sale of goods and services, primarily green fees, but also cart rentals, concessions, merchandise, etc. And they do also have some, obviously lease revenue from the courses that are leased or operated on a managed contract basis. On the on the expenditure side, over half, 56% is salaries and benefits. They have 3 full-time year-round employees, and then they have a number of seasonals, of course, as you would expect. Total is about 23.7 FTEs. Next chunk of expenditures, 31% on goods and services, and that's everything from fuel and equipment and chemicals and fertilizers, maintenance materials, you name it. There's also some debt and finance charges on some previously funded capital out of the general capital fund, and some other expenses that are just 3%. And you can see that the projected surplus for 2025 is 1.4 million, which is the 4.6 in revenue minus the 3.2 in expenses, which is illustrated on the next slide. You can see last year the budget was 700,000 surplus. It's gonna be better than that, which is a good news story. And then for 2025, it's 1.4 million surplus, and that's with expenses remaining consistent and revenue growth both through rounds played and an increase in fees, in green fees.
I'm sorry, you're saying it's doubled? No,
Well, it's the budget, yeah. This is the budgeted surplus. Last year, we budgeted 700,000, and it's
going to be,
sorry, for 2024, it's going to be, we were wrong, it's going to be better.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
it's going to be much better.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And so that better outlook is now built into the future years budgets here, 1.4, and then you can just see it increasing marginally. Except for 2028, it's down a wee bit for some reason, but it's minor.
Would you, Mr. McGinn, would you prefer that, like I have some specific questions about cost in FTEs and stuff. Would you prefer I ask when the SOA report
I would
comes,
suggest
or-
you do. I will still be here and I can speak to some dollar figures if required, but Ben, if you're asking why this or why that or what's the plan for this?
Essentially, I want to ask a question, but I think Mr. Fay will answer it better. I know, well, the Lone Golf Course is in my ward.
Yeah.
So I get the calls, and there's a lot of complaints. We were having, I think, trouble recruiting those seasonal employees.
Okay, yeah, that's
Maybe
a
I'll
question.
just ask Mr. Fay.
Yeah.
Back in my first term, I was on community services standing committee. I was discussing electrification, getting electric golf carts. At the time, the directors said that it wasn't worth it. I was explaining how they've been around for decades, it was nothing new, and within years, it was going to become feasible, if not at that moment. In fact, Marty Morantz, who was the counselor at the time, didn't know about this stuff, so we moved a motion together to electrify the golf carts. It didn't pass, I guess, based on the recommendation of the administration. Despite the fact that I said within years, any way you look at it, it's going to become feasible. Can you tell us why it became feasible? We can just sort of say, as I predicted, as I explained within a few years of that motion.
I can, Counselor. That's a good question for Ben Fay.
Mr. Ben Fay is with us. I
Okay.
asked Ben Fay to join us. Your video is not on, however, so if you could put that on, that would be great. Unless you're having
Oh, there he is.
bandwidth issues. There you go. So.
Hello.
If you heard Councillor Schreier's question.
Yes, Councillor Schreier was specifically asking to our conversion from gas to electric carts, which he correctly stated that he asked us to look into a few years ago, and we did exactly that. We put a feasibility study together and brought in 13 electric golf carts on a pilot type project for the 2020 golf season, I believe, Councillor.
Okay.
And through that, we learned everything that what we already knew was that electric golf carts were the way of the future for cart rentals. We've realized the cost savings in that regard. It's also provided for a much more enjoyable golf experience for our customers. So we're now at a point where we have 120 electric carts shared between Kildonan, Windsor Park, and Crescent Drive.
Thank you. That's energy and environment. Thank you.
Might as well ask them the same.
Yeah, Councillor Eid, go ahead.
Yeah, I might as well ask you, anyway, I was just, I know we were having trouble recruiting seasonal employees, which resulted in what some people were saying was not a great golf experience. Has that improved your ability to recruit and those seasonal workers, and is that still foreseen as a problem in 25?
I don't know specifically what complaints you're referring to, Councillor. I know that. I don't think the challenges we're experiencing with recruiting are any different than a lot of the other departments in the city, or really any companies outside of the city for that matter. It's been a challenging time post-pandemic to recruit and to find good people, especially on a seasonal basis. Students as well have been challenging in terms of wages and the competitiveness that we can offer. But we have a full staff complement for what we need, and things are on track in that regard.
Okay, just curious. Okay.
Okay, anything further?
Thank you.
Yeah, golf services, always a bright light. Excellent, excellent. It makes us think of something warm, which is not today.
Mini putt.
Okay,
One last slide.
Yeah.
One last slide on golf. Basically, this is the slide that says, what did they say they were going to do for 25 through 27 in the 24 budget submission compared to what they're saying is going to happen in what's budgeted for 25 to 27. And essentially that the change is a $700,000 increase to the surplus in each year. And that's reflective of the strong golf market and projected continuance of that. So that's good news.
It should be cymbals and drum, but it's budget, so here we are.
That is that, unless there are further questions.
Any questions? Seeing none.
May I just interject a note that Colin Stewart, the Corporate Performance Measurement Coordinator for Winnipeg, wants us to note that York, Durham, Halton, Niagara, and Waterloo are all regional municipalities under the Ontario construct and do not have the same planning responsibilities as cities. While no two municipalities are exactly alike, the more accurate comparison for 2023 would be with Sudbury, Windsor, and Kelowna. Kelowna is a new participant for 2023, and their operating planning cost per capita was $25.03. For comparisons, Winnipeg's operating planning cost per capita was $8.23.
But they do happen to have separate data for York, but it happens to exist.
They do.
That's interesting.
But it's an RM, not a city, so it's not really applicable.
Okay, so we were on golf, but thanks for that from a few minutes ago. And do you want to, that was the last slide on golf. And do you want to move into something else? It is 1 o'clock.
It's after 1.
It's after 1. Lunch should be here any minute. Did you want to break now, Councillor Edie?
I
If
do.
Mike McPikin, this is
Yeah.
a natural place to.
Yeah, I guess we'll continue with municipal accommodations, assets and project management department, municipal accommodations division after lunch.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to keep us tight at a 1:30 callback. Or do you want 1:45?
One right now.
It's after one right
It's
now.
10 after.
So 1:45 will come back,
Thank you.
right?
Could make it.
You wanna make it 2? Do you have stuff to do? Okay. Is that consensus of the group? 2:00 at 1:45. I did bring in lunch. Unfortunately, it's not here yet. And it's.
Sorry, I already have lunch.
And it'll be right next door.
I would love to eat your lunch, but
Okay,
I
well,
did bring.
great. I'll send an email around with respect to the lunch update, but we'll break now.
Okay.
And try to resume as close as possible.
You know,
Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Poverty and Development. We're resuming with our budget discussions. I want to note, though, Ross McGowan is here to speak to an item that isn't this one. He wasn't here earlier in delegation, so we would need a motion to hear him. You know, and I serve at the pleasure of this committee too, in part as chair. So he's here to speak to, the item is not before me right now. The item pertaining to Wildwood.
well, okay.
So
We need to suspend the rules because we only
We
suspended
would.
the rules for the other one, right? So
we would, so up to you,
I'm going to
Councillor.
suspend the rules to hear Mr. Ross McGowan on the matter of the what's it called Wildwood Golf
The
Course.
proposed lease agreement and acceptance of donations between Wildwood Golf Course Inc. and the city of Winnipeg at 739 North Drive. Report 6.
Is everyone amenable? We'll call the question really briefly. Aye.
Yeah,
Councillor Shire?
Aye.
Okay. If you don't mind, we'll hear from Mr. McGowan and then we'll move back into our regular agenda. Not the item I thought we'd be moving. I thought I'd be moving more delegations on your item, Councillor Wyatt. Here we are.
Thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate it. And it's been a long time since I've sat in this chair, so nice to see Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Edie and Schreier. Always a pleasure. Just very briefly, I apologize for missing the delegations this morning, but when you're retired, you don't get up nearly as early as you used to, so my apologies. Just very quickly, first of all, thank you to the administration, specifically Ben Fay and Jessica Zira for the great work they've done to help get us to the point we're at right now. We've set up this as a not-for-profit entity whereby we take all of the profits that the project generates over the next 25 years and we invest them back into the community. We formed an initial board for the not-for-profit, and to date, we've raised $500,000 of resident funds, and we're going to continue that as we move forward. So it's very important to us to have the lease finalized and the financing. Just as a quick update, we're very, very appreciative of Councillor Rollins and council for supporting us to the tune of $1 million. We are cognizant that that's tough money these days, and it is very much appreciated. We're just finishing off the development permit application, and we'll be applying for a foundation probably the end of February. We hope to get the piles in the ground for the latter part of March and have the beautiful clubhouse completed in operation for spring of 2026. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I know you've got a very robust agenda to thank for.
So why has the next question?
You're always amazing at delivering projects, Ross. $1 million, do you think it'll take that much, or what are your thoughts? Up to a maximum of $1 million.
Yes, that's just for your information. The clubhouse as it currently stands is going to cost about $3 million. So
that's what the
$1
report
million
says.
will be put to very, very good use. It's a 2,100 square foot clubhouse. It will have a 50-seat restaurant, an outdoor patio,
pro shop, and, kind of a mid-century modern character that blends in with the architectural character of the community.
What exists there now?
Right now, there's a trailer there. When the Wildwood residential development went forward, it included the purchase of the old Wildwood Club, and embedded in that was a small clubhouse. So for the past 10 years, they've operated out of an ATCO trailer, and it's kind of on its last legs, and it's in a lousy location. It's right on the parking lot. This will now be right on the golf course, and will free up some additional parking as a result of moving the trailer. The trailer will be moved down to the maintenance compound and used as offices for the maintenance staff.
So the ATCO trailer is a permanent asset?
It's an asset owned by Wildwood Golf Course Inc.
Okay.
Yes.
It can be used for years.
Well, it can't be used for years. I think its lifespan's probably got no more than 10 years left in it. Part of our long range plan would be to redo the old maintenance compound. That's probably 10 years down the road. We need to replace the irrigation system. There's improvements required to the golf course itself. The first phase was a commitment through the lease negotiations to build the clubhouses priority one.
Thank you. $177,000 per acre, they estimate if it was developed, is that?
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have,
Is
the whole purpose of this counselor is to preserve this as
Yeah,
space
for sure.
in perpetuity, right?
There's probably not the services in the ground anyway.
It's all in the floodplain.
Yeah.
But, no, that, it's kind of a preemptive move, frankly, counselor, that, if we can make the kind of investment that we think we can over the next 25 years, the value of that asset will be very significant. But the most important part is its value to the community. It's a major recreation resource.
This is a unique neighborhood, right, Ross?
Pardon me?
This is quite a unique neighborhood.
Well, it's an important neighborhood. I've lived there for over 50 years. My partners in this have lived there for 70 years. It's got longevity, it's got commitment. I think as an open space area, it's accessible to the public during the summer, but it's also a very, very cross-country ski venue.
I didn't read the lease with a fine tooth comb, but it's $1 million public money. What if what's the membership gonna be roughly?
Membership is around $1,500 a year.
Okay.
Right, so very affordable. And green fees for 9 holes is $34, $35.
And do you have a youth program or?
Yes, we're going to start a junior program.
Okay.
We're also going into the adjoining schools. We have a number of new Canadians, and make golf accessible to them as well. So we don't know how that's going to go, but that's our intent. One of the beauties of it being a not-for-profit, you can pretty much do whatever you want. We're not bound by a budget that restricts us from doing certain activities. So we want to build up the junior program.
And if somebody is financially not able to pay the $1,500, is there a program you're thinking of that possibly, or?
No. Okay. No, we'd send them to Crescent Drive.
Okay. Okay, good answer. All right. Well, no, it's nice to see that, but it's nice to hear about the youth program.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay.
Thanks, Ross.
Well, thank you very much for
Thank
coming.
Crescent Drive and-
Yeah, I liked how you also pointed to me with Crescent Drive. I do both 2 golf courses in the ward I represent. Councilor Edie, of course, is the both Kildonan Park. But, thanks so much for coming today, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. And thank you for breaking the rules. Thank you. By allowing me to come along. Yes. It's always a pleasure, Councilor Edie, to share it with you. Yeah, thank you.
We'll head back into our budget review for 2025. We were moving from golf services into municipal accommodations.
Correct.
Okay.
So as you see, We're into Assets and Project Management Department, Municipal Accommodations Division presentation. And the agenda sorry.
This is, for the record, they can then see it in real time. Yep. That anyone who wants to peruse standing policy committee, there is a fast forward function.
So there you have a picture of 185 King entranceway, and the agenda is the same as you saw earlier. The one notable exception is there's no C under number 4, which is reserves, because there are no reserves associated with municipal accommodations. So we'll move on to the next slide, and I'll turn it over to Jeff to speak to the service highlights and business plan statements.
Thanks, Mike. So I'm just for the committee as well. Brad Erickson is joining us as well to speak to some of the achievements of municipal accommodations, but just highlighting a couple key achievements. Retro commissioning of city buildings as part of a continuous improvement program to enhance energy efficiency is an ongoing workload for Brad's team. Capital project delivery is a specialty service on behalf of other departments within municipal accommodations. This includes a recently completed North District Police Station, as well as ongoing projects with the South Winnipeg Recreation Campus, Amalgamated Fire Station 9, the now complete and open temporary Waverly West Fire Station. Moving forward on the permanent Waverly West Fire Station, the Bunnyville Pool renovation, and the City Archives building, among many other capital projects being delivered by municipal accommodations. Also, one item to highlight is the arena attendant and training program. Arena attendants are a key element in the operation of our arenas, and recruitment is difficult in that space. And we've committed to developing and are working on a attendant in training program. We've graduated several members from the training program. We're doing a second intake. And they will help us staff the arenas and keep them open for public use. In terms of the 2024 financial forecast, budget versus actuals, we're going to talk about the operating revenue shortfall of 2.1 million. The savings of 2.1, as we've talked about, that they always equate in terms of for municipal accommodations. Mike will talk about that more. In terms of future plans, what work we'll be doing. Updating asset management policies and directives, including project prioritization procedures. We've spoken to council about that, where we want to engage council on more on the project prioritization procedures that we do use. Asset consolidation associated with the strategic facilities master plan. As we've indicated earlier today, a key component of that is the reuse of 266 Graham and that tower, but it will require investment. Potential implementation of the upcoming building emissions reduction strategy. So we're coming forward with a report, I believe, in this quarter for a new building emissions reduction strategy that to standing policy committee, water, waste, and the environment. Staffing challenges continue in 2025. Recruitment, retention of experienced staff, project management resources, and tradespeople continue to be a challenge. Next slide there, Mike, in terms of just some key stats reporting. We report on the facility condition indice in terms of the condition of our city portfolio. In terms of the target, like the numbers are increasing, and in this case, the numbers increasing is going toward a negative. That's a condition score of 0 is brand new. Condition score of 1 is in poor condition. Currently, facilities are at a condition 0.52. So they were previously at 0.47. So we're doing the best we can with the available resources to maintain facilities. A point to the citizen satisfaction survey, somewhat or very satisfied The numbers are fluctuating, but there has been a general downtrend from 2021. Yeah, and on to the next one in terms of performance rating, property asset management. We rate ourselves against, sorry, this is an energy efficient practices and environmental stewardship. So this is energy consumption, carbon emissions reduction in city facilities where we've used the retro commissioning. So these are estimated savings. 102,000 in 2022, 104,000 23. So we're projecting some additional savings up to 109,000 in 2025 as part of our ongoing work there. So it's a good program. Brad's team doing a lot of heavy lifting in that in terms of squeezing energy efficiency out of the existing building stock.
Yeah,
Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mike. He'll finish up with numbers.
Yeah, so this is an overview, and again, it's not a whole lot on here to tell you about. 279 roughly FTEs are employed in municipal accommodations. The surplus deficit is 0 for reasons we've alluded to already. Just to remind committee members, there's 4 main customer groups that municipal accommodation services. One is community services, recreation facilities, operations and maintenance. That is strictly cost recovery. What we spend on those facilities we recover from community services through their operating budget. It's around 26 million a year. There's parks and open spaces, buildings, again, cost recovery only. In the public works budget, they have about 2.2 million that they transfer to municipal accom for that. And then we have recovery customers, which is, say, for example, fire paramedic. They don't pay accommodation charges for their buildings. If they want something fixed, they phone up Jeff, or not really Jeff, but they phone up MA, say, come and fix something. We say, great, give us an account number, and whatever cost we incur, we charge, recover from them. So that's obviously net 0. And then the fourth and biggest customer group are the accommodations customers, and that's all the departments, utilities, and special operating agencies that occupy city operated buildings owned and or leased from third parties. And we charge market rent, pay the costs to run them, and then the net is remitted, if you will, to the general revenue fund. So at the end of the day, the fund is always at 0, budgeted and actual. And I'm just jumping over to the reserves column. There are none, so that's why you see 0. And the capital budget on a service-based view for 2025 is 1.9 million. And I'll get into why I specified service-based view in a slide or two. Okay, and this is a overview of the $77.7 million 2025 budget. The transfers I just talked about, the customer groups, it's 99% transfers. I think the 1% is a grant to offset provincial payroll tax, about $400,000, something like that. The rest of it is all transfers. On the expense side, about 30% is salaries and benefits. Just over half is goods and services expenditures, and that's utilities, maintenance materials, supplies, contractors, fuel, everything you need to run buildings. The 14% in grants, transfers, and other, well, the primary portion of that is the transfer of the net from the accommodations customer portfolio back to the general revenue fund. And then there's some debt and finance charges related to capital and recoveries, which I mentioned earlier. So again, as I said with the previous presentation, this is an update 2025 from the 24 to 27 balanced budget process. So there's not a whole lot of change. As you can see here, the budget for MA in 2024 was 77.4 million. It's up only 0.3 or $300,000, which is less than 0.5%. Primarily due on the revenue side to the transfer from community services to offset increased costs to run that recreation facility portfolio. And that was offset by increases in salaries and benefits, third-party rental expense, because we do rent buildings from the private sector, and to house civic staff. For example, where I spend my time is in Fort Garry Place. That's a privately owned building that we lease. And then there was a discrepancy within the accommodation charges that we identified and corrected, which resulted in an adjustment as well. And then if you look ahead to the outer years, they're virtually unchanged, up by 200,000 in 2026, and then up by 600,000 in 2027. And on a percentage basis, that's well below the rate of inflation. It's like 0.3%, 0.4%, 0.8%, 1.1%. So trying to hold the line. The next slide, again, this is the one where we say, what did we say last year for 25 to 27? And what do we have included this year for 25 to 27? Virtually unchanged. So I won't spend any more time on that. Moving on to the next slide. The FTEs, 278.73. That's included in that was what was budgeted in 24. That's what's budgeted in 25, 26, and 27. So no changes budgeted. And you can see about $790,000 increase over last year, which is just representative of increases per collective agreements, and same with the outer years going up really quite 31,000 and then another 26,000. So not a whole lot of change. Okay, so service-based capital is the next couple of slides. As you can see, in 2024, there's about 3.16 million adopted budget, and this year it's 1.905 million. Now that's not attributable to a reduction in what is budgeted in municipal accommodations capital. It's what it is attributable to is how we're allocating that capital to services. So last year, for example, let me step back a bit. Their one main capital budget is the health, life, safety, emergency systems refurbishment, citywide accessibility capital program. Sort of a catch-all to address all manner of things within the municipal accommodations portfolio. Last year, 2024, and previously, 100% of that was allocated to the property asset management service. And starting in 2025, we've gone a little more granular, outlining the plans we have for that capital budget and where it's going. And if you look at page 179 of your supplement, you'll see that now we have a breakdown of how we're anticipating spending that capital program money. And it's being allocated to property asset management, recreation services, and police services. So it's just that I can tell you it's about 2.8 million of the 4.3 that's in that capital budget for 2025 is being allocated to services that are not the purview of this committee. 2 million to police and 800,000 to community services. And then the forecast period, 7.5 million on a service-based view and about 9.5 over the 6-year period in total. Including key projects, this is actually all of them. There's only 3. As I mentioned, the health, life, safety, which is 8.7 over the 25 to 36-year time frame. And I won't read what's in the box there. You can at your leisure, but it's basically everything that MA does. There's also an amount in 2026, 250,000. That's for essentially a study or an assessment and a report back on a new outbuilding storage facility at the Valley Gardens Community Center. And in 2025, there's also the second half of a $1 million grant that Ross McGowan just mentioned. It's budgeted in 2025 in the municipal accommodations capital budget. And in terms of capital budget changes, there really haven't been any other than the refinement of the service-based view where we've broken down where health, life, safety, et cetera, capital is allocated. It's all property asset management prior. Now it's being split out to other services. So on a service-based view, the numbers have gone down. Oh, and yes, sorry, the one other item was, there's 3.33 million request to rebudget, previously approved health, life, safety capital that hadn't yet been spent at the time of the prior budget submission. But that's not new funding request, it's a request to rebudget. And felt like I whizzed through, it wasn't really that long of a presentation, but again, it said it's an update and there's very little change at all. So we're open to any questions you might have.
Councillor Edie.
I'm curious, was the money for 266 grand, is that operating dollars or is that?
There is no money, Councillor, for 266 grand.
Oh, it's just a
on
risk
the
that's
table.
being pointed out by Jim?
That's correct. So we're in the process, Councillor, of developing a business case, and we'll come forward with a standalone administrative report later this year about the investment in that tower and whether we can amalgamate staff that are in third-party leases into a city-owned building. And then we'll present that to council. There's tens of millions of dollars that are required investment into that building to make it to occupy it. So,
okay, so you're making the business case and that could be something that's happening. So, right, so some particular floors are gonna have to be associated with the police service, I think. Anyway.
that's great. The police are involved in our discussion and we have shown interest in in occupying some space. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll be part of our business case.
Just want to make sure that, okay, yeah, that's a legacy. What department does that belong to?
The building?
Yeah.
The building is under MA's control. We're paying the bills right now and we've got some staff occupied. You know, we've got Bob Christmas's group and the community safety group that's there. Plus, as I said, the Winnipeg Police Service.
And are they paying, they're under the accommodations where they're paying market rent?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I wanted to know on that. That's basically all I was curious. Wait, we've had that thing for a long time now.
Yes, a decision, it's key for me that we need to make a decision about the investment in that building. And there are limitations, right, with the connected to the police service building, there are some limitations.
That's, yeah. Anyway, okay.
Councillor Shire, you have a question too?
Sure, and a lot of specifics asked today and reported on. Thank you very much, including some of the minutiae, $200,000 specialized shelving. I'm going to talk about something a little bigger than that, much more public. Inquiring minds want to know, including from the scouting group, the first John DeGraff Scouts, who've been using the outbuilding at Valley Gardens Community Center, which is a shared attachment for 3 wards, the East Owen Transcona Community Committee. And it is being asked, and first of all, I want to thank Jeff Patton for being on this and offering information. I am being asked for the record by Daryl Adair himself for some clarification, so that Valley Gardens Community Center and the first John DeGraff scouting group know how to plan for the next year. And thank you to Jeff Patton. So for the record, in the 2024 budget allocated $250,000, $350,000 for what I referred to as the outbuilding, which ended up being referred to as such by my offhand description of it in the 2024 budget. It is, as Jeff Patton states on page 181 of the 2025 budget. And that is it's meant to be activated in the 2026 budget. That's my understanding, Mr. Patton?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep, it's in our forecast for council adoption as part of the 2026 budget process.
Okay. All right. And so the money is being allocated for it to sort of be acted on in 2026. And that includes the consultant to find out what the best answer here would be, whether they refurbish the old building or whether they build a new one. Yes,
that's correct. So we're identifying funding to do a needs assessment with the community center's input, and the funding that's allocated is either for a new outbuilding or the refurbishment of the existing structure as part of our budget process. And as we've indicated, the existing structure needed to be closed due to this condition.
Yes, but having said that, we had a dilemma because the electrical was going through that building, which meant you just couldn't simply get rid of the building. It wasn't that easy. It was a little more serious of a situation, thus deciding whether they're going to in fact refurbish it or build a new one. In the meantime, it's not safe as deemed by the administration. So part of the $250,000, that would include the consultant. Now, it happens to be in my first term, I did not allocate $400,000 towards the splash pad. And the Valley Gardens Community Center themselves, the executive says, and they were allowed to, by the administration, by City Hall, by council, they were allowed to handle the contract themselves. And that's the way it went down. The Valley Gardens Community Center, they contracted the work for the splash pad. In this case, I just want to put it for the record whether the Valley Gardens Community Center, they would be in a position to do that. And I'm more concerned with this. Would they be allowed, as was the case in 2015 with the splash pad in Valley Gardens, would they be allowed to have the authority by the city to find their own consultant to find out, best means for them?
I think that we would definitely work collaboratively with them, Counselor, and I think that this is council approved funding. I think we would want to go through a city procurement process. I really think that we want to make sure that there's transparency in the assigning of work for that. But depending on under $75,000, we can work and we could single source that within our procurement rules for consultants assignment.
Yeah.
So we could work collaboratively and work with the community center to develop something. I think that we've heard a lot from community centers. They want more help. So that we're certainly sensitive to that and coming forward with another report on that soon. But yeah, we'd work collaboratively with them to make sure that we get the answers that are needed and engage the community center.
Yeah, and this is merely about keeping this as open as possible to the citizens of Valley Gardens. And that's where I'm coming from here, making sure that they know that they're getting the best bang for the buck.
Yep.
And to the extent that I'd like to include the community of Valley Gardens, primarily through the executive of the Valley Gardens Community Center, that's my primary concern. This building, however, had been the home of the first John DeGraff scouting groups of Beavers, Cubs, Ventures for 20 years, I believe. And we just want to be able to keep it up and let them know where we stand. And I hope that's okay with you, Darrell. Thank you very much, Mr. Patton. And I'll be reporting back. Or quite frankly, you have just reported to the first John DeGraff scouting group in the leadership of Darrell Adair. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Edie.
I forgot one question I wanted to ask. Well, I might play in the factor. During my first term, 2010 to 14, I was informed about municipal accommodations, city policy that a certain percentage of the city's overall space needs, 50% had to be in the private domain. In other words, leases with the private sector. Has that policy changed at all?
Maybe Brad, I'll refer to you in terms of a policy on, that's before my time, Councillor, so I know certainly.
You were at Water and Waste.
I was at Water and Waste, but certainly interested. But I'm not aware of a policy that requires, Brad, for us to have 50% of our civic accommodation portfolio as city-owned buildings versus private sector.
It's under the former mayor case, so.
Councillor, I'm not aware of that. I don't believe we've ever had such a policy.
I think it was actually the former director of property and development to explain that to me. Anyway.
There could have been a business decision at that time, Councillor, so I think that that's why we're coming
Nothing we
forward.
have to live by, right? I'm just, I was
We
just
want
thinking that could have an effect on 266 grand.
Yeah, that's why we want to do a business case. We want to bring, we've got a consultant engaged, we want to bring accounts, we want to bring a report to you to demonstrate positive or negatively, you know, what it would take for to occupy that space. And if there is no net positive business case, what do we do next?
Okay, so, all right.
Okay. We will move on then if there's no further questions. Thank you very much. So, with respect to the budget review, the departmental presentations, are concluded with thanks to the department and finance. Who've all been here and, listening to the standing policy committee. We need a motion to, move it along.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt.
You just gonna move it?
Any,
Sorry, this was, that's on.
You'll have the thing.
we don't need a motion on the presentations. Usually we receive it as information, but I thought we did.
Recommendation to
Yeah.
EPC.
That is correct.
Oh, sorry.
Moving, what is moving approval on the standing committee, so.
Oh, sorry, you're looking at the actual budget recommendation, Counselor?
That's what it would be, I thought that's.
Isn't there a couple of reports we have
typically
to look
do
at first?
Receive
Oh, sorry,
them.
I jumped ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, unless, yes, so, okay, third. I'm in a chair. Right, so Councillor Wyatt was willing to move. So all those in favor? Okay, the clerk's asking for clarification.
Sorry.
Typically, we do look at the referrals.
Yes.
And is there anything you want to add to that? And we usually receive them as information, which
So moved.
You'd like to move all the refer, so the,
I'll take that.
2, 3, and 4 essentially?
Sorry, go ahead, go ahead. Let me get to those, I'm gonna check everything again. Like one of those reports was the request to waive the easement fees.
Oh, you know what? The preliminary budget update is item 5 on the budget review. We still have. Yeah, I mean, we were gonna treat it as omnibus. I think Councillor Wyatt and I were on the same page. Because we've gone through the
We can add them to the
presentations.
budget.
So unless the clerk's seeing something, it would be time for motions. Are you seeing something I'm not? Because
Sorry, just so that I'm clear, the committee would like to move the 3 budget referrals, which are the Portage and Main intersection, the
That's
waiver
how
of
I
encroachment
read.
fees and center plan, all as information together as one omnibus motion.
that's how I read Councillor Wyatt's thoughts.
So Portage and
Unless
Main.
the public service has something.
Portage and Main.
Yeah, just to-
That's number 2, number 3. Okay, so that.
I haven't heard anything about Portage and Main.
Just for clarification, so just at the Portage and Main, so I see there's the budget referral 9 related, that was the 1.063 million for rapid transit. That's referenced here. But I understand that will be discussed with Public Works' budget.
Oh, I see.
But there was another recommendation, so just to clarify, recommendation 3. So that the public service be directed to prepare the scope of work and budget to assess the condition of the low-grade concourse to determine the steps, costs, and traffic impacts required to decommission and close the concourse to public access and refer that project forward to the council consideration prior to the 25 budget process. So we came forward with an extension request related to this in November.
Yeah.
So we're currently working on that and we'll bring a recommendation to council. Everything's status quo, nothing's
Yeah.
closing, nothing's changing.
When's there
And
for
Mike
you to
even
undertake
did-
that work?
So we're not moving to what's before us
Yeah.
here today? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying that it's an element that's probably maybe mislabeled as a public works item, in my opinion, but.
Yes, Well, I do believe Mike Begin did note that in his presentation. It was very brief, but I caught it and he's nodding. About I believe you might have called it nuanced, understanding between this committee and Public Works. I noted the community services work, which, you know, these counselors know full well, the nuanced joint relationship that you've got. It's the same with Public Works. It is the gift that is Jeff Patton's responsibility. Yeah.
Confirmed with my counterpart at Winnipeg Transit that $1.063 million item is included in their presentation to their committee.
Which is on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
And it's in budget. And it's the public service recommendation. So if we're all on the same page now, Counselor Wyatt moves and he's got a bit of a time crunch. So that's why I'm trying to
It was
move
kind
it
of a
along.
good news story, this 1.063 is that it's the request, I guess.
It's the phased approach that is
Yes.
the plan.
So can we not move a motion in support of it?
So essentially, that's what you'd be doing because it's in budget.
All right,
But if
very
you
good.
would like to add that on the record, I'm amenable as
Oh,
a
you already have
little
it, Madam
downtown
Chair. You
counselor
already
that
have it.
could.
So
It
I'll-
is, a bird in hand and two in the bush. So
I'll support it.
your motion, I think, does just that, but you can confirm with the clerk.
Can you read it again for us, Jeff? Before
So just, are we talking about recommendation 9?
Budget referral stuff.
Yeah, item number 2, item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, which has the preliminary budget and the supplement. You would be moving the budget review omnibus, which is all the recommendations that
We
were
can do it,
before
but
us.
some is funded and some is unfunded, right?
That's right. And so a motion for information is what's in front of us, as is.
Well, if you want it, okay.
Okay, so
Right.
if we're good, should I call the question? All those in favor?
And then
Aye.
2 to 4
That's right.
for the information from Counselor Wyatt.
Yeah, okay.
Two to end.
Yeah, items, yeah.
All right, Karen.
In the section is budget review, you're moving. Thank you for that, Counselor Wyatt. I called the question. Any opposed? That was carried unanimously. Moving on. Thank you so much, though, for your effort, everybody. And we'll continue on at EPC and then moving on to council. So we're in reports.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we now got to vote on those referrals amended the, budget.
2025 budget update. It's,
You calling the vote on the,
I'll call the question. All those in favor?
For recommending approval to EPC from committee.
yeah, as amended with the, we amended it.
There,
Well,
I don't think there were amendments.
they're recommending.
Yeah, it is a given within the budget as is right now that the ones that are accepted that Counselor Wyatt moved.
All right, I thought
Okay.
the easement waiver was in there.
The easement waiver is not in there. However,
Okay.
like we discussed, there are other ways of approaching that one.
Well, where's that report? I thought that was one of the budget referrals.
It is one of the budget referrals that isn't in budget. The 62,000 discrete isn't in budget. However,
Did we vote opposed to those ones?
no, he voted for information, which would have meant that we understood that 62,000 discreetly isn't in budget. But that's why I discussed before, there's other ways to crack that egg. It wouldn't necessarily be 62,000,
Okay.
right? So you're comfortable, Counselor Edie?
Yeah, I'm good. now.
Okay.
Okay.
So let us know what you need and I will call the question. Go ahead.
Counselor Wyatt, I believe, moved that the preliminary operating and capital budgets be approved and forwarded to the executive policy committee.
Right. Call the question one more time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Okay, now we'll move on. Oh,
Just
Mike
one quick
McGinn.
clarification. I said my counterpart at Transit has included it in her presentation. I think I heard members of the committee here saying it's budgeted.
No.
To my knowledge, it's not. It'll be an unfunded item, the 1.063 million.
Okay.
We'll be talking at our public works budget meeting.
That's
coming up.
correct.
And I have an opportunity to clarify that at EPC. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's a difficult one to come up through here. I come up through Counselor Luke, so I'll talk to her. I made a note. the City of Winnipeg Golf Services Special Operating Agency, 2025. We've done a lot of talk about golf today. We'll do a little bit more, but anyone want to speak to this or move it?
Move that be received as information.
All right.
The recommendation be concurred then?
Yes, yeah. And that the audited financials be received as information.
Okay, so you're moving the recommendation of the public service. You're not moving to receive it as information. You're moving items 1 to 3.
Yes.
Okay, I'll call the
Yeah.
question. All those in favor?
Aye.
That was carried unanimously with thanks to Ben Fay. We have a verbal report recommended for Happy Land Pool.
Yep, so
Pat.
Counselor, yep, so I can provide a verbal update to the committee. So with Happy Land Pool demolition, council has approved the budget, $100,000 for the Happy Land Pool demolition project. A number of permits need to be in place prior to the beginning of that work. A city waterway permit is required and is in place at this point. We have not applied for a demolition permit at this point. We also require a response from Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We've made that submission in December. We're anticipating a response for that from our submission in late February in the coming months. A number of the tender documents are near 90% complete. There's ongoing assets that need to be recovered from the site that belong to MA, but also include the deconnection or decommissioning of the electrical service as well, the Bell phone service, and some other MA assets that need to be taken. Asbestos abatement is now complete. And there's some ongoing discussions with the Manitoba Métis Federation that will occur later this month on that project. So
The discussions with the Métis Federation on what?
that will occur later this month. So we're gonna,
Oh, yeah, I get it.
so we're gonna have a meeting with Manitoba Métis who've requested a discussion on the project, so we'll meet with Manitoba Métis Federation later this month with Community Services and the CEO's office. And then pending all those discussions, we would move forward with demolition likely this summer if all permits are in place.
Any questions, councilors?
$100,000 seems tight, knowing the scale there. Do you think,
I'm not anticipating, Brad, like, I think we'll be fine, removing, we're basically be digging out the concrete, right? Putting in, clean fill, leveling the ground and seeding, sodding it, for future green space.
It's pretty close to the riverbank, though.
It's within 300 feet of the same river for sure, yes.
How
So
many feet?
within 300 feet.
I heard it was closer than
No, the closest point, is 300 feet.
300.
300 feet from the, so what, I think it's 285, but
Oh, yeah.
close enough.
So I'm going to guess that's.
when the water's low?
When the water is, like that's just a rough calculation. That's why the waterway permit's required. And we've already gone through that internal city process to obtain that permit.
So the southwest corner of the pool is where they're measuring it from?
Yeah, just from an aerial view, you're looking at the southwest corner to a tributary to the main same river itself. I believe there's a small offshoot creek there.
Okay.
It's closer to the tributary. Okay.
Yeah, as a member of Water and Waste, lots of experience with doing maintenance work, outfalls within navigable waterways and DFO participation. So yeah, I think this will, like, that's currently the plan. So that's what's approved, councilor, and that's what we've done a lot of these demolitions without hazardous materials having to be dealt with. I think we're going to be okay, but we'll need to tender this work once we get to that stage in the project.
Did the asbestos come out of the 100,000, the abatement that you did so far?
Brad, I'm not too sure.
Believe it did.
Leave it
So
in.
yeah.
What's your net at?
I think we've spent 5,700 to date.
That's correct.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
5,700.
minor
Yep.
then.
That's a small, it was in the change room area and whatever, right?
Smaller. I don't have any other questions.
No.
Question move then?
Okay.
Little update?
Well, I just wanted to know what was going on, so I'm gonna move to receive this as information on the chairperson.
All the question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Repurposing vacant space in the Susan A. Thompson building. This is also.
This is also municipal
You.
accommodation, so. it's that we
Brad Patton.
Yeah, well, so this is Brad's team, so we were asked to come up with a class 3 estimate to repurpose that space. So we've priced it out as a new office space, new touchdown space for city staff with a budget of approximately $867,000 to reconfigure the space with an additional furniture budget of $104,000. So that's what the committee recommended, asked us to come back with. So that's a class 3 estimate for the facility. We're not requesting that funds at this point. We're proceeding on with our redevelopment of 266 Graham and we'll continue to offer the existing space as is conditioned for the public service to use for future events. It's been used in the past as support space for city clerks and for IT in the past. So we'll continue to work on that as we come forward with the repurposing of Graham and then make a determination on that vacant space. So that's and so there's a number of layouts and additional information in the report.
Okay, Councilor Wyatt, you have a question.
Yeah, this came out of community services when I was on the committee. Any opportunity to the washrooms that are there, you know, kind of adjacent, make them public washrooms, possibly open them up? Is there a chance we could do something like that?
I think, we'd have to look into that. I think that there's a lockable space. We'd have to just in terms to secure the facility, but then also increase, security sweeps and the maintenance of those hot washrooms if they were open to the public. But for Brad, if you have any further comments.
Yeah, we'd have to study the accessing egress.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's a motion that could be done separately from the report here. As well, in terms of the space itself, any thought given in terms of B&B's office and developing this as a center for, I guess I call it a window for business development, business licensing, permits, something that would be very, handy. I remember the time when I went to Richmond and saw they had all the brochures on how to do development in their city, right in their city hall. Any thoughts on that at all? Or is there any kind of uses that you have in mind already? Because I noticed the report said whoever comes along kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that maybe I'll make a comment, Brad can add. So
I know
we've certainly seen the need. We were anticipating a potential kind of temporary touchdown space for the public service to use when attending business at City Hall. We have a number of staff that will come here and will potentially here for extended hours, can find a desk to work. They could also, we've seen increasing numbers of staff, like the needs, space needs here at 510 Main, the Susan A. Thompson. So we're certainly anticipating it would be a potential area for the public service to utilize as for large meetings, that type of thing as in terms of the operations. But right now, we're currently developing the business case, working with Hazel's team on PBD's footprint at 65 Gary and what that would look like at 266 Graham. But certainly, we'd be open to other. There have been other civic proposals that haven't been accepted by council in this, but certainly we're still looking to utilize that space and not leave it vacant.
Been used as well for special events, sporting events and things for volunteers. It's a great space for that. So
yeah, we did the World Police Fire Games. We're situated in there for a period of time, so it was a great opportunity. We continue to open to opportunities like that to lease that space.
Move to receive it.
Hold on, you're not the only one. I just. Whatever happened to the idea that we might get some sort of some kind of food service or whatever happening out of there?
So maybe I'll defer to Brad.
You know, that was a request of the speaker. And I
Yeah, I could
supported
feel
it.
her heart grow two sizes when you asked that question on her behalf, Counselor Edie, so thank you.
We've evaluated that space, and I think just to step back for a sec, I think with all of our vacant space, we evaluate it from a cost benefit perspective all the time. In this case, with this space, with that strategic facilities master plan in play, it would be premature to make a decision on that space in isolation without the results of that study. As far as food service is concerned, that's something we've explored. We've done market soundings for in the past, and there hasn't been any supply to go into that space. No one has showed an interest to want to move in there since the last tenant.
Yeah, so we did a public expression of interest and there wasn't the positive results that came from that. So, not that we're still open to it, but there hasn't been a food vendor that has resurfaced.
Anyway, it does something close when you get long meeting days.
Anyway, this is a lot less than what the parking authority had planned to do.
Well, the parking authority, because certainly there were different needs for the parking authority. They needed some more private spaces, potentially further adjudication and so there was, so this is more of an open, free-form cubicle, some private spaces for small phone calls. So it was through the template. So yeah, there was a much lower cost. There's also a modest, they were looking at some enhancing the washroom space as well in that proposal, and this doesn't have that component. Okay.
Okay, so Counselor Wyatt has a motion that I consider in order on the table. The report asks to receive his information. He was willing to move. If there's no further discussion, would you like me to call the question? I think there'll be more discussion as we continue on updates on strategic facilities master plan. I certainly committed to, I sent the report to Debbie Sharma. She's been interested. So I think there will be more on this as we move on, but Counselor Schreier.
Can we hear the wording of the motion again?
The wording of the motion is that this report be received as information.
Okay.
Okay,
They
All those
continue
in
to work on
favor?
it, but it's dependent on 260s.
yeah.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That too is carried.
Madam
Unanimously.
Chair,
Mhm.
I have to leave by 3:30. Is it possible? There's a matter out of the communal committee on item 22 that has to be kind of cleaned up. Are you aware of that one?
What time do you have to leave? Counselor Wyatt?
3:30, another 10 minutes, 15.
There's a few things on the agenda that are just extension of time. If you want to clear those up right away, we can, all of those omnibus style. The clerk will be ready with a motion for you if you're wanting to move, including the addendum reports, which we motioned earlier. There's so many with an extension of time. So if we can move those omnibus,
I have to declare a conflict on one.
on one of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
16, I believe it's.
So if you want to leave now and then walk right back in, I think we'll get ahead of that game.
Is it an extension of time?
So that is, yeah, and I think we can move all extensions of time. I think he was amenable to that. So do you wish to move the following items, Counselor Edie?
You want to, yeah, I'll move all the requests for extension.
It's 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That's it.
So moved in support of the extension of time. They're all
Yeah.
confirmed. So
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously, okay. We'll call Counselor Wyatt back in. And then we'll proceed to the demos and site cleanings for vacant buildings in unsafe conditions, which I believe was the next report up.
So Moira Gear led this before. Jonathan Hildebrand is leading it now. We are happy to speak to it. We have encouraged Jonathan Hildebrand to join us, but he is not here in the room nor on Zoom. So.
Okay. So we'll move this to the next meeting if we
yeah,
can.
I'll do that. This is
I'll
a very
just say-
important one for me.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
we'll
I'll
move
move
it
it.
to the next meeting.
So I'll move to deal with this at our next regular meeting of the property and development.
You know, if that was a recent decision, like when did that file transfer from
with her retirement, with Moira's retirement. So Jonathan just joined the Problem Properties Committee as leading that. Late last week was our first meeting with him.
All right, so we'll move then to, and he didn't send you in his stead. Okay, we'll move then to the next meeting, next month, and I'll just send a note too. Then we'll move to verbal report, Winnipeg Rowing Club extension lease agreement.
We didn't vote then.
Oh, I didn't call the question on
I moved. All in favor?
Councillor Edie's motion.
I moved to hear
Extension
the
of time?
report for at our next meeting.
Oh, yes, thank you. All those in favor?
Item are we on here?
That was for.
Number 4. Thank
Oh,
you,
yes,
Councillor Edie.
okay,
Any
very good.
opposed? That was carried unanimously. The verbal report, Winnipeg Rowing Club extension and lease agreement.
Good
Hi.
afternoon. Hey, I'm just here with Jessica Sarah, who's dealing with 4 and 5, or sorry, 5 and 6. So 5, the tenant had requested extension of their lease, I think a 20-year extension. Their lease does not expire for quite some time. Committee received that previously and told us to come back with a verbal update on progress that's been. Nothing's really changed from our end. If we are to extend a lease for more than our typical 5-year term plus 5-year renewal, we need justification. We have yet to receive that from the tenant. I understand there might be some renovations that are going on there, but at any rate, we need something demonstrated from the tenant to proceed with a lease of that length. And the other issue is we don't typically advance years in advance for renewal, again, without a reason. So it's viewed as queue jumping. So at this point, to us, it's just status quo until we get closer to the expiry of the existing lease.
They knew it was on the agenda today. The
They
10th?
did, 2 times Jess had reached out.
And was this on our agenda last month? Can we lay it over one more time?
Well, you could if you'd like, yes. The last
Okay.
time this was at committee was June 4th. And that's when the committee requested a verbal report in 180 days.
And this is the verbal report?
Yes.
Okay, can we lay it over one more time? I did receive correspondence right before the holidays on this. I'm a bit confused. It was on my agenda to go visit them, but I had pneumonia. Because, I'm getting lobbied, but by other people. Now, that's neither here nor there. It's not a conflict of interest. It's not in my ward. It's just that I'm hearing from other people, not them. And so it's a little odd to me that that's the case. I think that they're forwarding, the arguments that I've heard is that they're forwarding exactly what Gord said. They are in the middle of capital planning and they want some assurance that, if they're doing that, I think this is that vibe.
Yeah, there's no issue.
That they're doing that they do want more assurance from the city.
Every lease agreement has leasehold improvements in it, right?
Yeah, and there's no concern if someone is looking to improve the facility. We just need them to demonstrate what the request is, and we haven't
But I
gotten
haven't
that.
heard it from them either. I've heard it from other people. So I wanted to get in touch with them unless I'm confused of who the consortium is for some reason. The correspondence that I've been receiving is sort of third party. So I'm willing, I don't think time is of the essence given they have a lease term. It is not due yet. In fact, there's years on it. So time isn't of the essence. They are asking for this. Certainly the Riel Community Committee is sort of wanted a report. We're at that report stage here. So if you want, we'll put it on the agenda for one more month from now. Let everyone know why we extended it, i.e. to hear from folks.
I'd like to hear from the board of the rowing club, right?
Okay, so moved by Councillor Edie.
I'd like to hear, I think I know who's been calling you.
Yeah, I've had a few calls, so. So moved by Councillor Edie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it too will appear on next agenda item, February meeting. Proposed,
Just another
yeah.
question, if I may, Madam Speaker, referring to layovers, and one is how many times we can lay something over, but isn't it also a function maybe of the amount of time we lay it over? Sometimes if you lay something over for a month, we can only lay it over so much. Maybe that has to do with development issues at community committee. In this case, is it just a question of how many times we can lay it over, or?
No, we just can lay it over.
Pardon me?
It was so many days to 180 days to period, and then we can just lay the matter over.
Like they just need an extension of 30
Yeah.
days. Or whatever.
The proposed lease agreement and acceptance of donations between Wildwood Golf Course and the city of Winnipeg at 739 North Drive. Do we have a mover? So moved by Councilor Wyatt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Quarterly verbal reports on downtown development.
Is it possible we can jump over those just so I apologize, Madam Chair. 'Cause I
Go
don't,
really fast. It's your call.
I don't
Okay,
want
it's
to
a-
either.
Yeah, you don't,
I don't mind.
you need to leave by 3:30. So what, how do you want to configure
Is
the
it
agenda?
possible that we deal with item 22, which is the item that was that community committee that needs an amendment?
Okay, and you want to deal with your item that you walked on, I
Yeah,
assume,
my
even though it's
clerk is just working it.
27?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Well, thank you.
Okay, well, it's up to the committee. So Councillor Wyatt, is leaving us shortly. He wants to move from item number 7 to, item 22 and moving up item 27. Concerns, questions, Councillors Edie and DeShire,
If
not, we'll need a motion. Right?
I'll move suspension of the rules to deal with the items.
Any discussion?
These are kind of, yeah, these are just,
All those in favor?
I,
Any opposed?
who moved the motion?
Councillor Wyatt? Okay, so we'll move on to item 22.
Thanks, Madam.
Item 22 is a rezoning of 128 Pegwith Street. Are you speaking to this, Michael? Okay. Do you want an introduction from the public service? This was at EKT, I imagine, Councillor Wyatt. So if we could have an introduction for those of us that don't sit on it. Michael Robinson.
Yeah, this was a rezoning application to a C2 commercial. It was recommended for approval by the public service, and the EKT Community Committee did also recommend approval of the rezoning. There were a number of changes to the zoning agreement at Community Committee, and the public service doesn't have any concerns with the changes. However, there are 2 that we are recommending amendments on, more for housekeeping purposes. And we do have Dylan Chislund, the district planner, online to speak to those amendments we're recommending.
Okay, you have no concerns and yet you have concerns.
Well, it's more of a cleanup on the, on 2 amendments. They're, Dylan could explain.
We
it
moved a
better.
lot of.
Councilor Wyatt on the fly.
So.
Moved a lot of stuff on that.
Councilor Wyatt on.
It was a long
Hear from
day.
you then.
Is this the
I
old
missed- I missed-
Sumpka
I
line?
missed
Is
my
this the
son's
Sumpka line?
No,
Okay,
Hey
order.
there.
Listen to
no.
Dylan.
This is-
Yes, I can speak to the 2 amendments. The first amendment is in recommendation 1A to delete condition 2 or Roman numeral II and to renumber it accordingly. And this amendment would remove the condition to install and maintain a 20-foot landscape buffer between any commercial uses and abutting residential uses to the north and the west. Removing that condition is necessary to enable the proposed car wash that EKT had approved. Removing it, that condition had been discussed at EKT, and it just didn't make it into the motion.
Okay,
So that would be the,
I
that's right, 1A II.
delete it. That
That's
you're
correct.
Okay. And then, is there one other?
That's right. So the second amendment is in recommendation 1A XII to delete condition L. This amendment would remove the condition that prohibits cannabis sales on the property. The reason for this is that cannabis sales are not a defined use in the zoning bylaw, but are instead considered a retail sales use. We don't typically prohibit undefined uses through zoning agreements. So that's it for the proposed amendments. If the committee would like any further information, I'm happy to speak to it.
Okay. I did get correspondence, as did you, committee, that Jackie Wilkie was seeking some of these, if not all of them. They represent the applicant and the McGowan Russell Group. So Counselor Wyatt, you're amenable to these changes?
Yeah, I want to thank Dylan for calling me late last week
Excellent.
for these changes.
Okay, so you would wish to move them then?
Sure.
Okay, so moved by Counselor Wyatt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 27. Counselor Wyatt.
Is this sufficient? Be resolved that the following year for public service for consideration for
Right, yeah.
Would you mind if I circulate to the other members?
Well, in the meantime, I have questions of the public service to help me.
With respect to the item 27, Counselor Edie?
27 is LeMay, right?
That's right. Did you want to ask them?
Madam
You've got
Chairperson,
word.
yeah, Madam Chairperson, I haven't been on this committee and I don't sit on the Real Community Committee. I know that in our Winnipeg, we have certain strategies for parkland or whatever, but the complete communities thing 2.0, and knowing that, like, this sounds like pure greenfield. So I'm asking the public service, is there like a precinct plan for this part of St. Norbert?
LeMay Forest?
Like, no. Okay, we got a whole section of land up in precinct C in our Lord Selkirk West Golden Community Committee. Nothing can happen there. Because there's no plan in place, there's no, like, what development plan or secondary plan or PDO or whatever? Like, what, is this greenfield or is it infill?
No, it would be infill. I mean,
This is considered infill.
well, yeah, because it's established within the St. Norbert neighborhood, right? There are undeveloped sites there, but it's not a greenfield in the, air quotes traditional sense of maybe in your ward where you have farm fields that are undeveloped.
Well,
So this is a pocket. This is a 20-acre pocket surrounded by residential single-family dwellings.
already built.
How close is it to the city border?
It would be pretty close. I don't know the exact distance, but it'd be fairly close.
Exactly. But I still gotta follow up on this. If I can get this one. So just hang on. I don't know how many, maybe it is was more than 20 acres, but like we had this whole thing on precinct D. As far as I'm concerned, that was infill. As far as I'm concerned, the way I look at it, but
Yeah, and I don't know, Michael, or Valdine, yeah, someone to jump in, just basically, what would define what area should require a secondary plan or not?
The area of St. Norbert would be for a future sector plan.
what kind of plan? Sorry?
A sector plan. Sector plan is a new construct in the Communities 2.0. So it's a broader framework plan for large areas that are currently rural and agricultural.
Right.
And then once you have the sector plan in place, that would define land use and where neighborhoods would be situated and servicing and cost of city services, et cetera. It would be divided into precincts and then precinct plans would be done for each of those precinct areas.
Right. So I received an email. I don't want to get into whatever. All I want to do is so nothing's actually in place at this point that would facilitate our planning department to say yes or no on a development. Is that correct?
Other than the zoning bylaw, yeah.
Other than the zoning bylaw?
Yeah, nothing in the plan.
Yeah, but Complete Communities 2.0, which was put in place in 2021? 22 it was? Yeah, okay. So, okay.
To answer your earlier question, this is approximately 2 kilometers from the western city of Winnipeg boundary and 3.22 kilometers from the southern city of Winnipeg boundary to the eastern border of what's now being called LeMay Forest. Or the Toko lands.
Right. So if I submit an application in this area though, just to confirm, we don't have our new process in place for, what do you call sector, right? Yeah.
Sector plan.
Yeah.
But Counselor, because there's single family residential development immediately south of this property and the St. Norbert Adult Education Center immediately west, and then all other sides are bounded by the Red River, it would not be considered
So this isn't like housing that's on, I guess the end of St. Norbert, the last street in St. Norbert heading south.
Almost.
That's all, there's residential there, but it's still agriculture. So to speak, well, on the other side of the road, one side of the road is whatever, okay. Is there like servicing nearby that can be brought into this?
It would require significant upgrades to water, sewer, stormwater servicing,
Which the developer would have to pay for, right?
right?
Okay.
So to be clear, this is not service land,
Not service for the intended use.
Right.
not service for what's intended use as for whose claim of intended use.
Yeah, for the densification being proposed, it wouldn't be service for that capacity.
Okay, so it's not serviced, and when we say serviced, that means water, sewer, hydroelectricity, streets. Okay. Sewer and water primarily, sure. Okay, so it is not serviced.
How far is it off of Pembina Highway?
Pretty close. It's like 500 meters, maybe less.
500 meters.
Well, the beginning of it is 500 meters, but how wide is it?
So the
What's the furthest
interceptor, no, I'm just getting at the
So,
sewer interceptor, it's going down.
I mean, the item on the agenda, I appreciate, was moved as by everyone as the, LeMay Forest.
Yeah, I hear it. Okay.
Counselor Wyatt has a motion that I guess he wants to get in order.
Okay, I just want to understand, we're voting on that.
Update you, Madam Chair.
No, there might be more questions and we'll allow time there, but I want to get what's before us and then you might have more questions if you don't mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After I heard the delegation this morning, I wasn't aware that they were contemplating an injunction. I also wasn't aware that the province could potentially be involved in terms of this being a heritage site.
Or the feds.
So initially it was to write a resolution and go to council, but I restructured it. Maybe the clerk can read it.
Please.
Be it resolved that the following be referred to the public service for consideration and a verbal report back to the standing committee in 30 days. One, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to, as the applicant, initiate the rezoning of the lands outlined in red on the attached Schedule A to the appropriate PR Parks and Recreational zoning classification. Two, that the Winnipeg Public Service, specifically the Planning, Property and Development Department, be directed to assemble the lands identified in Schedule B for the purpose of a new city park and use all the tools available in order to facilitate said land for a new city park. Three, that the land operating reserve LOR be identified for funding said land assembly. And four, that the proper officers of the city be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the foregoing.
Thank you.
Introduce your motion.
I think it's a given that expropriation has always been a tool that we use if we have to use it, but we don't try to start there. So I think this shows that the city is interested in the land. Hopefully it will send a signal to the property owner. I don't know the status of our tree bylaw. I don't think it's this committee, right? Who's writing the tree bylaw? I think it's community services. Does anybody know anything about?
So we do
the
have an item
status-
on our agenda.
I
that
got a
we did
status.
Yeah, okay, so
As an
that,
I'll tell you about it later.
okay, that might have something to do with.
It's not in place yet at all.
No, but it's coming.
It's gonna be a while. Just so you
Okay,
know.
okay. The media reported otherwise, but anyway, so for Councilor Eady's benefit, there's two schedules. One is showing lands that are not owned by him to try to zone that as park for the administration to consider that, and then the land that he does own to look at assembling that for parks. So it'd be a large park, but to report back to us first before we go to council. And then it would send a signal that we're serious, that we're looking at this, and hopefully he might revisit what he's doing right now.
The first part of the motion will have no effect on anything that's going on currently between the two parties. So that's really a housekeeping matter, as long as you're clear on what.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand they're filing an injunction from what we heard today.
Yeah.
And that the province and the feds might be involved. We often look to the city to have to solve everything. Well, sometimes the other levels of government should be stepping up too. Right?
I heard the feds put $5 point something million together.
Well, the province has the ability to
obtain the
also.
land, if you need to assemble land, the feds sound like they have over $5 million. So
But I think this shows that the city is prepared to step up as well.
There is a cost implication to the. first
Yes,
item.
and we've identified the LOR, we saw some money, so typically that's what the LOR was for, not balancing the bill.
Yeah, the only thing I just caution is that, I was watching Mike's presentation, I mean, that those numbers fluctuate depending on what's being completed. As Mike said, we can't go into deficit, so I can't guarantee that there's sufficient funds to accommodate a purchase or a rezoning. And all matters you're saying are to be expensed through the LOR, so the
Yeah,
rezoning and acquisition.
And one of the things the motion is very clear about is assembling for the purpose of city park. Which, if it does come, I don't want to speak about it too much, expropriation. That is what the value, right, should be based on, not high-end residential development. I'm sure he will argue.
Well, it would be based on the market value of the land, so whatever it is at the time of expropriation. So if it's high service,
best use, city park.
highest and best use, but with respect to servicing conditions or any other impacts that may exist.
Okay.
You mentioned that the city has tools. The city has tools to approach other levels of government who want to.
You can move that
land as well, right? I'm just saying, yeah.
Our councillor chambers can do this. Do that, so
You could add that in there anyway.
no, I want to keep it as is. It's pretty.
You don't want to have that? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's intergovernmental, that's EPC, council.
So where are we at?
We're still discussing the motion.
Actually,
Councillor
typically,
Shire?
one
I
last.
understand where are we at with that. Are you keeping, I just want to understand whether he's keeping the motion as is?
Yeah.
As you just read it, I just want to confirm too,
It needs a check.
like if you use that word that some people don't like, that wouldn't happen in 25 anyway, would it?
Typically, no. I mean,
Be at least a couple of years down the road.
if this is approved by council in January, sorry, you asked for a report back in 30 days, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of steps to occur in that time and to meet our requirements through policies and such. So I don't expect this to be very quick.
Part of my reluctance, committee, was just because there's a schedule attached, identifies some land, so I don't want to accidentally identify somebody's land that is not publicly owned already to be zoned as park and miscommunicate to the committee and have us pass a motion that's maybe not 100% accurate. I try to be as accurate as I could be. By referring it to the public service, it'll give you a chance to look at it and report back. So
It's coming back.
And just to be clear, there's very limited opportunity to write a written report in 30 days.
I understand.
I think we're
No,
3
I
weeks
know,
away.
I know that.
Yeah, so it will just be verbal and yeah, we'll
Is that
provide
why
us,
it's verbal
that's,
then?
it might be a presentation. We'll do the best we can.
So, I can call the question and then, but I would like to speak to the
Oh,
motion.
absolutely. Yeah, I think I've spoken to it already. I think the delegations did a good job. And it doesn't tie our hands, but it also gets us involved and maybe helps the council for the area. It implies expropriation, but expropriation if necessary, but not necessarily expropriation.
And then I might speak to it before you speak to it.
Yes, of course. That's why I was prompting, yeah. I do have one question for Gord though, that I think I want to be clear, because I think he answered it on the record, if you don't mind, Councillor Edie. And you mentioned like the first part of your motion wouldn't impact anything that's happening right now. For instance, and just to be clear for everyone who might be watching or watching on tape, for instance, right now, let's say, and I don't have an update today, if trees were being felled, it wouldn't impact that. Trees may still continue to fall. Is that what you meant, or just anything? They are clearing
well,
land.
yeah, even beyond that, I believe the lands that are intended to be identified are the riverbank that the city already owns, and then the strip of land that the developer is currently accessing. So sort of regardless of the zoning.
Is that a question for the mover?
No, that's my understanding. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah.
you know, regardless of what those lands are zoned, that's not going to change anything. What's going on with the private land? That's just a city issue. So I just want that to be clear that somehow won't change their ability to access the land or what have you.
That's the issue. I had an older gentleman call, 88 years old, retired from the province's Department of Assessment, saying that $1,000 an acre pasture land in the city of Winnipeg. That's what he's creating. So I don't know if that's true or not, but
It's more than that
How
now.
much did your father sell?
that's what he said is what it's going for now.
We didn't
So
sell.
anyway,
I thought he sold the piece.
Oh,
I would hope, I just want to communicate seriously though, Madam Chair, that hopefully the owner will just give it some thought and work with the different levels of government. Yeah. That's what the real hope is. Okay, so they are looking at an injunction, so if the courts hear it out, maybe the cut will stop.
Well, maybe they'll stop it in time.
Even if we moved a motion today to expropriate, it doesn't happen immediately.
No, they would continue.
Unfortunately, they would have enough time to,
Yeah, continue.
Well, I'm gonna speak to why I'm voting in favor of Councillor Wyatt's motion. He's moving it to pause. The way I'm looking at this is the feds are already involved. The province will end up getting involved it sounds like the Métis Federation, the government of the Red River Métis. Sounds like they're getting involved. I see I'm thinking there's possibilities of what's happening in the future. The city can do its side by following. It's not committing us, but we'll find out from the report later. But for me, I think it's very antagonistic to cut down a bunch of trees in a buffer area to a cemetery that may or may not have people buried around on the outside. That kind of thing happened at the St. John's Cathedral, actually, back 100 and more years. So I got a real problem with this. I committed to Truth and Reconciliation. And I see us as a city, we have to take an important role here because I can't believe that a place like this would be just ignored and just proceeded just to make somebody some millions of dollars. Anyway, I'm going to be voting for this.
Anything else to try?
Sure. Rather harmonious with what's been said so far in terms of supporting comments. One, this is unserviced land. It is set off from, not on, but set off from the Pembina Highway, is my understanding. We have heard here in this meeting that expropriation would be based on the market value of the land at this moment, or at the moment of which that discussion.
Expropriation.
Pardon me?
At the moment expropriation happened.
Yes. Also being mentioned that the federal government, the city, the province, the Manitoba Métis Federation, national government thereof, have been involved, as well as the Manitoba Heritage Conservancy. They've been offered an amount. At this time, we've heard this morning in delegation from Louise May, an amount that sounds like is higher than the expropriation value. It looks like, given all that is happening here, or I think this motion is happening at the right time, as uncomfortable as it is to be dealing with the issue of expropriation. That is one of the tools that governments, including this city government, has to deal with this issue. I'm getting the impression from Councillor Wyatt and others that this is not necessarily the ultimate result of this, the discussion on this land, but merely part of the conversation as expressed with the city's tools, to find out, to get to the bottom of what is the best solution. Happens to be as uncomfortable as councillors, my fellow councillors, are with the idea of expropriation, just using it as a lump hammer. It actually, in that respect, might lead to some greater finesse here, part of which was alluded to during this meeting. And on that basis, I think it's the right thing to do, to be part of the greater conversation. And on that basis, I'm supporting the motion as well. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. So, appreciate that, sometimes we have to, in real time, respond to our communities. And so from time to time, you have to put an item on the agenda that, you know, you feel that you need to respond to because it's so obviously in the public domain. I want to say first that the creation of public spaces, parks, green space, the biodiversity policy that I absolutely expect and motioned myself in the revisions of our Winnipeg are really important to me. But I think equally crucial is to consider the rights and interests of private property owners. And I would like to explain. You know, the first aspect of the motion proposes rezoning lands, you know, to parks. I think that intention is clear. I do think, though, it's really important that when you rezone properties, without the consent of landowners.
That's
and
publicly
even,
owned land, sorry for interrupting. but
okay,
yeah,
important clarification.
Yeah, sorry.
However, it's been said multiple times, you want to send a signal. And I think it's been, you know, what I've been trying to carve out as chair is to make sure that zoning, and you've heard me ad nauseum say 3 bites of an apple at council. We have been going through zoning. My intent is to get that done in 2027, come hell or high water. But through dialogue, maybe more dialogue, and even then more dialogue through negotiation and through, if at all possible, mutual agreement with everyone affected. So that's one. The assembling lands for public use, you know, I am concerned with the sort of all tools available language to facilitate the acquisitions of lands for this specific piece. Without clear limitations on that language, I'm not sure what direction council would be sending to the public service. I really weigh that you know, not as a, you know, fierce libertarian, but as a, you know, from a social democratic position, government intervention, and, you know, the aspects of land ownership. And I, as an Indigenous woman, feel that is a layered ownership. I really do. But I have to scrutinize that carefully. And at all possible, again, with respect to new public spaces, I really do believe in voluntary agreements, the transparency of the negotiations, and really fair compensation for when acquiring private property. We've done that in the ward I represent for a path bikeway. I'm very grateful to the detailed multi-year work that took. But I want to comment on that. It is very broad direction, this all tools available, and it can be interpreted in a variety of ways. And without clear limitations, I think it would raise concerns that way. The funding and financial considerations, you know, land operating reserve, it's not inherently problematic for me, but taken together, the motion, again, perhaps it's of a time, perhaps I know I will hear from many people for not supporting it, but I really think that the city needs to engage in negotiations that are, and I'm not saying the mover is, you know, this isn't to disparage the mover or those voting it, but I do think we need to engage in good faith negotiations. And I'm not sure walking on a motion with, and I know there was public notice because I sure read it in the paper. I don't think that that's the respectful balance that I am really trying to move in as chair of property and development. that being said, I will call the question because time is of the
I
essence.
understand, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank you for your comment. If I could just quickly sum up and thank you. I thought about that as well, which is why I wanted it to come back in the form of a report, not a direction to council that the EPC would have to then deal with. And hopefully it doesn't have to come down to expropriation, though that's always a tool there available in case it's necessary and identified. I just want to mention
There's
something.
one more element I forgot.
Sure,
I
absolutely.
don't know.
I
Interrupted, but I just, the one more thing is, and so I, I've been advocating for a few years now on a NAGPRA-like law for Canada. And that's, if you're unfamiliar, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. It is very clear to me that all along the riverbank in Winnipeg, whether it is the Canadian Museum of Human Rights or it is in my ward or certainly in Kildonan, that there are, this is where we buried people, right? From Lac du Bonnet to Winnipeg, there are graveyards right along the riverbank in Fort Garry Ward. We have a municipal one. We should have a protocol to protect culturally sensitive and historical significant properties, just like we're developing our green space and our biodiversity policy that is coming with it. I don't believe we should shorten that because that wasn't council direction, but that being said, it's easier to say. But I really believe that that's work not to weaponize the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that I worked for, by the way, but in full respect and consultation with the impacted communities, ensuring there's a process that's legally sound and ethically responsible. And I really believe that to be the case. I will work on it with this committee. It is something that I continue to work on, but that piece is really critical. So go ahead, Councillor Wyatt. That was
no, I want to thank you for your comments. Definitely don't have any interest in losing this opportunity where we have a chance to possibly save and create park space. I want to just mention how Stephanie Whitehouse came to South Transcona Resident Advisory Group meeting. She gave us a briefing on parks and the challenges of parks. In 1972-73, the council of the day decided to assemble 1,000 acres of park space for a growing city. That's over 50 years ago, and we really need to do it again. Maybe this could be the start.
It's in our Winnipeg.
And we also have as was spoken today during the budget process, a green space master plan coming forward, which this speaks to that issue. And I read the comments by the mayor in the paper, urging caution in terms of expropriation. I took that to heart and thought, okay, let's get a report back. Let's send a signal. Let's see what we can do here to try to save the forest. But even if we were to initiate expropriation today, at the rate he's cutting, there's no way that could be stopped unless they get that injunction filed. So, but at least this will get the discussion going. It'll come back to this committee. And I didn't want to politicize it as well, Madam Chair, by having it go on to council and let it come back and see what we can do, go from there. So thank you for your comments, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Nothing further, I'll call the question.
Appreciate that.
I'd just like to make the point, I totally respect where you're coming from. Councillor Rollins happens to be, as I stated in my comments, although this is, as I stated, blunt instrument, that it will lead to greater finesse as we go forward. That is my hope, that we will arrive at a more sort of humane way of looking at this as we go forward. I just think at this moment, this is actually something that we can actually use at a time that it might be most timely and necessary, given the time limits of injunction. I'm not sure what else we get to do in the next couple of weeks. This is certainly something.
Okay, if there's nothing further, I'll call the question.
I'll just mention.
Okay.
When the Forks was developed, the Indigenous people had to fight, but generally it's acknowledged already, right? That you don't proceed with anything unless you're having an archaeological look at the whole process and consultation, which, as you said, should be happening all along our Red River and Assiniboine River, given the history of this province, right?
The difference is we just saw this property in front of us at P and D here. And while we didn't say yes to, the plan, we did know that there were rights, that to development that were an option. And so, it was really recent.
Anyway.
So
You may realize why perhaps the provincial government in power at the time when it was decided that the Forks would be revamped, cleaned out by CN, emptied out and repurposed by those parties involved, that there was no rush by the provincial government at the time to do anything there. A lot of political points that could be made, that it is in the spirit of realizing sort of the importance and in the sense sacredness of the Forks and being in no rush to make any motion movements there despite the political expediency of doing so. Just food for thought.
Councilors, I see Boris as an intervention.
Not an intervention, just a clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to your question earlier regarding someone's question, one of the counselors' question, I can't remember who asked about, doesn't this require a secondary plan? And we have previously said yes, but on further review, it is this area is in recent community. It's not, and so it does not require a secondary plan. According to Complete Community, according to Complete Communities 2.0. It is surrounded on all sides by either the river or
by new housing built as of, say, 1990.
Yeah, it's that's right.
Regarding that, since Hazel Boris to make a point, if I did have a question to that earlier. I can make a point now. And thanks, Hazel, you were talking about secondary plans, evolved and amended secondary plans and how it goes with them and plan development overlays. What was missed from that, my understanding is those secondary plans that were eliminated. And I mean specifically the North Henderson secondary plan and the South Henderson secondary plan, the first and second oldest secondary plans in the city. They were not involved. They were not amended. They were just eliminated. Is there any reason? Is there anything that's distinct or different from those secondary plan areas that were mentioned, because those were not evolved or amended or changed? They were eliminated. Which we tried to get one for a decade. It didn't happen to change the secondary plan. Any comments on that? Because I do kind of have to report back
right
on that one.
So, Madam Chair, there's no secondary plan that covers this. This is just the southeastern boundary of recent community according to the 2022 Complete Communities 2.0 and our Winnipeg. Then the area immediately south of it is mature community. So unlike Henderson Highway, it doesn't have a secondary plan that governs it in addition to that.
You're referring to the LeMay Forest, sorry?
Yes, the local lands.
So I guess I was just talking in terms of the general stuff that was mentioned at the beginning of our meeting today before it was handed off to, but it's all good. It's all good. Thank you.
We have a plan approval report coming up. After Mr. Wyatt's gone.
Thank you.
You ready?
Director.
I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I will be marked in opposition for the reasons I stated.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to unless anyone needs a health break, and I'll just check in because it's about 4 o'clock. Do you want a 5-minute break, Councillor Edie? I really do mean 5 minutes though. Like, I appreciate you might need a health break because we've been sitting now for, what is it, 3 hours?
I gotta get up and down. I have what's called old person's legs.
So we'll get Holly up and down and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're back. Standing Policy Committee. on Property and Development with the quarterly verbal report on downtown development.
Excellent. Well, as you know, there's a lot going on related to downtown development in Winnipeg. On September 26th, the city awarded 25 million in grants to 11 housing projects through the Housing Accelerator Fund capital grant program. This funding is starting to take hold and projects are materializing. This was evidenced also through increased inquiries all year, as well as increase in applications from quarters 3 and 4 of 2024.
I didn't get that. You try again.
For the first half of the year, we saw, just one development application for variance and conditional use downtown, but this ramped up to 4 in Q3 and 9 in Q4. And of these, there were 5 applications for housing representing over 400 dwellings. And these include 2 buildings at the Forks with more that are about ready to come forward. Estimating 60 units, approximately 40 units at 44 Israel Asper Way and 20 units at 64 Israel Asper. And then at 38 Albert, 106 dwellings, at 187 Gary, 149 dwellings, and at 101 Paulin and 246 Pacific, there were 125 units. Only one of those applications that I just mentioned received Housing Accelerator funding, so we're expecting more in the coming months. The Forks is also a hotbed of activity these days. PPD staff have been meeting regularly with the Forks Renewal Corporation and to work out processes related to their unique development at the Forks. And at a recent December meeting, the Forks staff noted that all things are moving forward very quickly and expeditiously at Railside. We appreciate our ongoing conversations with this important downtown partner and are expecting to see a number of additional development applications very soon. We are pleased to hear the announcement related to the appointment of Center Ventures' new CEO, Rochelle Squires. We've already met with her in a number of meetings, and we're looking forward to working with Center Venture on their renewed mandate, which focuses on development of residential units, both market and affordable downtown, as well as shepherding the Graham Avenue redevelopment after transit comes off of it on Canada Day. So this mandate also includes that work and helping PPD administer the budget for temporary animation of Graham pending that budget approval in the 2025 budget referral. Also on the Graham note, the Center Plan implementation team is continuing to work with project partners, the public service, and Graham Avenue stakeholders on temporary improvements to Graham Avenue when the bus network changes. The $250,000 allotment for this project is part of the 2025 capital budget process, but we are ready to hit the ground running if this funding is approved. We're also considering a number of other grant sources in support of that. The downtown planning team continues to compile feedback related to what changes we need to see once the zoning bylaw review and rewrite begins at the end of this year. It is our understanding that the project will begin in 2025, and we will have plenty of downtown related information to pass along to the successful consultant. Part of this project will include streamlining the urban design review processes. Although we are well aware of current concerns, downtown stakeholders and design professionals consistently recognize the value of good design and the role that the city has to play in advancing it. We know that as part of the zoning bylaw update, we will need to integrate design elements into our zoning regulations, similar to what was recently adopted in the rest of the city with the malls and corridors redevelopment. This will enable us to streamline city processes and help clarify design expectations with zoning regulations. We're also encouraged about the recent safety initiatives downtown, whether it's the new app through the Downtown Community Safety Partnership, the community safety officers who support vulnerable residents in need, increased Winnipeg Police Services foot patrols, or recent monitoring systems launched to help identify people in crisis, many organizations are working in partnership to build an important environment of safety downtown. We've heard from Winnipeg Police Services that this includes upcoming blending training in 2025, working in partnership with understanding where needs are and recognizing areas of expertise to help people access resources. We've also been meeting frequently with Southern Chiefs Organization, True North Redevelopment, and MMF and their work to re-inject livability and livability into downtown Winnipeg as well. I have with us on Zoom Curtis Kwalkley, our lead planner for downtown, in case you have additional questions for him in particular.
Additional questions, Councillor Edie.
I just have one question. The 11 applications that were funded, that was half money, right? The 11 development.
So there were 10 that came forward in 2024 and that were approved, and only one of those received $50. And then additionally, there were 11 housing projects that received the 25 million in grants through the Housing Accelerator Fund. So there were a couple of 11s in there.
Oh, okay. So the 11 on the accelerated, they weren't all in downtown, those 11.
They were not. And only one of those were in the downtown approved applications in 2024.
Right. But the rest were kind of around downtown, right? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Okay. I think that's a good thing. Being outside of downtown, Madam Chairperson, I think it's good.
Did you want to pull in Curtis Kwalkley?
Only if you have questions for him.
I mean, I think I have a question on, maybe for both of you on the update. You know that this committee had considered, some direction on reviewing the urban design review process to ensure it was clear, concise, and aligns with downtown urban design standards. And first consider if it should be eliminated in order to make development of green space housing, commercial and entertainment districts in the downtown faster, more efficient and affordable. And in your update, you said downtown, public service following that direction and more is planning on compiling feedback. You're aware of the criticisms on urban design review. But you value, same breath, value that's not important. And you're looking at, designing elements and adding that to the standards in order to streamline. So the idea of I think is there an opportunity for a more collaborative approach? I think you would say yes, because you're planning to look at something. When we motioned it at committee, I didn't have any question that you would come back with its elimination in its entirety. However, it's my job to, pull in a direction that, and occupy a space that is, sometimes, not meant to be unduly provocative, but to say, yeah, I've heard these criticisms loud and clear. What say you? So I'm wondering if you can talk about it, because you started talking about it a bit.
Absolutely, and I'll pass that off to Curtis, but
yeah, that's fair.
Initially, before I do that, in best practices, we would integrate most, if not all, of those design standards right on into the zoning bylaw, so it's clear and objective measures that can be easily and administratively implemented. And so,
Would you say that's a pain point? That neither parties kind of have something easy to work with, or?
that's right. And right now it has a lot of the design review process. Now, that being said, I think the volunteers on UDAC are, incredibly hardworking community members who do bring a lot of value to downtown development. But with that, I'll hand that question off to you, Curtis.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks. We're all sort of working towards the same goal of making downtown development more streamlined, making the process more transparent, and making the city's expectations more transparent. And I'll certainly echo what Hazel kind of already indicated, which is our objective is really to ensure that through this zoning bylaw overhaul that we're embedding those expectations in a revamped zoning bylaw, so we're relying a little bit less on sort of subjective measures. Currently, we have a system where some of those downtown expectations are embedded. Some of them are embedded in the bylaw, some are embedded in a separate document, and some are relying on that expert opinion of our volunteers. So we definitely want to simplify that process. It's a bit of a big undertaking because, as I say, many of those the process and the administrative procedures around how urban design review works, a lot of that is embedded in our zoning bylaw. So it's really about cracking that open and really, overhauling it and making sure that it's serving the community.
I guess another question I'd have is, do you anticipate? So you mentioned that you're going to embed some of those expectations and rely less on perhaps subjective measures, your words, some that are not even in the bylaw, but some that are in maybe the heads of the volunteer committee, which we always appreciate people that just donate their service to the city. But are you considering then, so obviously one of the alternatives you're considering is embedding it in the bylaw. Are you considering any process changes to and we want to maintain high standard of design, right? At least I do, and I think other people do. But are you looking at any other alternatives?
Yeah, we've had a lot of general discussions internally so far about what things work about our existing process and what things don't. We certainly, we're going to be bringing a consultant on board later this year to help sort of spearhead this exercise, and we definitely want to lean on their expertise a little bit, but we'll certainly be bringing kind of all those options to the table based on what we've learned about the process and what we're hearing from applicants and from other stakeholders that have been part of that process.
So that in addition to our own urban design regulations that we have a consultant for, then there's also the development review process. That's one of the Housing Accelerator Fund initiatives.
The end-to-end permit review.
That's right. And so downtown development will certainly be one of the considerations in both of those projects. Okay. So it'll get kind of quite a bit of analysis and review in 2025.
So that kind of answers my last question, which is, if the claim is that the urban design review slows down development, then what evaluations of the process will you do to measure, or to quantify qualitatively or quantitatively that delay or that inefficiency compared to the other city processes? Do you know in your head what that is? Is it quantifiable to say, oh yeah? Certainly we will see it as council from that end-to-end review, but you're the department. So do you have it in your head what that is? There a quantifiable delay? Is it, do you have it in your head right now?
A little bit. In terms of how that process generally works is applicants prepare materials for submission 2 weeks in advance of this review, of this peer committee review. and they get meeting notes a week after that. So that's really the timeline involved in the city's process. Obviously, there's much more involved in terms of the architects and the developers process, both preparing for it and, of course, responding to it. So if there's certain feedback about some aspect that doesn't work, about where your garbage or entrance is located, that the onus then is on the architect to address that. And I'm sure that adds some time to the process as well, but I can't speak to the design process itself.
But similar to the Malton Corridor zoning upgrade, which is a form-based zoning bylaw, which says, oh, hey, you can select from these 9 different frontage types, and here are the basic parameters of each of these. And if you want to do something different than some combination of these 9, then you have to go through an additional review process, or, here are the general principles of what is an A street versus a B street and how those frontages have to behave differently based on if it's a pedestrian priority A street or service priority B street. When we upgrade the downtown zoning bylaw, we'll have those same sort of clear and objective measures to say, hey, here are all the things you're allowed to do here. And if you want to do something differently, then you're going to have to take that extra time to have conversations with us and go through these additional design review committees. It's how we see it happening now. Of course, we haven't drafted it yet, but that's what our current kind of direction is.
Yeah, I think where we'd like to see the kind of improved efficiency is having us alluding to what Hazel's talking about, is where there's less surprises down the road in terms of what it is the city is looking for, so that there's less requirements then on applicants, developers, architects to have to go back to the drawing board, right? That they know right up front, this is the expectation, and it's crystal clear.
Okay, well, more to come on that, but I mean, really good news on, we want to go the right way on, the applications. So we ended stronger than we began last year, which is good. The 400 units plus more to come is really good. So thanks for your time. And we'll need a motion to receive the verbal report as information.
So moved, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Right.
Aye.
That was carried unanimously. Local Area Planning Initiatives 2024. Valdine, is this yours? Okay.
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the annual report to Council on Local Area Planning Initiatives, which we've been doing annually since 2012. And we're recommending that this year's report be received as information. This report talks about what we're currently working on, what we've completed in the past year, and projects that we anticipate to complete over the next 5 years. It's a relatively short report, but there's a number of appendices attached to it that provide additional background information. Recently completed projects are noted and described in Appendix A. Those that we're currently working on in progress reports in Appendix B. Our outstanding requests, which we've derived from council motions over the years and from our existing policy and legislative requirements, are in Appendix C. Then we've included a list of applicable complete communities policies in D, and a map that shows the extent of local area plans that cover the city. We have 41 at the current time. And then lastly, Appendix F talks about the criteria to prioritize requests for local area planning services this committee approved in March of 2022. One of the highlights of the report this year is that you had requested the cost of planning projects that are listed in Appendix C. And Tanis Knowles Yarnell is also here from the branch. Tanis was a major contributor in pulling this report together for us, and had prepared the cost estimates based on projects that we do of similar nature in the branch. Also, projects are done by proponents that own land in the greenfield areas, and we don't necessarily know the costs of their projects, but Based on work that the city has done, we prepared cost estimates for those. And so the typical components of developing a local area plan include preliminary background studies, public engagement program, a technical engineering or traffic studies, the actual plan preparation in terms of the policy development, and maps, which are a very important part of plans and do require a significant level of work. And then lastly, project management and advertising and expenses would be included in that category. So plans can range anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000 to create. For work that we have recently completed since the last report, which I think was around January of 2024, the Nawi Odina plan, center plan, an Osborne Village secondary plan amendment, a secondary plan amendment in the Waverly West Town Center, the repeals of the Henderson Highway plans, a secondary plan amendment in the public market site, and then our work on the rapid zoning bylaw amendments, bucket 1 and bucket 2, the exemptions and the malls and corridors PDO. And then in terms of what we have in progress at this time, throughout the year, we spend time the land monitoring system for residential and non-residential lands. We're also involved in the development of 4 new sector or secondary plans across the city. Those include the green space plan, which we mentioned earlier today, Point Douglas, Councillor Edie would be familiar with, South Transcona, which Councillor Wyatt is very familiar with, and St. Michael Perimeter South sector plan.
There we go.
Right.
The new one.
Which we're just at the terms of reference stage on that one. It hasn't commenced the planning process yet. And the proponent in that area is spearheading that one. And then complete communities, we're just wrapping up the process for the secondary plan amendment for precinct B and C.
See. Yes.
A change between the boundaries of B and C.
Oh, I see.
Right. And then again, significant staff resources are being dedicated to the zoning bylaw amendments and associated local plan amendments under the half agreement for malls and corridors and the next stage on infill development. And then we also participate with other departments on special projects that they lead. Also work with the Centerport group, the Winnipeg Metro Region Plan, poverty reduction strategy, and things like that. And then moving on to the work that's mentioned in Appendix C, the sort of future planning work. Here we have 14 items listed in Appendix C. That's the compilation of planning services that have been requested in the past, and outlining the costs for those as well. In Table 2 of the report, let's check to see what page that's on. I think it's the last page of the report. We plot out how those projects would flow over the next 5 years, the ones that are led by proponents in the area and the ones that should be led by the city. And we've identified some prospective budgets for some of those projects. So these include things like the zoning bylaw and local area plan amendments that are being led by the city. The future zoning bylaw comprehensive review that would also be led by the city. Point Douglas, which is being led by the city, and we've hired a consultant on that one. The green space plan led by the city, but in partnership with a number of other groups. South Transcona led by their proponent. And St. Vital Perimeter South Sector Plan to be led by their proponent. Wilkes South Sector in the future. We've identified that further out into 26, 27.
Which one's that? Sorry.
Wilkes South,
Where's that?
south of Wilkes,
South of Will. Oh,
west
okay, I
side.
know, yeah. Okay.
southwest side of the city.
Between White Ridge and Tuxedo, right?
Between White Ridge and the perimeter, I guess.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, it's a large area.
Yeah, it's further west, right? Okay.
Yeah. To be led by the city. We're suggesting Fort White, which would be led by the proponent. Precinct D by the proponent. We've recently had an inquiry about that one. And then the future, our Winnipeg Complete Communities Review, which has to commence by May of 2027.
The Appendix C, if I can jump in, the list of outstanding requests for local area planning. You have it as potential initiatives. Some of them, though, are recent potential initiatives that, like the last one we mentioned in terms of Winnipeg Charter Act alignment, development plan review, or Winnipeg Complete Communities that, you know, would be necessary, right? But you have one, for instance, in the ward I represent in Osborne Village, or, you know, maybe Councillor Schreier could weigh in on the Glen Elm and Chalmers area, but the one from 2016, the Osborne Village Neighborhood Plan Review, and the note is directed the public service back in 2016, P&D did, to consider a small scale review of the Osborne Village Neighborhood Plan for inclusion in the 16-17 local area planning initiatives report. So, you know, here it is in the local planning initiative. That was the direction of the council at the time. Mayor Bowman's second term, I guess. We've now done
Gervais's last term.
his
That was
first
a Gervais thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then, so we've now done an Osborne Village, we've done a Osborne Village motion that resulted in a change to the plan. Is that not what it was meant by that, or what was meant by that? Because we did touch that plan and open it up and change the bylaw this term.
Right.
It's
I'm not sure on the details of why this one was on the agenda or added to this list from that date, but this would have been a sort of a mini review of the plan. Like, we still want to go in and do broader work on the plan with the appropriate level of public engagement associated with that. So we would build off this motion to do that project.
So we still want to, you have ambitions
Yes.
that date back to 2016 or different?
I would say they date back to 2016, and we would work with you to look at the scope of that work.
Okay. Councillor Schreier.
Sure, page 10, table 2, local area planning projects, and there's our list there. And I guess you didn't mention, in fact, you didn't mention you single out or dual out Henderson Highway secondary plans north and south in terms of when it comes to secondary plan amendments. Yeah, these were just removal of the plans itself. No, I guess that is an amendment to get rid of it. One would think it would be possible for the oldest secondary plans in the city to be evolved and amended in the decade since I got elected and working with leaders in the neighborhood, both Glen Elm and Chalmers area. Move in my first or second year to have meetings with property planning development at their offices at Fort Erie Place. The only one that passed us, maybe there's a couple, was Gwen Douglas neighborhood plan, paid for by the Canada Community Building Fund. I was told that a reason, I can say this because it was pretty point blank, we didn't have any further funding for neighborhood plans, secondary or local area plans, and thus we couldn't get one going for South Henderson. But there we see the Canada Community Building Fund, $400,000. Can anyone explain how that happened, $400,000 for the Point Douglas State?
I can explain.
Sure.
You, sir, were allocated a certain amount of money as well
Oh,
in the
that's
buildings fund, and you got to decide where the money went.
That's true.
Councillor Santos and I got together and pooled our money together because I wanted to get further into North Point Douglas. So there's a secondary plan coming, but there's also a PDO that's going to be with it that covers both South and North Point Douglas. So, but it doesn't cover Main Street. And you should ask the question, what did we replace the Henderson Highway secondary plans with? We just recently did that. Malls and quarters, what did we put in place for malls and quarters on Henderson Highway? Anything?
Part of
I'm asking our public service.
Yeah, there's a portion of Henderson Highway that does have the malls and corridors PDO there.
Yeah, and that PDO is applied to where those two secondary plan are.
To some extent, for some of it.
Only part of it.
Well, the secondary plan was contiguous, if you will. Whereas the malls and corridors, there's stops and starts and only on one side, et cetera. So the secondary plan was, it was more wholesome. What would be the word? More robust, whatever. It was more inclusive. It was more inclusive, if I may. Well, I guess and fair enough. And thank you, Councillor Edie, for your explanation. So I guess it sort of now obliges me to be a little deeper and really want to do this, but fair enough. I have to mention the fact, therefore, because your answer is true, Councillor Edie. You took your money from the Canada Community Building Fund that you were allocated per ward. Councillor Brawadi asked me if we would go in on a splash pad at our shared catchment community center of Bronx, and that is where I put the funding. Happens to be though, Councillor Edie, since we're having a conversation here, the two of us here on this issue, years earlier, I offered to use my own land dedication reserve fund to put in money to hire a consultant because we lacked the staff at property and development. This is from what I'm told. I mean, all records would sort of lead to this. We didn't have the staff to do it. Thus, I said I was willing to pay for it through LDR. And I'm just wondering, I just got to state it for the record, since what Councillor Edie said, that's a good point. That's why it came from Communities Fund. But in my case, it could have come from at least the engineering consultant could have come through land dedication reserve fund from my ward budget. There was no great sort of, what would be the word, correspondence, I guess, corresponding from the department. I guess it just wasn't a priority. Nice to see that Point Douglas got theirs, kind of thing. I'm not sure if any comment is needed by that, needed for that, Councillor Rollins, but just in response to Councillor Edie's.
Councillor Schreier, I had asked the department to come forward with some of the costs, knowing with Point Douglas in mind. It is a rare thing to see two councillors say, no, we're all in on this, and put up, money that other wards used really differently, perhaps, that they, put, money where their mouths were, for lack of a better word. And it is rare to find councillors leading and leading the charge on the local area plan. And since the time of their motion, we've had a whole of a Winnipeg Foundation, for instance, make Point Douglas the priority of funding. And it took Councillor Edie and Councillor Santos to make Point Douglas the planning priority. So I think that is really important. I do think part of this motion here, the questions that the public service sort of ask in order to prioritize is a really interesting one. And I frankly want more time with it to really consider that, and wouldn't mind more time with the public service and looking. I don't know how old it is. You know, there's some things I certainly notice about, you know, questions that really make sense to me, questions that I don't know if they do, but you know, when I consider the local area plans, I do consider, you know, what stands out for me is Councillor Edie and Councillor Santos's motion. What also stands out for me though is the sheer amount of work. As Valdine was reading, I was breathless. I was going to say I'm cutting a sweat, in fact, at the amount of work that is so clear the department's doing, both planned initiatives completed, that's exhausting, but also the ones in progress that I know there's been a goodly amount of work done. The list of outstanding requests is also big. Some of them I think aren't really priorities, but it's not necessarily in an order, right? You can't not do the charter ones, for instance. So some of those things aren't like the others. And, you know, that's worth pointing out too. So you have more to present though. So you can.
Sure, and if I may say, I didn't realize until you spoke, Councillor Rollins, the profundity of my willingness to use ward funds years before we even knew we had a Canada community building fund, to use my LDR funds to start this off in terms of evolving the South Henderson plan. I didn't think it was worth as much as you said in terms of the councillors sort of showing the initiative, which I did back in my first term, kind of thing. On that basis, I have to say, given how you explain it, sort of the, I guess the comparative lack of synergy forthcoming from planning at that time. I don't know how much more to say about that. I don't have ESP, whatever, but I did know from that, it seemed to me something was coming in the works. Not surprised at all when it came to malls and corridors, kind of thing, and how that worked out within the year of nullifying the South Henderson plan without any great correspondence and working with the initiative of the local councillor and members of the community from Chalmers and Glenelg to bring forth a new secondary plan. So be it. So it's just a little bit of history now as we go forward. And, thank you.
Okay.
Can you explain the difference between a plan development overlay and a secondary plan?
Well, in today's best practices, a form-based zoning, the sort of zoning that you see in the malls and corridors plan development overlay, replaces many elements that are in secondary plans. So right now, in the past, we've used the secondary planning process to control things like heights and setbacks that are special within a neighborhood that wouldn't be captured in the underlying zoning, which is more of a broad brush, as opposed to getting reflective of the local context for the secondary plan. So much of what are in those plans would be in those form-based standards that are much more nuanced for the place. So for instance, the malls and corridors plan development overlay, talking to landowners and business owners and development and industry representatives during that spring and summer outreach we did regarding that. The malls and corridors PDO is much more market responsive than the Henderson secondary plan, which really hadn't got a whole lot of uptake, didn't have a lot of development happening under it. So we were replacing it with something that was more market responsive and also could vastly shorten the approval times for people who wanted to use it. So if we had enough budget and enough time, the zoning upgrades would remove some portion of the secondary planning needs.
Okay, thanks, I just,
Right. In terms of the
I read through the report.
I could just wrap up with
Yeah,
a few
you wanna
points.
wrap
Appendix C list, as you pointed out, has significant projects that are unfunded. The one you mentioned about the charter requirements is something that we could do in-house. And we'd want to do in-house, given the nature of it. The other, second one out of three is the review of the regional plan when it does come forward, with the province having given the capital region group an extension to January of 2027. Then we need to make sure that our planning documents are in alignment with the regional plan. So we would do that in-house as well. And then lastly is the 5-year review of our Winnipeg and Complete Communities, which has to start by May of 2027. That's currently unfunded. So we're hoping that something might come out of the budget process, but we could work more closely with you on that as well.
And when you say unfunded, what do you mean by that? I mean, you did our Winnipeg Complete Communities, you had certain funding, you embed the review. Is it fair to say you did the review and it was anticipated that you would do it within existing resources? Because at the time when you said, let's do it every 5 years, you had control of recommending to council how often you would do it and with what resources. And I don't recall at that time saying we would need you to design funding. You know, it's your strategic plan for the city of Winnipeg. We did put money into it. We have put money in the past, but can you respond to that?
The last review was intended to be sort of minor adjustments to the plan. I think in the end, it turned out maybe that wasn't the case, but we did that work predominantly in-house with some expenses attached to that for studies. But the previous review was a more major overhaul. So we did at that time ask council for approximately $1 million for that review with all the employment and residential growth studies and things that were required.
Do you have a list of the studies then you want to update and a budget for it? How much would the budget be for what you are proposing now and what would we get from it?
We're scoping that out right now and we're going to come back to you with that information.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's fair to like, and this is not, you know, a criticism, but I don't think it's fair to say it's unfunded when I have no idea what budget you're asking for. You know, if you, you know, it's not, you have to design that and then let's look at a budget. But you know, is that enough data of housing? Is it data that you can get from an economist? We, you know, we don't have the 2 economists that we had before. So perhaps you have to outsource. Like, that's what I would need to consider.
it's not like a capital thing though, right?
It's unfunded because you haven't designed the budget yet. That should come first, right? Sure.
And when you look at some of the most of the unfunded portions, these are further out. They're not within our, it just means that they're not within our current 4-year approved budget process. But certainly we will be bringing them forward to you for consideration as we get closer to the meeting.
That's the next year thing.
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing this year then?
Well, yes, that's right, for the ones that are listed as unfunded.
Would it be helpful to have an item on the agenda to discuss the budget that you want to bring forward for the unfunded items? Because I can make time and space at a meeting, but you'd have to tell me when you'd be ready to do that. It's not unfunded. The budget hasn't been requested is more accurate, or has it been requested?
Yeah, we're in the process of looking at the scope of the project and what work items would need to be accomplished for this next review.
Let me know when you want to put an item on the agenda.
We could probably do that in the summer, I would think.
Summer? Okay, so.
This is an annual report we're looking at, right?
This one is, yeah.
So you're looking at the last meeting of the year for P&D, the June meeting? That would be the summer meeting, if we stick to a pirogue, which I've argued this committee needs to look at working through summers, but for approvals. It would be June meeting. You would be prepared to have a meeting on the unfunded list? Okay, I'll just note for the committee that I'd be very happy to post an agenda item that's called the unfunded list and do that in June. But go ahead, you had a few concluding remarks.
That was it. I'm gonna.
By the way, do you have the full funding for the bio? The one we've entered into a partnership with?
Yes, we do. That is fully.
That is fully funded?
That's fully funded, yeah. That's this, here in this report on page 10, it's listed as the green space plan and biodiversity policy.
Appendix B. Appendix B.
Oh, okay, right.
Because it's ongoing, right?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay, just was curious. That's a lot of work out.
Yeah, we funded 700,000 in the 2022 budget and the 2023 budget. No, 2023 was 500,000, 2022 was 200,000 to a total of 700,000 that then, Hazel explained was leveraged through this year money too. And so it's page, I don't remember the page
HTFC.
And then Sear was
Right.
working away along with department like Ms. Whitehouse. Who mentioned her today? Who mentioned her?
Councilor
Yeah,
Wyatt.
Councilor Wyatt did. Yeah.
And actually, so of that $700,000, 100,000 was from the city, 600,000 was from the federal government, and then an additional 500,000 through CM.
Municipal through money.
Yeah.
Federal government
Right.
it's provided to us.
Right.
So we're very grateful to the federal government. It's still 700,000 that we had to motion in budget.
That's right.
Right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so important funding sources, but it was ours to manage. Yeah.
So, I'm gonna,
Mhm.
I don't know, we want to spend too much time, but,
Well,
so I'm gonna, no, okay, so when we do it internally, you have to budget for expenses, but the labor you're not paying for, right?
We are paying for as part of.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean, though. There's no consultant hired.
That's right. We just have to, balance out trying to hit our legislative mandated timeframes and still, be able to do that long range planning. Whereas some of our planners also have to be reviewing development proposals as well.
It's leading me to what I really want.
Okay, good.
If you had more staff, you could do more internal, right?
100%, yeah,
There.
definitely. Huh.
Kind of funny. What makes you cry makes you laugh, I suppose.
Sardonic laugh on this, or ironic irony laugh. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so Counselor Edie, I suggested that we receive this as information, but also move
Move for report back on what's called the unfunded projects.
the unfunded list
That's appendix,
and budget.
the end of budget
Yeah,
for when, July or September?
I would still call it the local area planning initiatives unfunded list and budget discussion. Because I really like I like seeing it in context with the work completed, the initiatives in progress, and the unfunded list, and you're evaluating and prioritizing.
See what's coming back before the
Framework.
next update.
I like all of that. Yeah, and then it would be the June meeting of 2025.
June or July?
Well, we suggested June because that's our final. If we prorogue in, I guess July would be the
We have a
final
July.
meeting.
Well,
So what would you
should we?
prefer, department?
But I'm gonna move,
July.
I'm moving to the last meeting before approval.
Okay, yeah,
6 months, July.
yeah. July meeting.
We've heard to come back in up to 6 months.
180 days, even if it's.
So that's July 4th, so that's basically. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
budget discussion, yeah, July.
Yeah, July 4th. Okay, so moved by
That's clear, right?
Counselor
July
Eby.
4th.
Yes.
Good.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously with thanks to the department and Dean Lawson. So I did break a sweat while you were reading. And I don't think it was menopause, Valdine. I think it was really just, I'm joking. It's getting late, you guys. Fee structure related to development for a public tree fund. And with us is Dave Domke. Woohoo. It's an extension of time, so I think we may have moved it earlier.
We did move it earlier.
Yeah, and we did move it earlier, and then no one told you until just this minute.
We were able to move it. We moved them all at one
But
time. We moved them
That is
all.
my bad. You were here at the time. No, Leia's saying we didn't.
I think it was discussion, but I don't think it.
It wasn't part of 9. It wasn't the omnibus because we just did the development as extension of times.
No, those were just the extension.
That would have been mean, but still maybe.
Oh,
It is
really
an extension of time. So we can move it or you can briefly, you're here regardless, and I'm really grateful you are. I miss you, Dave Domke. So does Counselor Edie. He sat on community services with me, and then longer than I did ever still. So this is the fee structure related to the public tree fund. Dave Domke is here to request an extension for
180 days.
180 days.
Yeah.
So moved by someone, or did you want to discuss? Counselor Schreier moves. All those in favor?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously with apologies to Dave Domke. But I'm so glad you're here. The refund of application fees, Tamarack Recovery Center. This is a motion that comes to you from City Center Community Committee, recommending to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development that we waive fees related to the variance conditional use and development permit for 60 Balmoral Street be refunded to Tamarack Recovery Center.
Sorry, what item is this? What number?
Number 10, you are on. Did you want the public service to speak to it, or would you like, in all fairness to the public service, this comes from community committee. There's
Recommendation is
at
to
least
accept.
one member of the public service that knows the background. But if someone wants to move for,
So the public service recommendation is to refund the application fee?
no, this was a motion from City Center Community Committee that passed the motion. So in essence, they are reading it in real time as it's not an addendum report because of just the timing of City Center. That's all. It was, if Dylan Harris is here, he can talk to it if he'd like.
I can just confirm that we double checked the fees and they're correct. They submitted invoices as part of the motion and we checked them and they're accurate.
And the amount is?
How much?
The grand total is $6,730.25.
And when did they apply?
So they applied, full disclosure, it was myself and Cindy Gilroy that was a member of the City Center. Councilor Orlico was away. They applied, months and months ago. I want to say October, November window, and I'm only going to check with Dylan Harris because I was literally on the call with him. But I want to say a few months ago.
July 2024, maybe.
Yeah, in terms of background,
Right.
They are a recovery center. They were looking at a development. They spent quite a lot of time in the development permit stage only to move from residential to commercial, which made their plans not feasible for their budget. It came as a surprise to them. They had a whole paper trail on the department saying on the one hand, they would be a residential development. It was to enhance the services of the recovery center, but not extend the amount of residential beds. Then they moved to, and as you know, we have a separation between development permit and the building permit staff. they got caught in the between and it changed to commercial. It made their project not feasible. And this money is meaningful to them. It's $6,000, but it represented a lot of time and costs. And so that's why City Center said yes.
So then it says yes. Rossi moves to rebate their application fees. I'll move to recommend. I'm moving City Center's recommendation to our committee.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was carried unanimously at PD. Extension of time we're going to move to rezoning 838 McMillan Avenue. This is, councilors, if you would like.
Sorry, what number is this?
This is item number 12, rezoning
right, yeah.
for 838 McMillan Avenue. The recommendation of the public service is found on page.
This was a hearing at City Center as well?
Yes, it was. Did you want a quick summary of these and?
No, so the committee approved this rezoning?
Yes, we did.
All right, Madam Chairperson, I just simply like to move the results from the hearing.
Okay, so that is Councillor Edie's moving recommendations 1 to 6. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is carried unanimously. Moving to addendum reports. Now we have quite a few extension of time, so we're going to jump right to, I believe, item number 21, which is a subdivision and rezoning of 663 Marion Street. There was, do you want a brief? This too was asked by Riel Committee. Is there?
Hang on, I gotta get down here. This is on Marion?
Yes, 6
Can I just get an overview? Where is this on Marion?
Yeah, I can provide a brief overview. So the property is on Marion Street on the west side of Dupuy Avenue. So it's just a little bit east of Archibald and Marion, on the north side of Marion Street. The property is zoned M3 currently. The proposal was to rezone to M1 for office and commercial. It's right across from the public markets lands, which is on the south side of Marion Street. We had
downsizing what happens on.
It was approved by the community committee. They did make 2 changes to the public service recommendation. One was to change one item in the zoning agreement to make outdoor amusement enterprise instead of a prohibited use, to make it a size restricted use, which we had no concerns with. And then there was in the servicing agreement a requirement for a public sidewalk on the west side of Dupuy. And
Sorry, on the west side of?
On the west side of Dupuy,
Oh,
going from Marion north.
Yeah.
And they changed it from a public sidewalk to a private sidewalk.
Yeah, and I would just add that the requirement for a public sidewalk on one side of the street is needed. Public Works is okay with the deletion, but it doesn't align with the development agreement parameters.
It does not.
No.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, I was gonna.
I'll be voting against that.
So
That is which component? And also, they also did something else in here that I was looking at that is,
access
I
for
guess
fire?
it was it was the condition and the surfacing conditions. Can you speak to that? Like the developer, that is also contrary to the DAP because we have servicing agreements and then they deleted it. So what does that mean? Is that just
Which condition are you talking?
the servicing conditions, B part? It could be part community committee recommendation. That seems also contrary to the DAP. And I don't understand that. We have servicing outlined in the DAP. And they just deleted it.
not quite
So
understanding.
page number 7. The committee recommendation. B part. So, I mean, part of, maybe that is the sidewalk.
I think that is.
But it also has. It's
It's condition 3 under section 4.
300 condition 4.
Yeah, not the entire section.
Okay.
Yeah, three. So sidewalk, condition 3 is the developer shall at no expense to the city construct a 1.5 meter wide Portland cement concrete sidewalk and all related works on the standard alignment 0.3 meters from the proposed property line on the west side of Dupuy between Marion and the proposed private approach as determined by and to the satisfaction of the director of public works.
And why are we being so restrictive on it's like a 5,000 square foot and a permitted use is restricted and it includes a retail sale? And yet they added the amusement enterprise indoor.
Yeah, the applicant indicated that that might be one of the uses they want to add in the future. So the committee changed it from a prohibited to restricted to 5,000 square feet. The idea behind capping the square footages is that it is an industrial area. And it's not intended for large scale commercial uses. So the idea was to keep the commercial uses restricted to a small scale.
But then
So what's the actual size of the property?
5,000 square feet.
It is 5,000, right?
But then wholesaling has different connotations. How does, so then you have an indoor amusement enterprise that is prohibited, and then you've added an amusement enterprise indoor that isn't prohibited. It just.
Well, it's gonna be
isn't-
limited by the size of the, well, that's gonna,
Like if you've got something that you're trying to market and you're excluding wholesaling, which I appreciate, like perhaps once upon a time meant large warehousing, but it doesn't now. And then you have no cultural center, no sports or entertainment arena, which is fair, it's not an arena, but no indoor amusement enterprise. And yet you've added amusement enterprises indoor. Do you see that
they added,
in I part?
committee added it.
Yeah, but it's E part, amusement enterprise indoor, and then it's restated amusement enterprise outdoor and indoor on H and I part, which seems like a contradiction of what is prohibited and not prohibited. So on page 8, it reads both as an indoor amusement enterprise that is not permitted, and then you added it that an amusement enterprise indoor is. So do we need to amend that?
I don't think so.
Well, it literally says it both times that it is and isn't, and I'm not passing it.
Or you're asking the public service if,
They're contradicting themselves in, I mean, this direction, I'm not gonna do it. It's too
okay, I'm
contradictory.
gonna wait for the answer.
Yeah, do you see what I mean?
Well, I'm,
Michael Robinson is
can the
looking.
public service answer?
Yeah, he's looking.
My machine is frozen, so
I'll show you.
they're looking and I'm trying to get my machine unfrozen over here.
Do you see that on page 8?
I see on page 8 that amusement enterprise indoors stricken from the prohibited use list.
Okay, go down to H on that same list. Right? That the following uses shall not be permitted on the land.
Yeah.
Sports or entertainment arena stadium, comma, indoor amusement enterprise, indoor. Okay, that's maybe one sentence. And then I is amusement enterprises outdoor, no comma. So that's one thing. But what you're saying is amusement enterprise indoor is?
It's a different use than.
Okay.
outdoor.
Okay. So I was reading it together. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. And then wholesaling, you don't want to rethink.
Madam Chairperson, I'm not quite sure how to move to amend this, but I'd like to restore the provision of the sidewalk.
Okay, well, Leah will give us some wording.
So Councillor Edie, you'd like to add back in condition 3 and servicing conditions with respect to the sidewalk?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm a sidewalk user,
Mhm.
not a road user.
What meaning is wholesaling meaning here?
Well, it could be a Costco, for instance. That would just be one example of wholesaling. So it's the idea is that it's to manage the scale of uses. You wouldn't want a large wholesaling or retailing of some property.
So wholesaling in your mind doesn't just mean resale of anything, secondary sale point, right? Or do you think it means Costco?
It could mean Costco, like that's one.
Costco is too small for Costco anyway. It won't be Costco.
Exactly.
Sure. But
It'd be a small operation. Maybe it's clothing or something. No.
But what if it was like a wholesale logistic auto that doesn't have, like, there's wholesaling in food that could look like Costco, but there's, anyway, I don't understand wholesaling your term for that. You might mean a large
You can
scale
wholesale a whole
wholesaler
bunch
like
of things.
Costco, but
There's a big
there's like, that's a whole sector in Canada that isn't just Costco.
Yeah, I don't think it's a major issue for us, and the applicant didn't have any concerns with that being in the zoning agreement. It just came down to, it is an employment area and it's not a commercial area. So we were being very conservative on the commercial uses that could go in there. But it's not a make or break for us because this, as Councillor Edie said, the site is not large enough for a Costco anyways. So that couldn't happen.
It's not large enough for no grocery store or wholesale grocery like the Sobeys wholesale over at Dufferin. They won't go with anything less than 10,000 square feet. So 12,000. So we have wording.
Yeah, can I just confirm with the public service, the committee did also add in sidewalks to the plan approval requirement in recommendation 2. Should that, I don't know if it matters if you're
That's
adding
on the
that.
east side of the street, right?
I think it's all sidewalks and
No, just the west side of Dupree. It's just one side only for sidewalk.
sorry, this is separate from the servicing condition.
Oh, sorry.
So the committee, I think where Councillor Edie would like to add back in the requirement in servicing conditions for the sidewalk. But the committee also added in that sidewalks be part of plan approval in recommendation 2. I don't know if that changes this at all or if.
It doesn't really change anything because the sidewalk can still be.
I don't want a private sidewalk. I want a public sidewalk that's taken.
Yeah, they still have to provide a private sidewalk as well from Marion Street to the front door of the building.
Yeah.
And that will be part of the plan approval. So it doesn't really change
leave that
anything. You can,
That's on their site.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Edie, you have a motion?
Waiting for Leah, so
Sure.
you understand what I'm doing now? Okay.
Yes, so you're concurring in the recommendation of community committee with an amendment
With the amendment
to
to
1B.
reestablish 1B. Is that correct?
The amendment, sorry, is to recommendation 1B to remove the deletion of the sidewalks in the servicing condition. So Riel suggested removing it and you would like to add it back in.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
so that's clear. Okay.
So moved by Councillor Edie, all those in favor? Very unanimously. We'll move to now the subdivision and rezoning of 669, 645, 655, and 639 Sterling Lion Parkway. We had dealt with item number 22, councilors in roll call. This item comes to us from Assiniboia Community Committee who concurred in the recommendation of the public service as amended. Would you like a brief summary from the administration
Just quickly.
on the amendments of the committee?
Sure. Yeah, so the property is in the Seasons of Tuxedo on the north side of Sterling Lion, and 2 of the lots are being rezoned to CMU commercial mixed use. The public service recommended approval of the rezoning and Assiniboia Community Committee concurred. What they changed was in the service agreement, there was a requirement
for the developer to pay their fair share of an active transportation path on the north side of Sterling Lion, and committee deleted that condition.
So that would not be in alignment with that. Public Works is okay with the deletion. The one oddity is that we've already collected some money from that developer for part of that 18,000.
You already what?
We already collected some of the contribution towards that path. The lot, Sterling Lion is divided into multiple lots, so we've got some of it secured already.
So why did-
To move. I really don't want to be voting contrary to the DAP, so you guys can, but I don't want to. And you know, the reason why I don't is, like, I should have probably voted against the other one, but is that I can see in here that someone's speaking, and I imagine it would be Councillor Evan Duncan, who is speaking positively in favor of the development and also saying that he bears some responsibility for the in the northwest corner. There is also, like, I think, a clinic on this side, and it really does need a and when you say a path, do you mean a sidewalk or do you mean an AT?
No, it'd be an AT path on Sterling Line.
On Sterling Lion, yeah. Okay.
And they took it out.
So does someone want to move the recommendation, or do you want to add it back in, or where are you at?
You know what? I think I know where you go. I'm gonna take the chair. How about that?
Really?
I don't know.
I don't need to give up the
You
chair.
wanna move to put it back?
Good.
Is that what you would like to see, Madam Chair?
Well, I just have fidelity with the DAP, right? The development agreement parameters was a long time
Yeah.
coming.
So-
And I, generally speaking, want to support that. Lest I be a hypocrite on what I said, with respect to Councillor Wyatt's motion, and more. It's a good tool for us to just rely upon.
No, I know, and we need that. Okay, so I just have, I'm not sure if our planners can answer this, but so without the developer covering the cost, then it would be up to Public Works to find the dollars to finish off that active transportation.
Correct, if it is constructed at all.
I'm sure so.
If it is constructed at all.
Right. Yeah.
But yes, they would.
No, I don't.
It would be our
It's got a high
responsibility
demand.
if we're not secure.
It's in the development. You know, Sterling Line is a very busy street. I think that the trail needs to be finished. It's an absolute there as far as I'm concerned, even though there might be only one cyclist use it, Madam Chairperson. I'm not voting to,
It's for people who walk too, though.
It's
Like,
multi-use.
multi-use.
it's multi,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, when you said cyclist, I'm like, I
Yeah.
think it's actually more than that, though.
but it's
Yeah.
multi-use here.
With
Yeah.
these two proposals, Madam Chair, we are adding about 400 units. Plus there's 300 units that were approved previously, so that's 700 units on this side of Sterling Line. So there's a lot of people that are gonna be living in this area.
Yeah, oh, it's busy around there.
Yeah, I mean, I've added a lot of density along Pembina, as has Councillor Lukes, and we're constantly lamenting that there's not even a way to cross the street, yet alone get around.
Yep.
And Sterling Lion, you can really see, I mean, the other thing that I would question is the CMU, because I like residential mixed use, and this isn't RMU, but it is kind of doing the same thing. So
Which report was this one again?
this is number 23,
23.
subdivision and rezoning of 4 addresses along Sterling Line
Okay,
Parkway.
so-
You can just picture it. It does really work. I think it does need a path, Councillor.
Well, so this is. Sorry, this isn't an amendment. This is a full hearing. So which section do I need to? I guess add back in, right?
Section 3 of Schedule B.
Section 3, Schedule B. That the developer shall Can you read it to me? What,
Paid to the city.
I'm putting it back in. What was it?
Yeah, prior to the release of Mylars for the registration, the Winnipeg Land Tales office, their share of a 3.5 meter wide asphaltic concrete multi-use path in the North Boulevard of Sterling Lion Parkway along the full length of the planned area, but in the north side of Sterling Lion Parkway, all as determined by and to the satisfaction of the Director of Public Works.
Right. So you're giving us the land, right?
It's within the right of way.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, good. So I'm moving the recommendation of Assiniboia Community Committee, I guess it is, with the amendment by adding back the provisions for the multi-use active transportation.
Is this the only item within their amendments that, sorry, Councillor Edie, I'm just asking a question of the public service of, is this the only one that's out of step with the DAP?
For servicing, yes.
Is there more there, step with the DAP? Okay. So, and because there were more amendments that this committee did.
Well, I'll leave them, whatever.
Yeah. No, was there?
Sterling Line, that's like.
I'm trying to think back before. There wasn't. It was just this. Okay. So moved by Councillor Edie. All those in favor?
Aye.
That was carried unanimously. Honorary street naming University Crescent to Umsu Way. Is there a mover?
I'll move that one. Very good. Why not?
This is an honorary street naming, so moved by Councillor Schreier. The application fee and costs street toppers are to be funded by both the St. Norbert, St. River and Waverly West Ward councillors. And the public service is to report back to the appropriate committee of council, which is this one, I think. So here we did it. I'm still away. Here we go.
Is there a desired report back time? The community committee didn't include it.
Preferably 120 days.
I think we're.
This has already passed the sound alike test, so we just need to process a report for community committee approval and receive payment.
Rolling through the application process.
You want to?
120 days.
I'm just saying that only because it's contingent upon the payment of fees.
Yeah.
But we can do it faster. I just want to, pick 90.
Can we do it within, 60 days of receipt?
We can probably do it in 60, yes.
But you have to receive the fees.
Yeah, the only reason I asked for 120 was just to ensure that we were paid in time and that we didn't have to ask for extension of time.
Well, we can add that in the motion to say first payment and then upon payment, 60 days.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Fine.
Okay. What do you feel about that, you guys?
Excuse me.
Do you wish to move, Councillor Schreier?
Or,
Yeah? Or 120 days?
No.
well, I mean,
Sooner?
I'm doing this sort of at the behest of the process. So whatever, I'm amenable to what we think, what consensus we can get. And I leave the consensus to you, Chair
You
Rowland.
did it right away. You could probably theoretically get it by March. And so that it's still within the school year. 120 would be beyond
Okay, so
the school year, so I
all
wouldn't.
right,
want to
so
do
that will be my motion then?
Okay. 60 days upon payment?
Upon payment,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
That's carried unanimously. Then amendment to council conditions for the rezoning of land located at 101 DeVoe Road Parcel 7 plan. This comes to us from a Assiniboine Community Committee. Did they make changes from the public service report? And did they make any changes contrary to the DAP?
They did. So the requirement for DAP is to fully construct the most municipal standard. It's been changed now to the developer shall pay their share of oiling and graveling. The road's a bit of an oddity in that the land to the south has already been rezoned and there's been no cost recovery there. We would not just pave a portion of the road, so we would collect for this for the future upgrading, and the timeline on that upgrading could be decades away. Not really clear at this point. So the committee chose to amend the recommendation, so it does not align with DAPS, but Public Works was okay with the amendment.
But the DAP was not. Okay,
Yes.
I mean, it might be decades away, but we're not exactly a rich city, so it would be great if money appreciated. So that when we were decades away, so the same as the other one, it doesn't align with the DAP, so I'm out. But what say you guys? It's important that represent, I think, the Assiniboine community considerations adequately, accurately, sorry, and to say they saw something perhaps that was decades away and didn't want to collect something. We would be responsible for paving it, and we, negotiate that for reasons. We invite developers to the development agreement parameters in order to be, I just don't want to support not being aligned with that which we took a lot of time in consultation to get agreement with the development community, the home builders, infill and more. So I don't want to support it, but if you feel like you want to, if not, I would recommend that it revert back to the public service recommendations unless there's some other one that had nothing to do with the dam.
I'm gonna move the recommendation, or I'm just gonna move this report's recommendations.
Recommendations plural?
Whatever, hang on.
The report of the public service that says don't amend the developer obligations.
Right, that's,
That one, or
we're on 25, right?
yeah, we are.
Somebody else wants to move something on it? I'm a little confused here.
The current report deletes the requirement to upgrade the road. And I believe the chair has suggested that requirement be put back in place.
And the committee is asking for that?
Or sorry, the committee deleted recommendation, the chairs.
And the applicant, from representing the argument, the applicant also said, could you delete this? It's always been a gravel road. He did a nice letter, providing, a rationale.
I want to keep it a gravel road.
Yeah, they said, there's minimal likelihood for intensification. The department probably would have said exactly what Gord said here, that it might be a few years away. And that might have been persuasive to the committee. It wouldn't have been for me only because, growth needs to take.
So my question to the public service,
Oh.
so the rest of the road is gravel here, so there's a development coming in. No other, is there no other development along this
No,
road?
the entire road is gravel right now, except for the cul-de-sac, which is paved. And the land to the south is already zoned M1, I believe. So we wouldn't anticipate there being applications that come forward for that land. So the intent of the original report was that we collect for a future event. And by deleting it, we would not have any type of monies collected for.
Well, then if they want a paved road in the future, they'll have to pay for a local area improvement.
Well, unless the city needs to upgrade it, based on our, whatever goes on in the area, if there's any type of rehab required,
But
it's upgraded.
End of the road is paved.
Yeah, the end of the road, the cul-de-sac.
So they're waiving it on this new developer who's doing the whole rest of the road on one side, or no?
None of the road is going to be paved at all. We would only collect for a future paving. So the condition as recommended by the public service is strictly just a collection for a future pavement.
And this development is gonna be what, residential?
No, it's industrial.
It is an industrial.
Yeah.
But there's residential at the end of the road.
There's residential to the west, I guess, yeah, the north side of the road to the west of the property. Yeah, there's a rail line that separates.
I'm gonna accept the committee's decision here, I think.
So moved by Councillor Edie. All those in favor?
Aye.
That was carried with me opposed. Okay.
Yep.
Then we'll move to amending to the development agreement, 230 University Avenue. This comes to us from a Assiniboine committee. Can you give us a summary? Is there a
There's no issues here. This is just a sort of a phasing issue with the developer as the development will move forward. They are changing how they're offering their product, so they needed a slight amendment to how they service the land. So public service supports the recommendation by the community committee.
Okay, is there a mover?
That's the university, right? Yeah.
That's great.
I'll move the recommendations in this report.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That was carried unanimously. The final item we dealt with previously, that was the item pertaining to LeMay Forest. So we just need a motion to adjourn unless there's something else. Councilor Schneider, do you wish to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That was carried unanimously. So thanks very much, everybody. That was a longer than usual meeting, but it's 5:30. We can shut her down. Thank you, Josh.